gentlemen,
welcome to chaos.
Are you ready?
let the games begin.
And now,
Will you fasten your seatbelt for takeoff, please?
Broadcasting live from the City of Champions.
and now we're world champions.
In crystal clear FM stereo.
New stereophonic sound spectacular.
All right, now to the important stuff.
The next 4 hours are powered by the Tulalip Resort Casino DraftKings Sportsbook,
Keep your head up now. We got a long day.
where the action never stops.
Are you writing this down?
And now, something completely different.
This is Chuck and Buck in the morning.
What's up, folks?
Why, you people are beyond human.
Let's go.
Let's get the game on.
All right, good morning. Great morning, as a matter of fact. Welcome into this Thursday edition of Chuck and Buck in the Morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It is terrific to have you with us here on this Thursday as we get you set for some cooler temperatures and some hot sports talk radio.
I like that combination.
Oh, it's a great combination. We get that hot and cold. It's kind of like a cold night in the middle of the winter where you get a warm blanket. It's kind of like that combination.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you're eating those hot fajitas and you wash it down with a cold beer.
Oh.
Hey! That old hot-cold combination, it always goes down smooth.
It's like turning on your AC in the summer and putting on a heated blanket.
Goosebumpy.
Yeah.
Welcome to Goosebump Central. It is Chuck and Ashley here with you today. I will say, I think we're close to getting information on Bucky.
Oh, well, that's good.
So I'll pass that along. We have a station meeting today, so we should find out a little bit of information on that front for you that we can pass along. Right now, Ashley and I are in the dark. So we welcome you into this Thursday show, just Ashley and I again, and we'll take you through the next 4 hours here of our radio show. And we do have a lot planned for you during the course of today's program, including a little soccer talk a little later with Brad Evans. We'll go through that with what's on tap. But I wasn't really going to start with the Mariners, but because of this Brian Wu situation, I think that's exactly where we have to begin today's program. Once again, Brian Wu has a bad outing. Once again, he's answering questions in such a frustrating manner. This is such a confident, cool customer of a young man, and for him to be this wound up about his failings on the mound, this is becoming rapidly a bigger and bigger story with each outing that he has that is unsuccessful. And here's the thing about it. He's not that far off. I mean, he's averaging a 226 batting average against this year, 267 on base, 619 OPS. Those are terrific numbers across the board. So why is Brian Wu pulling out his hair every other start and almost every start on the road? Well, Ashley, it really comes down to just one thing. He's having one bad inning. And he had that bad inning again last night. He was throwing a no-hitter through 3.
Yeah. Then it went to a lot of hitter.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden in the 4th, he can't get anybody out and kind of abandoned all of the things that he does well. And bottom line, let me bottom line it for you. Sports are hard at this level. And psychology of sports goes underestimated every single second of every single day in the sports talk world. I mean, we just always, he sucks or he's great. I mean, it's just automatically you have to attach something to it. And the truth of the matter is he's got some sort of issue where he now is expecting to blow up when he's on the road at some point. It's a hurdle that he can't overcome. And that's why we are seeing somebody who's normally cool, calm, and collected, maybe the slickest dude in the starting rotation. Actually, I'll take that back. No doubt the slickest dude in the starting rotation, who has had some of the most almost disturbing press conferences we've seen in a number of years. Where, again, last night he doubles down on, I can't sleep at night after these things. I can't figure it out. I wish I had answers for you. I mean, beating himself up publicly to a degree that you rarely see a professional athlete do that. So if he's I mean, that's stuff that sometimes you keep close to the vest. You might share that with a teammate or a pitching coach or a manager or all your teammates. You might share that stuff on the plane ride home, but very few of them let us know how much it's driving them crazy. And yet Brian Wu, it's almost as if he can't wait to tell us how much it's driving him crazy. And that's in some way is therapeutic for him, I guess, so that Mariner fans know that he doesn't find this acceptable. But actually, when somebody is having that much, when they're beating themselves up that much after a poor outing, then there is no, and his issue continues to be one bad inning that haunts him. I'm telling you right now, when he goes on the road and he's saying there's nothing to do with home or road, nope, you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
When you go on the road and you start every game with confidence, but in the back of your head, you are worried if one thing goes the wrong way, oh, here we go again. That's what's happening to Brian Wu. It's what happens to George Kirby. I've been saying that about George Kirby for years, where if something goes the way that it shouldn't go, George Kirby tends to fall apart to a degree. I mean, we're not saying this, but Brian Wu is clearly, I start the game off well. As long as things are going great, I'm great. But the moment that something, a little bloop double down the left field line occurs, like it did last night, then Brian Wu is expecting the worst to happen. And then it happens. That's what's going on with Brian Wu.
I like that he is kind of venting his own anger and frustration in his press conference post game. I do think it's probably a little bit therapeutic, and it's letting Mariners fans know, like, yeah, I'm not good with this. I'm pissed.
Yeah.
I'm more pissed about it than you are. So don't try to, because a lot of people will be like, oh, these guys don't even care. They're paid millions. It doesn't matter. Well, no, this guy clearly cares. He cares a lot.
Yes.
And he cares a lot when he has a great outing. And so, yeah, he's going to put a lot of emotion into something where he doesn't think he's giving his best. He's clearly a perfectionist. And when it's not going as perfect as he knows he's capable of, that's not acceptable to him. And I completely understand that. I get worried, though, because of how emotional and mental the baseball world is.
I'm with you. I'll meet you there, because I appreciate that he does let the fans know this is bothering me. But I'm definitely pulling him aside, if I haven't already. If I'm Dan Wilson, like, dude, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Like, your problem right now is not your stuff. It's not your makeup. It's not your work ethic. It's not that you don't care. Your problem is that you're in your own head.
Yeah.
And this game will chew you up and spit you out. And that's why they really need to get to the bottom of this. They need to really wrestle it to the ground. Because actually, I'm telling you, he kind of changed. And I don't know if he shook off Cal or if Cal made the wrong decisions. But in that Indy Rodriguez at bat last night, which was really the big at bat,
right?
The O'Hearn double, I want to see Brian Wu say, he didn't beat me. I beat him. That's flukish. I'm going to get out of this. But the Rodriguez at bat, which followed, that knocked in the runs, is really what did him in. And he didn't throw one fastball. Not one fastball.
Yeah.
And I know Indy Rodriguez has a quick bat. I like Indy Rodriguez talent a lot. He's got a quick bat. And so I'm sure the scouting report is don't throw fastballs. But I'm not going to scared to use what I do best just because of somebody else's scouting report. And he's going to be and I'm sitting there at the bar and I don't have the sound on, just yelling, fastball up. I'm not yelling it, but I'm yelling it in my head. I do say it.
Yeah.
Fastball. So I'm sitting there like trying to get he and Cal on the same page, and no, we're just going to keep throwing off-speed stuff. And then he ends up getting beat on that, and then the roof caved in. So I got to get through to him if I'm Dan Wilson. Like, I don't want to see somebody. I'd love the idea that somebody can go in front of the cameras and say, I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it more than any of you fans that I'm not the pitcher that I was a year ago, and I'm going to get there. I like that. but I don't like it. Like, he's like, he's like beating himself up. It's like self-mutilation. Don't give him a Silas. I don't want to see him slapping his back so that he can cause scars. I don't think that's healthy either. I think that's crossing a line the other way. Like, dude, you should not be beating yourself up as much as you are. And it is contributing to the next time that you're on the mound on the road and somebody gets a bloop hit, you are immediately going back to that place. And that's what we've got to fix more than anything else. You're throwing 98. You weren't throwing that hard last year. There's nothing wrong with your stuff. It's all between the ears. We've got to fix you going to that place, you thinking the roof's going to cave in the moment you feel a tremor.
Yeah, and that is the issue, is whatever's happening in game that's reminding him of the issues prior, right? Because I do think there are certain people, and I'm kind of like this, like if something goes wrong, I want to talk about it right away and figure it out and then move on, right? I don't want to go stew about it, think about it all on my own and then figure, okay, now I'm just kind of over it. No, talk about it, get it out, word vomit, and then you can move on, right? You've gotten it all out there. And so it's possible that that's what he's doing. Like, if I just talk about it right now in the moment.
It's not working.
No, I'm not. Yeah, but it's not that part. It's that whatever's happening in, like, when he's coming back, he's not getting it all out. So whatever he's doing, he's angry, he's irritated, he's talking about it, but he's clearly not getting it all out in order to move on. And that's what I'm saying. I'll do it, and then that's the way I move on, right? It's out there, it's done. And for him, I think he's doing that in a sense, but not getting it all out there and letting it be done.
Well, whatever he's doing, if that's your mechanism for flushing something and getting it out of your system and getting it out of your head, all right, fine. But clearly that's not working for him. Like that word vomit press conference now just looks like you're adding to the pressure you've already placed on yourself.
I think he is.
And so the next time that you're in Detroit or wherever the case may be, and Zach McKinstry bloops one over JP's head at third when you know on an 0-2 count you had him in the palm of your hand, I can't have you then give up 7 straight hits. Mm-hmm. And Brian Woo's way too good for that. And yes, there was a bloop that got it started, but everything else was just rocketed. And that's... Yeah. You don't go from 3 innings, I'm unhittable for 3 innings to, oh my gosh, Randy should have had that down the left field line. And the next thing you know, you suddenly are just getting tagged by everyone in the Pittsburgh Pirate lineup, most of which we've never heard of.
Right.
I have, but...
but you're a baseball nerd.
Yeah, but I'm a baseball nerd. But you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So... It's an issue. They got to get their arms around it. I mean, here's an idea. I'm not saying it's a good one, but it's an idea.
Uh-oh.
Like, do we have a new piggyback? And I'm not talking about Woo with somebody else in one given night, but do we go Woo at home and Castillo on the road?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's not any crazier than what we've been doing.
Right.
It's not any crazier some of these other theories. But, I mean, I'm going to say no to it right off the bat because I want Woo fixed, and I don't think he's that far away. So I'm going to nix it. But we're entertaining these crazy ideas, right? How do we do this? Well, Brian Woo's clearly good at home. 154 opponent's batting average at home. 2 ERA, 5-0 in 7 starts. Mm-hmm. On the road, he has a 6.38 ERA.
Yeah, it's a road issue for sure.
That's all part of the psychology. Mm-hmm. It's not that Brian Woo is intimidated by Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Nope. It's not that Brian Woo can't get the job done in Anaheim, grueling Anaheim. It is Brian Woo and his head's like, oh, man, I can't pitch on the road anymore. Why? Oh, here I go. Now I'm back on track. Oh, he got a bloop, and now I'm over. So... whatever the psychology is, it's only happening on the road. It enters his mind on the road. Meanwhile, Luis Castillo, since we went to the piggyback, 3 games on the road, 15 1/3 innings, 3 runs allowed, earned runs, 1.76 ERA. And he also is has a 5.68 ERA for the season at home, nearly a run better on the road. But since we went to the piggyback, since he's been a different pitcher, he actually has a 1.76 ERA on the road. So I don't know, maybe on the road, that time through the rotation.
I mean,
You're
trying everything these days. Why
Luis
not?
Castillo's the starter and Brian Woo's a reliever. And then when they're at home, Brian Woo's a starter and Luis Castillo's a reliever. They would never do it. I'm not even recommending that they should do it. But it's clearly a psychological issue with our guy Brian Woo, and it is entering his head whenever he gives up a flukish hit or somebody makes an error on the road, and it is doing him in. It is caving in his skull. And obviously, we don't want that to repeat. Obviously, you can point it out statistically, but it's going to have to be solved by him and his own mental fortitude to get where he needs to be, because Brian Woo is still pitching like an all-star. 226 batting average against for the season. That's with all that crappy stuff on the road. 226 batting average against. There's nothing wrong with Brian Woo's stuff. There's nothing wrong with his heart. There's nothing wrong with his makeup. There is something wrong between the ears that he is not handling. He is now expecting to have a bad inning on the road, and he is putting that out in the universe, and it is happening to him.
Well, and I wish that, if he's that powerful, if he can expect something and put it out in the universe and it happens, we just need to train him to expect great things.
There you go. Yeah.
How do we do that?
Yeah.
Hypnosis.
Yeah.
Let's try hypnosis.
I don't know. We've got a mental coach. We got chickens. We got a chicken coach and a mental coach, I think.
Coach and a chickens coach.
I believe we do.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the chicken coach.
Well, I'm sure that, there's a coach for everything these days.
There really is. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show.
Coming on Chuck and Bud.
Say what?
What's on tap? What's on tap?
Mariners fall to the Pirates 11-1. If I didn't mention it, we'll go through the scary details coming up at 6:30 with Mariners Morning After this morning. The team is 41-40 on the year, so just hovering around this 500 mark. There goes the bulky 2-game winning streak. Well, they can still win the series. They will play at Pittsburgh this morning. 9:35 start in this game.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
That is a really early start for a West Coast team. 9:35. What are we in the Big Ten?
Yeah, come on. What's happening?
So it's Bryce Miller versus Bubba Chandler. A lot of smoke on the water right there. A lot of smoke. That dude throws hard.
Oh, does he?
Yes. So 9:35 today, they'll settle this thing once and for all in the Steel City. World Cup for the USA. It continues today. They'll be back on the pitch at 7 o'clock this evening, and they will be taking on Turkey and Brad Evans. Almost said Rob Evans, our sales guy.
He's really energetic, though.
Yeah, but I don't think you want to hear from him.
Not about World Cup, at least.
Brad Evans will be with us today at 8 o'clock. Of course, there is a conversation. Ashley and I will attempt it before we put Brad on the airwaves about who you should play and how they should play and how hard they should play. The match means nothing. Turkey has no chance to move on past the group stage, and the U.S. has won the group stage. So, I know it's a World Cup match, but it pretty much means nothing. And so how do you approach that when you are also wanting to keep in mind, hey, we got a pretty good thing going here. Momentum does mean something in sports, does it not? So we'll talk about that a little bit later on. U.S. is probably playing Bosnia next, it sounds like, after Bosnia-Herzegovina defeated Qatar yesterday 3-1 right down the street here. Brazil, Mexico also won yesterday. Mexico, man, they just breezed through their group. They went 3-0. Meanwhile, Canada lost.
You don't say, eh?
Yeah, I do. I do say. NHL draft tomorrow at 4 o'clock. The Kraken have the 7th pick in the first round of the draft. The Toronto Maple Leafs are on the clock at the number 1 overall selection. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. Probably won't get into it in great detail today. Saturday is the conclusion of the NHL draft. They split it over 2 days, and that starts at 8 a.m. On Saturday. The NBA draft just concluded last night, so they also split their 2-round draft into two different evenings. First round was, of course, on Tuesday, and then the second round last night. This is crazy. And this is where the NBA draft has gotten. Guess, out of 30 picks, guess how many of the picks had not been traded. So 30 picks, they either were traded on draft night or traded in previous drafts or whatever the case may be. Out of 30 picks, guess how many had not been traded?
6.
1.
Oh.
29 picks.
Wow.
And only one of the 20 or one of the 30 picks was not moved at some point.
Wow.
The 50th overall selection to Toronto, Jaden Bradley. There's a trivia question for you. Hope that never comes up. That's a tricky one. That's a hard one. But Jaden Bradley's pick was the only one that actually went to the original owner of the pick.
Wow.
They make a lot of trades on day 2.
Sounds like
You
it.
can't even keep up. And then they don't even put the logo by the player because Adam Silver doesn't allow it. So you're just confused. I don't even watch it anymore. Jaylen Brown, Shams Charania reporting this morning that despite what Brad Stevens said Tuesday night, that he's still a big part of our future, that since they didn't trade Brown for Giannis, all they've done is tried to figure out a trade partner for Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
So Brad Stevens, pretty much, Shams Charania reporting, Brad Stevens is a big frickin' liar.
That's right.
Free agency for the NBA starts on July 6th. Liberty Storm tonight at 7. The Storm have lost a franchise record 11 consecutive games. Caitlin Clark beat up again on the court last night in the WNBA. We're going to find some time to talk about that. And once again, the refs just overlooked it all. So there's a really, really awful thing going on in that league right now. And the Seahawks, we will continue with our one series today at 8:30 on the radio program. But Mariners Morning After comes your way next. Just getting started on a Thursday. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
KJR FM.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Hello yourself, wet blanket.
I've come to
Go F
talk
yourself,
with
darkness.
you again.
Why don't you go talk to yourself in the corner?
Because a vision softly
Your mama's a hamster.
Your father smells of elderberries.
Yeah, think about that.
Suck on that.
You deep voice siren.
that was planted in my brain.
Good morning. It's Mariners Morning After Time. It's our post-game show. We recap every Mariners game, but we do it the morning after. Our highlight, soundbite, a preview of what's going to happen today. Coming your way here in Mariners Morning After, and it's very Woo-dominated. Our Mariners conversations today are going to be very Brian Woo-dominated. There's no question about it. He's the story that emerges from this. He continues to struggle on the road, and really in just one inning on the road, it feels like every time out. And then he meets with the press, like you should do, after a tough outing, and then he beats himself up like nobody else is going to beat himself up. I mean, Dad, Mom aren't going to treat him that way. Dan Wilson's not going to treat him that way. We're not even really going to. Well, some of you on Mariners Twitter will treat him that way.
Because you're kind.
Yeah. But I don't think he can beat up Brian Woo any more than he's beating himself up over his road performances here as of late. Mariners got off to a good start against Braxton Ashcraft. Man, looked like everybody was going to get a base hit in the first inning. First three batters get on base. You're up 1-0. Ashcraft settled in, and it looked like Brian Woo was perfectly settled. He had thrown a no-hitter through 3 innings. They weren't touching him. And then all of a sudden, here comes that inning we want Brian Woo to avoid, and he gives up a single to Brian Reynolds, which was a solid single, but it just does drop in front of Julio. Then gets an out on a fielder's choice, and then Ryan O'Hearn, who apparently changed his shoes and is giving all the credit in the world to his changing of shoes, hits a double down the left field line that Randy Arozarena, because Randy's coming off a hamstring issue, because it was near the line, didn't exactly go full tilt after it. And to be fair to Randy, was probably instructed not to go after balls like that. It ends up landing down the left field line, bounces into the stands. So now you got second and third and 1 out. And at that point, you're like, okay, Brian, we can overcome this. We can overcome this. Be strong. Be tough, buddy.
You got this. You got this.
Yeah, and he faces Indy Rodriguez, and I'll take back what I said in the first segment. Apparently, he did throw 3 fastballs in the count. I thought, because I wasn't watching it at home last night, and I wasn't watching with sound on last night, I thought they'd flashed a graphic where he had not thrown a fastball yet. And I'm like, why are we abandoning our fastball? I know this guy can hit fastballs. Let's not abandon our fastball. That's our best pitch. And he did throw 3 of them early in the count, but he was beaten when he threw a sweeper to Indy Rodriguez, and this happened.
This 1-2. Line right field, base hit. Gonzalez scores. O'Hearn is on his way home. It's bobbled in right field off the wall by Raley. Doesn't matter. The Pirates have taken the lead on a scorched double by Indy Rodriguez. It's 2-1 Pittsburgh.
2 on Pittsburgh at that point, and then once again the roof caves in on Brian Woo. He then gives up a triple to Tyler Callahan. You know, Big Tom Callahan's kid.
Oh, Big Tom.
Yeah.
Oh, he can sell brake pads. I'll tell you that.
Then a single to left to Jake Mangum, and then eventually gave up a single off of the bat of Valdez. But man, that was probably the hardest hit ball of the entire inning as he crushed it off the center field wall. So it went from Brian Woo's got this thing under control to once again, oh my gosh, how are we trailing 5-1? But that's what happened last night, and the Pirates go on to win 11-1 because we don't ever come back from deficits anymore. It's just something that the team has agreed that we're not going to do as a team.
Yeah, although we did do it the day before, but this one was a 4-run deficit. That's
forget about that.
too much to overcome.
Oh, forget about that.
Yeah.
I mean, we can overcome stuff like in the first couple of innings.
Yeah, there's that song like "Ain't No Mountain High Enough." We're like, no, that mountain's too high.
Yes, yeah, but we're doing it as a group. It's
that
good
valley's
team.
too low.
It's a good team exercise that we agree not to come back from deficits.
That river's too wide.
Brian Wu spoke after the game, and he was just so hard on himself.
Brian, we can see the frustration out there coming off the mound in that fourth inning. Can you kind of just walk us through what happened there? Honestly, I don't know. If I had answers for you, I'd have answers for myself, but I just don't right now. I'm digging, I'm trying, I'm looking everywhere. I just don't know. Like, I wish I had better answers for you, but I just don't. I mean, it's clear you've done a lot of analyzing on this and everything, and it seems just the one inning it just gets sped up and you can't get the pitch to get out of it. I mean, does it feel like that on the mound, or what are you feeling? It feels like I'm making good pitches. It feels like I'm trying to stay pitch to pitch. When I'm at my best, that's what I feel like I'm doing. It feels like I did that today. In the one inning, it's like 3-2 hit, all down the line. Good pitch for double. I'm sorry. I wish I had better answers for it. I just don't.
Is there going to let this one go, or is it one will keep you up late tonight?
They all keep me up late. I really, it's not a good feeling putting your team in a hole game after game. So, I mean, I wish I could say I'm just going to, wipe it off and get to the next one, but I'm not.
Brian Wu, after the game.
I just want to hug him.
I think somebody needs to do something different. And Pete Woodworth's a master. I mean, it's not like Pete Woodworth doesn't know what to do in this situation. I mean, he's the whisperer. He's the pitcher whisperer. But I'll say this. I've said this about George Kirby, and I think they've started doing this with George. Whenever something goes wrong, it's an immediate trip out to the mound. I'm not going to let it go 2-3 batters because I want to hold on to visits to the mound. I think Wu and Kirby are guys that are susceptible. Kirby historically, Brian Wu now actively. That, look, his ERA at home is 2.0. His ERA on the road is 6.38. Boy, it is very obvious that there's nothing wrong with Brian Wu's stuff. There is some psychological problem that he is expecting at some point during the game for the roof to cave in on him. And the moment that he feels a tremor, as I said earlier, like O'Hearn's double down the line, oh boy, here we go again. Kirby has that same mentality. And they've started, I said, the moment something like that happens, go out immediately and talk to George Kirby and remind him, like, dude, you've got this, blah, 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 whatever you need to say, whatever George responds to. Even if you got to light him up, do not cave into this.
Right.
Whatever it is. You guys know what makes Brian Wu tick. You know what words to use with him more so than I do. But whatever it is, intervene earlier because it's all psychological. And I don't want to see him beating himself up like this because it's just unnecessary. He's got a block, a mental block. When things start to go a little bit wrong on the road, he is expecting it to go horribly wrong. And it's happening nearly every start. It's happening every start. It's happening every road start.
Yeah.
And it doesn't happen at home.
And that's the crazy thing is the stark difference between the road and the home. And he said, I do the same thing on the road and at home. I'm doing the same thing. So it is clearly that in-game, that something that he's probably not even like necessarily aware of that it's coming. You know what I mean? It's once it happens and then it's too late to bring it back, to reel it in.
Oh, it happens fast, too.
Yeah.
Like, and I see his deep breaths that he takes and all of that stuff. And, yeah, I think that messaging has to change something to break this habit of his. Today, they will play at 9:35. Still a chance to win the series. And that was the goal when it all started. It'll be Bryce Miller, and he's going without a piggyback, thank goodness. Bryce Miller gets the start here today. The Pirates are going to counter with Bubba Chandler, who is actually a very talented pitcher, but he's not had the smoothest of seasons this year for the Pirates, but he's going to throw Hundy plus here today, so there's going to be some smoke on the water there at the Three Rivers, and it will start at 9:35 today. We've got ABCs of the M's coming up at 7:30. Coming up next, breaking news on a big NBA trade that's gone down this morning on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. some breaking news. Man, this is going to be quite the summer in the National Basketball Association. That's very clear. This happened in a blink. Maybe it was behind the scenes for years. I have no idea. But I didn't even know LaMelo Ball was on the trading block until late last night. They started talking about it, and now he's gone. He's already been traded. You know what his dad said? He put it out in the universe, right? I've already used that expression. So I think I put out in the universe something to happen to the Ball family because they put things out in the universe.
That's right. There you go. You did this.
You know, he's right. It does work.
You did this.
LeVar is so wise. LaMelo Ball was traded by the Charlotte Hornets along with teammate Josh Green to the Minnesota Timberwolves for Naz Reid and a series of draft picks, a unprotected first-round pick, and 3 second-round picks going forward. But that draft pick, that unprotected pick, doesn't even happen until 2033. So interesting. And then it'll also be interesting to see how Ant Edwards and LaMelo Ball play together as teammates, because they're both kind of used to dominating the ball. No pun intended. It really wasn't.
No, I know, but I liked it.
But it happened anyway. Yeah, LaMelo Ball is now a Minnesota Timberwolf. So that's a big trade. And I would also say, in our little bit of time here, that Shams Charania reported this morning, if you're just waking up, that whatever Brad Stevens said about Jaylen Brown Tuesday before the draft was a flat-out lie. He said they have not stopped. As a matter of fact, they have been relentless about moving Jaylen Brown somewhere else out of Boston. And so Jaylen Brown's going to be moved, it looks like, this offseason. We could have an offseason. I mean, look at this list of NBA players that could change hands in one offseason. Giannis has already been traded. Julius Randle's already been traded. LaMelo Ball's now already been traded. Jaylen Brown's going to be traded. Whoever gets traded for Jaylen Brown is going to be traded, whoever that guy is. Because there's going to be a star player somewhere in that trade. It's not going to be just for a bunch of draft picks.
That's right.
There's going to be a star player somewhere in that trade. Ja Morant's going to be traded. Zion Williamson's going to be traded. Kawhi Leonard, it looks like, is going to be traded.
Wow.
And LeBron's going to possibly change teams via free agency. We're not even talking about free agents yet. I mean, that is like a who's who of NBA basketball players in 2026. And that's quite the list. I mean, how many times have you seen in any sport in one off season, 40% of the league's stars get traded in one off season, and we might be traded or just moved to another team in one off season, and that might be what we're in store for here in the summer of 2026.
The NBA be crazy.
It is right now. There's no doubt about it. But, yes, LaMelo Ball traded this morning from Charlotte to Minnesota for Naz Reid and a bunch of future draft picks. All right, coming up next on the program, we're going to get to your headlines here this morning. Also, the U.S. getting ready for its third World Cup game. We're going to have Brad Evans on at 8 o'clock. But, as we try to figure out, some of us who are not big soccer fans, we're kind of trying to apply rules that we use for football games and basketball games and baseball games to how the U.S. should approach this match tonight. And maybe the same rules don't apply. We'll find out from Brad Evans at 8 o'clock, but there's no reason that Ashley and I can't just senselessly discuss it.
People are going to get so happy about it.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Julio swinging away, and it's underneath Triolo's glove. With that, Crawford waltzes down the line and scores. 3 batters into the ball game, 3 base hits, and the Mariners lead instantly 1-0.
Aaron Goldsmith on the call last night. Mariners television, as the Mariners did get off to a good start last night, but that doesn't tell the story. That little highlight doesn't tell the story.
No, that's when the world was full of promise.
Mm-hmm. When we all thought that at the end of the night, everybody got ice cream.
We
The
needed
end of the
orange
night.
slices after.
Yeah, everybody got free T-shirts shot to them by a mascot and an air gun.
Careful, those things come out quick.
Oh, they'll hit you in the eye. Just ask my friend One-Eyed Pete.
Oh, poor Pete.
Yep. Good morning to you. It is the 7 o'clock hour here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. Ashley Ryan is here. My name is Chuck Powell. We got ABCs of the M's coming up a little bit later on in the radio program. Plus, another round of OPQ coming your way at 7:45. Oh, I know you.
You down.
Yeah.
OPQ.
You're down. You're down. Stop acting like you're not down. But we'll start our 7 o'clock hour with headlines. They are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill whenever you get the opportunity. The Mariners do fall to the Pittsburgh Pirates last night, 11-1. Brian Wu once again falls apart in an inning. Well, just one inning. He was cruising along. Hadn't allowed a hit through 3. Then in the 4th inning, he gives up his first hit, and then the roof caves in on him once again. Before the end of the inning, he was already up to 86 pitches. I mean, how many did he throw in that inning? 50? And was trailing 5-1, and that was the last we saw of Brian Wu last night. The bullpen didn't do him any favors. 11-1 was your final score. So the M's now 41-40, still in first place, but they can't create separation from that 500 mark. They'll be at Pittsburgh again today, 9:35 first pitch. Bryce Miller's not going to piggyback today. Yay!
Woo-woo!
And he'll go up against Bubba Chandler, the very, very talented young right-hander. They have a lot of very, very talented young right-handers, the Pittsburgh Pirates. So we're going to see the youngest one. I believe he's the youngest one today in Bubba Chandler. Let's see what else we got. World Cup, U.S. Back on the pitch tonight against Turkey. They will have Christian Pulisic, it sounds like. I don't know. We're going to get into that discussion here in a moment. Brad Evans is going to join us today at 8 o'clock. U.S. is expected to face Bosnia next, and that's kind of the weird thing that you wait 4 years for a World Cup experience, and yet there's a match going to be played today that really has no meaning. The U.S. can't improve their standing, and Turkey has no chance of getting in or getting past the group stage. And so we have kind of a meaningless match tonight. So we're already, some of us, looking ahead of the next meaningful match, and it looks like it's going to be against Bosnia, who just won on Seattle soil yesterday at noon in their game against Qatar. So that's not in stone, but it kind of looks like that's going to be the next matchup. Yeah. And that will be July 1st, next Wednesday. And we already know that.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, because I feel like you went through all the hype of having the U.S. game here. And then I'm sure that it was really fun and exciting down there yesterday, but without U.S., like it didn't feel the same. And then now going in today, I still wore my U.S. stuff, but I'm like, yeah, I'm going to put it on, but I'm not like watching. I'm not going to a watch party like I did last week.
When it's a must win, boy, you really do.
You're all in.
Yeah, the flag that you wear on your hat, it just means more.
It does.
Yeah,
today it just means like, oh, it's a cute hat.
The NHL draft will be tomorrow. That's right. The draft-athlon continues. The NBA draft concluded last night, round number 2. The NHL draft will start tomorrow at 4 o'clock. The Kraken have the 7th overall pick in the draft. The number 1 pick, the Toronto Maple Leafs. They've been on the clock for quite some time. And then that draft will conclude Saturday at 8 a.m. We're going to see if the Kraken make a significant trade. Jason Bottrell just told us on this very show earlier this week, general manager of the Kraken, that yes, the 7th overall pick is in play. We will move it for the right trade. as the team does try to get out of their current state of affairs and move this operation forward and dramatically. The NBA draft, I said, concluded last night, but we're going to see a lot of trades. We got free agency starting on July 6th, and teams are going to put themselves in a position, the best position possible for free agency, or tap themselves out by making trades and filling up their cap. But we got a lot of big names on the block right now, and we've had a big trade today. LaMelo Ball is now a member of the Minnesota Timberwolves, traded this morning for Naz Reid and a bunch of draft picks in the future, so he's leaving Charlotte. Shams Charania also reported this morning that Jaylen Brown is still going to be traded, and Brad Stevens was lying Tuesday night when he said he's a big part of our future plans. Well, that must have meant because we're going to trade him for something, because they're still trading him. They have nonstop tried to trade Jaylen Brown since the Giannis attempt fell through. So that's going on in the National Basketball Association. WNBA, Liberty and the Storm tonight in Seattle at 7 o'clock as the Storm look to snap an 11-game losing skid. All right, so there are your headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. All right, well, let's attempt this. Let's at least discuss this. And I'm going to, again, remind everyone I don't really like soccer. And I don't really follow soccer. I don't follow soccer. So from my perspective, I'm going to warn you in advance, if you are tuning in for cutting-edge soccer analysis, I ain't your guy.
And I ain't your gal.
Yeah, but I hope you can at least appreciate that we are embracing this World Cup. I mean, we are in charge of World Cup coverage here at KJR here locally. We are embracing it. We're obviously excited about the U.S. and how well they've started. And I certainly experienced last Friday, and what an incredible experience it was. And I am thoroughly happy that soccer fans are having such a great time with this because you are seemingly having an awesome time. Everybody, globally. Mm-hmm. It's been a really uniting experience, and that's kind of touched me, believe it or not. I'm kind of touched by that. And so it's been great. It really has been. And yet, if I'm going to analyze this or attempt to analyze this, it's going to be from the perspective of how I've followed other sports and trying to figure out what the U.S. should do tonight as they get ready to face Turkey. Because as I mentioned, this match really doesn't mean anything. It's very strange that you could wait 4 years for a World Cup and have one match not mean anything. This one doesn't mean anything.
Right, because the U.S. has already clinched their group.
Yeah, they can't improve their group status, and Turkey cannot get in to the next round. So this thing is just sort of kind of an exhibition, but on a World Cup scale. And yet, Anders Hurst said something rather interesting, because my thought would be, well, there's no way Pulisic's going to play.
Right.
And there's no way you're going to play any of those guys with those yellow cards.
Right.
You know, because if they get another one, then it affects their eligibility for later on in the tournament. So you're not going to risk that. So who is going to play tonight? Well, the U.S. coach has come out and said, we will not risk the yellow card guys. They won't be playing. I think there are like 5 of them. So how deep are you?
Yeah.
Put a pin in that. And then it's sounding like Pulisic's going to play. Now, to me, that flies in the face of common sense. That you have your best player coming off injury, and he did not play against Australia, and you won 2-0. Why would you then risk him in a match that really has no meaning, especially when you're going to play again next Wednesday?
Right.
I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense to me that Pulisic is held out of this and is that much healthier when next Wednesday rolls around. And when not only does meaning come back into a U.S. match, but even more meaning than what we've had to this stage in the tournament. So that's what makes common sense to me, but I will give Anders Hurst that. When he described yesterday why Pulisic should play, I'm like, okay, I get that. And his reasonings were pretty much this. They don't play a lot together, this Team USA, and momentum does really matter in a tournament. And so he believes that he doesn't want them to go 2 full matches without Pulisic. because him being involved in tonight's match gets them back into the rhythm with him on the pitch, and that will bode well for them when they go take the pitch again next Wednesday.
Yeah.
So I suppose that makes sense. Now, in football, there's no way you would do that. And in American football, you still like, there's no way. My quarterback, he's got a hamstring, and we're playing week 18. And it doesn't matter. That team's just playing out the string, and we're just waiting for our next round matchup. We can't change our status whatsoever. There's no way Sam Darnold's playing in week 18 in that situation.
And I'd be pissed if he was.
Yeah, I mean, no chance that you're going to expose him if he's coming off an injury like that. One where he just missed the last game with an injury. And yet, the feeling is that he's going to play in this game, and I suppose that the logic makes sense. I mean, it is an all-star team. It's not like Team USA plays all season long, so it is an all-star team, and they're still are kind of adjusting to playing one another. And I guess because a star player on a soccer team, which I'm learning more and more about, is the sun, and all the planets revolve around the sun, that getting the sun back out there on the pitch is going to help the planets understand how the universe works going forward. So I suppose it makes sense, but it does kind of fly in the face of the logic that we who do follow other sports religiously have applied to situations like this in the past.
Yeah, that was the shocking thing, is when they were like, oh, yeah, I saw yesterday when they said he was going to play. I thought, well, that's dumb. Why would you play somebody who's what if he gets injured again? And then you don't have him for the next game that matters. But I suppose they're not going to worry that a what if when they need to have that chemistry, that soup.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you said, though, it does fly in the face of everything that we would normally do. Because, yeah, you would rest your best player for the game that matters.
Right.
Especially coming off injury.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't think that they've 100% committed to him being on the field tonight, but it sounds like he's going to go. And I suppose that I get that. I get the logic behind it. Brad Evans is going to join us today at 8 o'clock. So we'll get him to kind of further expand on what Anders was suggesting yesterday. And so U.S. versus Turkey. And I heard this conversation this morning on the drive in about the disrespect of the Turkey. I suppose that having a little bit of fun with the name change could be seen as a little bit disrespectful. But they did just change it on us.
Well, and I did look this up. Because I thought that's so strange that all of a sudden they just made this big change. So that is, since they were formed in 1923, that is how all the locals say it.
Okay.
And that's how it's spelled there. But it got anglicized when maps were made and things like that, and it turned into Turkey.
Right.
And so they went and asked the United Nations, can you please have people pronounce it like we pronounce it? Because we don't want it. They did say we don't want it to be associated with the bird.
Right.
Yeah. So that part is comical, but I understand why they would want people to pronounce it like they pronounce it.
I do too, but I think I would have understood it a lot more if they would have gotten on this in 1923.
Well, yeah. They put up with it for a long time, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100 years of, in textbooks everywhere that it was Turkey, and now all of a sudden it changes, in recent times. So to me, that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
That what I think we should do is now change our textbooks and all of our dictionaries to now pronounce the American bird turkey. That would be hilarious.
It would
Can't
be pretty
wait
funny.
to see the
It would be pretty funny.
looks
they won't
on their
be
faces.
Insulted at all.
I can't wait to see the looks on their faces. Wait a minute. What did you do? Yeah, we went to the United Nations and we got something changed. We now want to call our birds turkeys. Wait a minute, bub. We just finished that paperwork.
They're like, I see what you're doing.
I think it would be hilarious. Turkey and gravy this Thanksgiving, just to be jerks. just to be jerks. Grandma, will you do us the honor of carving the turkey A? I can't wait to have turkey A leftovers this year. Yeah, so we just change it. We just change it back.
I think it would be funny. I also, as I said, I would understand why they would be offended by it if we did it.
Well, of course.
You know what? But we all need to probably pranks on each other more often as countries.
Yeah.
Let's just, then, you know.
But it's like, okay, so there are Major League Baseball players right now, Major League Baseball players, Latinos who are playing in the MLB. And they're not having their names pronounced the right way.
Right.
Well, there was a guy named Jose Uribe, and we went, what? Uribe. That's what it was. That's how it's spelled, so that's what we went with. And he played for like 12 years. And then in his 12th year, he's like, I would like you to finally pronounce my name the right way. It's Uribe. And everybody's like, well, why didn't you just tell us?
Yeah.
We could have. I mean, I'm not out here to mispronounce anyone's name. I don't think anybody really is.
No.
Like, so why don't you just tell us how to pronounce it, and then we can get it right out of the chute?
I mean, the amount of times that we've had a conversation just about Jason Botterill's name. Is it Botterill or is it Botterill?
That's his own fault because he tells you either way's fine.
Well, yeah.
Come on, you got to know how to pronounce your last name. Just tell us how to pronounce your last name because I'd like to get that right. I mean, I don't know if you guys know the story of the Avilas or Avilas. Depends on who you ask.
Mm-hmm.
So Alex Avila, we had him on the show not long ago. He's on MLB Network. He's a very good catcher, had a 12, 13-year career. And his entire career, Alex Avila. That's what he went by. That's what we called him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, his dad had been in baseball for even longer than Alex, which I didn't know until Papa Avila gets the job as the Detroit Tigers general manager. And then in his press conference, he's introduced as Alex Avila or Al Avila. And then people are like, wait a minute, your son's Avila. Like, no, it's Avila. It's Avila. But how did you not? You're a baseball family. How did you not get this straight with us at the beginning? Why did you let us call you Avila if it's always been Avila? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't think anybody's out to disrespect Turkey, but for 100 years, you let us call you Turkey. So why didn't you just tell us you wanted to be called Turkey A? We would have done it. And now all of a sudden, we can't have fun with the name. I know. I think it's hilarious. I think it's actually hilarious that you let us mispronounce your name for 100 years, then you changed it. And I think it would be hilarious if we changed our turkey bird to be called a turkey A bird.
I, again, would find it very humorous.
Just tell us how you want to pronounce it from the outset so we don't disrespect you for a century.
Right.
And the Avilas, I still don't know what to call them. And we brought Alex on the show, and I brought this up to him, and he said, I don't care.
Yeah.
You can do it every way you want.
Well, and I think...
I want to do it how you want to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, too, when it comes to, like, the pronunciation, I think because when you get to, like, it getting Americanized at times, that's when sometimes players don't care because they're like, well, I know how we pronounce it in my country, but I also understand that when an American tries to pronounce it, they're still going to probably mangle it in some way. So just say it how you're going to say it, and we'll move on.
I grew up, and it was Louisville. That's how we did it in Southern Illinois. Louisville, Kentucky. Then I went to Louisville. Mm-hmm. And they said, no, it's pronounced Louisville.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. So I pronounced it Louisville ever since because they told me how to pronounce it. I went to New Orleans because that's what they said. That's what I was taught. New Orleans. And I got to New Orleans for the first time in my life to cover a Super Bowl. That's the only one we won't accept. New Orleans is the way to pronounce it. We will even go with Nolans. You can go Nolans. But New Orleans, you got to go easy on the lean. That's the expression. And so I just want to know what you want to be. You're from New Orleans. How do I pronounce your town?
Yeah.
You're from Turkey. How do I pronounce your country? You tell me.
Yeah,
But-
sometimes we need a little assistance. That's okay.
Yeah, we don't know if we don't know.
That's right.
Yeah, so you let us call you turkey for 100 years, and
That's on you.
now it's turkey A.
It's on you. So get out the turkey for Thanksgiving.
So I do feel entitled to do a really bad poultry joke in light of all of this. All right, coming up next, ABCs of the M's on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. time for the ABCs to the M's. Team lost last night by a final score of 11-1. And there really is one big giant topic that is dominating last night's conversation. We'll see if the alphabet is going to pick up on it. We allow the alphabet to be our guide through a daily Mariner segment, and we left off at V. Starts to get tricky down here.
Yeah, the end of the alphabet can be really tough.
Yeah, real prison. Real vocabulary prison.
V is for vocabulary.
It could be. V could be for vocabulary prison, but it's not.
Okay.
Today it is for voodoo.
Oh.
Because, Brian Wu, and he does that voodoo that he do so well. He obviously ran into trouble again in the fourth. And we discussed at great length at the beginning of the show. If you missed it, podcast, 93.3 KJR.com. Yeah, to me, it's so clearly psychological at this point, and he's got a little bit of George Kirby-itis right now. He's expecting something to go wrong, and he's expecting it to be someone else's fault, and then he is expecting then to not be able to overcome it. Like, the world's against me. The baseball gods are against me, and I can't figure it out. And we saw it again last night, and it's kind of hard. Because, and I've said this before, and I'm not trying to compare my playing, I don't even want to call it a career, my playing history to a major leaguer's, but I've said this before, like, I kind of was George Kirby. I was really good when I pitched in high school, but when I beat a guy, I wanted to beat the guy. And if he got a little bloop off of me, it pissed me off. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it took me out of my game. Now, I would have liked to have thought that by 25 at the major league level that I would have matured out of that. But George has not entirely. He's trying to get better. He's working on it. And I think Brian Wu's caught a little bit of it here as of late. But you do understand the frustration. Like, when you already got that in the back of your head, and then all of a sudden, this is voodoo. This is Wu voodoo is what this is.
It's voodoo.
Yeah. You give up a base hit. Maybe Julio didn't get the best jump, barely does drop in front of him. You get the next guy out, and then here comes O'Hearn, who bloops one down, not only a bloop down the left field line, but a bloop down the left field line where your left fielder has just come back from a hamstring injury. Like, the one guy you didn't want a play in the middle.
Right, that he has to try to run really far.
Yeah, that he has to either run far or has to make a decision on how hard I'm going to go after this ball. Am I going to slide? Am I going to hit the wall? Like, I promise you, Randy was told beforehand, hey, let's just not take unnecessary risks out there.
And that's fair, yeah.
Yeah, and so here's Randy like, okay, normally I'd probably try to get that. I'm not going. And then so all of those things, not only did he hit the bloop, but he had a bloop to left field to the one guy. And the only reason he's out there is because Dom Canzone also hurt his hamstring.
Yep.
And also has to be careful. So you can't put two of them out there. So it's Randy who's out there. Otherwise, Canzone would have been in right field if he was healthy. And Rosarito would be DHing. And you would have never even had that moment. So it does feel like when you're on the mound, like, I can't catch a break. And then you can't let that then soak into your brain and affect your next pitches. But that's where he's at right now. That's what George fights all the time. So, yes, I do acknowledge I've been there before, not at the major league level, obviously, but the frustration of I made my pitch. He got a hit, and now I know what's going to happen. Now they're going to get a bunch of bloops, and I'm going to be trailing. And that's where his mindset is right now. And the baseball voodoo is not helping him at all because that was a really, really, as I've described on several levels, a very unlucky play for him.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you can do everything right, but you're relying on other people to do things correctly or somebody to not have better luck than you. That's sports, that's life, right? You could do everything right, but it's not always going to go the way you want it to go. And unfortunately, in his situation, it seems more magnified, right? Because he is not able to get over that hill when that happens. And I do think that George has improved on it. So maybe maybe he's talking to George about it. Hopefully he does. Or hopefully George goes and talks to him and says, hey, man, I've been there. Here's what you got to do.
Well, I think the answer, because I think they're doing it with George. I think that when George has one of those moments, you see Cal go out there. I'd put both of. I could send Pete and Cal out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, we're not going to let that affect us. And now I think they got to do the same thing to Brian. And he's a really tough mental dude. But right now he's fighting it, and it's proof. His press conferences where he's pulling his hair out right in front of us. It's psychological. It's a 226 batting average against. He's dominating at home. It's all psychological, and so we got to find that voodoo doll. We got to get rid of it before somebody sticks another pin in it. W is for woo, because that's the story here today, or the Wu-Tang plan, as I like to call it. What if we had a new piggyback plan based off of Luis Castillo's actually been really good at home, on the road lately, and not good at home. He's got a 5.68 ERA this year at home. Meanwhile, Brian Woo's got a 6.38 ERA on the road and a 1.5 ERA at home. It's a different version of the piggyback, but is it, since we're discussing crazy ideas, is it insane to say, hey, you're going to pitch on the road and you're going to pitch at home? And that's the way that we're going to do it. And then you're going to relieve for one another in those scenarios based on how the game's going. You will be the relief pitcher that night. Is that crazy?
I don't think so. I mean, I thought the piggyback was a crazy idea when it happened. I mean, when I first heard about it, I was like, wait, what? They're going to do what?
Yeah.
And look what it did for Castillo. I mean, it improved. So maybe that helps if Wu can just focus on, okay, I've just got to get the start at home. I'm going to come in relief, and that's going to be something new. So now he's not, it might, especially if he's only going 3 or 4 innings. Okay, well, now you might not get to that point where you've got that hurdle that you've got to get over, and that helps work itself out.
Well, I don't know. I mean, psychologically could pop up at any time. I don't know if there's a designated inning that you'd have to get him out
just
by.
saying if it's less.
But I would say that, you would never do it. And they're not going to do it, because by the end of the season, you don't want somebody to be convinced they can only pitch at home, and you don't want somebody to be convinced they can only pitch on the road. But when you are already experimenting with, we have too many pitchers for too few spots, and you've already tried one thing, actually a couple of different things, I don't think it's any worse of an idea.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's the worst. I don't think it's the worst thing I've heard.
Finally and quickly, X is for X-ray vision, and I got to give the umpire some credit on that play last night, because that might have been the trickiest ball trick on the eyes that I've ever seen in a baseball game. Randy's home run down the right field line, foul ball down the right field line. The way that the painted foul line on the wall, and then the foul pole is actually not aligned with the line on the wall in Pittsburgh for whatever reason. And then the way that it caromed off something metal. I mean, that was one of the more difficult things to be able to tell. What was that? Was that a home run? Was it a foul ball? Was it a fair ball? Did it hit off the top of the wall? Did it hit over the wall and off of the stands? And then that's what shot it across the... And that umpire saw that accurately. I'm like, I don't know if you just guessed. I mean, they didn't exactly challenge it, right? They went straight to a crew review. Yeah. So that might have been him saying, I have no idea. I just guessed foul. That might have been what he did, but for him to have guessed accurately, because that was one of the most difficult. They showed like 3 replays, and I still couldn't tell.
Understand, yeah.
And until the cameraman focused in on that metal piece, then they showed it again, and then you saw it hit the metal piece. And I'm like, man, that is an eagle eye.
Some good eyes.
That's an eagle eye on that umpire, because that was tricky. That was one of the trickiest things. Thank goodness we have replay. And just imagine how much different the game was if that's, fair. You're up 4-0 at that point. It's a completely different game.
Yeah, it is.
Going forward. All right, coming up next, you down with OPQ? Yeah, I know you. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. OPQ. Oh, I know you. I know how you think. I know how you operate. Secret's out on you. You are down with OPQ. Yep, other people's quarterbacks, all right. Always up in the business of other people's quarterbacks. And so every once in a while, I mean, we don't do it on a daily or weekly basis, but every once in a while, there's enough news and information out about other people's quarterbacks that we dedicate a little bit of a segment to it. And so we do that today. C.J. Stroud and the Texans don't seem to be close. And here is the part that stands out to me about this story. This same story has now been repeated like every week for the last 4 months. Like, okay, we get it. They're not close to an extension.
Right.
Are we expecting them to get close to an extension? It sounds like the Texans watched C.J. Stroud wet himself in the playoffs a year ago and want to make sure before they commit full term to $55-60 million a year that they've got the old C.J. Stroud back this year rather than the guy that wets himself in the playoffs. And so they're not going to probably give him an extension. If they do, I think they're fools. And if C.J. Stroud is really looking at this in a fair fashion, he will acknowledge, I wet myself in the playoffs. I get that they would be worried about that. I'm going to go out there and prove that I am one of the best out there. I'm going to get back on the right track. And then I know they're going to give me the money that I want. But this is a game of people being in your ears telling you how you're getting disrespected. And I think the Houston Texans are well within their rights saying, we'll run the risk. We'll run the risk of him walking away. We are not going to run the risk of giving $6 million to whatever that was in the playoffs this past year.
And I don't think they should. I think absolutely he needs to prove himself because that wasn't like he just wasn't up to par. He was terrible.
Terrified. He was scared on the football field. It's one thing to be bad. It's another thing to be bad because you're scared.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I'd rather somebody be just bad and then like,
and
hey,
just keep throwing it up and trying.
There's something we can fix here, but to get into the playoffs and look scared like you didn't want to be out there.
Like the moment's too big for you.
I'm not investing that in the face of the franchise, but I'll give him a year to prove that he is that. And then if he gets back on the right track, I'll extend him the money. And if it costs me his loyalty, so be it. I am not signing what I saw last year in the playoffs to some ridiculous extension before I have to.
No.
So
either.
I think they're right to do it. Now, the problem with this, though, is that he's going to be asked about it all season long.
Right.
And so even if he doesn't have a problem with it, even if he does by chance see their point of view, and he's okay and wants to go out there and prove himself, to the Texans, to the entire football world, he's all right with that space. He's going to be reminded about this contract so frequently, he probably will be angry about it by the end of the year.
Well, and especially if he has a good start to the year and then people ask him about it and then you could see somebody being a little bit defiant about it. Like, I know I screwed up last year, but they know what I can do. You know, you could see it causing a bigger rift or a bigger problem the better year he has, and if they don't try to do something in the year.
I'm willing to risk that. If he goes out and he's awesome and he dominates and he decides you should have shown more faith in me, I'll risk that. What I'm not going to risk is signing whatever that was to a $60 million 10-year per 10-year deal going forward. And then quickly, Jaden Daniels also needs to be in today's OPQ. Because this is now weird. This is like a movie. Like, has Brandon Ayuk been sabotaging his San Francisco 49ers career for years just so he can reunite with his buddy Jaden Daniels?
That'd be really dumb.
Is that really what's been happening? Because that's not your buddy. There's something more there. If that, this sounds like a movie that you've watched, like The Talented Mr. Ripley or something, where you are absolutely ruining your reputation, ruining all your relationships in San Francisco. You got the money, and now you're going to do whatever it takes. You're going to be as big a jerk as it takes so that you can get cut rather than traded to someone else so that you can choose to sign with the Commanders and be with your old buddy Jaden Daniels. That sounds disturbing.
And also, why would you assume they would want you after watching all the things you're doing?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is there some sort of plot here? Because I've never seen anyone be this determined to get cut from a team. He doesn't want to be traded.
Right.
If he diminishes his trade value because nobody can trust him, then he'll get waived.
Right.
And he still gets the money that he signed for in the beginning. But he is now like making it known that the only team he wants to play for are the Washington Commanders. And we knew that when all of this process started.
Right. There was the video, the FaceTime or whatever.
We knew that he wanted to play with Jaden Daniels before he even signed with the San Francisco 49ers. Did he just spend 3 seasons, 3 entire years of his life trying to make himself untradeable, unkeepable, so that he could get his money, get cut, and then sign as a free agent with Washington so he could be next to his buddy, Jaden Daniels? That's like
it's diabolical.
That's like a psychological thriller right there. That's like single white female. Bridget Fonda will play Jaden Daniels in the movie. All right, Brad Evans next on KJR. Another U.S. match tonight. How much does it mean? It can't be meaningless, right? It's a World Cup match, for goodness sake. Well, we're going to dive into all of the things that we're curious about with our next guest, former Sounders legend, current Sounders legend, former Sounders player, and also a huge part of our World Cup coverage here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM and the iHeart stations. It is Brad Evans who's joining us again here on Chuck and Buck. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Are you having the time of your life with the World Cup?
I told my girlfriend Jamie that this is just if I could just do this, I honestly think I could do this every day for the rest of my life. There's 6 games on yesterday, and I'm flipping back and forth. We have a 7-month-old, and I forgot about her. It's just been too much, dude.
Man, you are really into some World Cup if you forgot about your 7-month-old. Have you remembered her name? Did you tie a string around your finger or anything like that?
I did. I was thinking my favorite player in the tournament, I might just start calling her that. It's TBD on who that is just yet, but there's some youngsters out there that are lighting it up right now. It's been really fun to watch.
Oh, Freeman Evans. I can see it already. Freeman Evans. Well, great to have you with us here again today. And so I'm sure you overheard in your intro, there's nothing that the U.S. can gain from this. In the group stage, there's nothing that Turkey can gain from this to get beyond the group stage, and yet it's a World Cup match, so it can't be meaningless, right, Brad? There's no way that you could describe any World Cup match as a meaningless affair, right?
No, that's right. And, this expanded tournament, we talked about it before, 32 to 48 teams. In a different iteration in the 32, this game would mean a ton. You really want to finish first in your group, and to do that, you'd pretty much have to win tonight. And now that there's these third place teams, it puts a wrinkle in this last game a little bit. And for the U.S., I think they hopefully learned some lessons from Mexico last night. Mexico had pretty much won their group, but they also wanted to go out of the group stage with a lot of momentum and make their fans happy and give them something to celebrate about. And also for players to fight for a starting spot. Mexico made 6 or 7 changes last night because they were in the same exact situation as the U.S. And the first half was not good. We called it on radio last night in the studio there, and they were just missing that continuity. You bring in a bunch of new players, and the system stays the same. But the tough part is most of those guys hadn't played together before in a competitive game. So in the second half, they turned it on. They ended up winning 3-0 against Czechia, and they left their fans happy. And that's the momentum you want going into the next game. You want to know that you can score goals. They also didn't allow a single goal, Mexico, in the first 3 games, and the U.S. will be looking to do that tonight. Keep a clean sheet, score some goals, keep the fans happy, keep the U.S. engaged in this tournament. That's the biggest thing, is we want people to be excited about this group. We want to hear it on radio, TV, podcast, whatever it is, anything to put a spotlight on this U.S. men's national team. That will be the MO tonight.
Well, you've got a few guys with yellow cards, and so that's a factor here in determining who should play, who shouldn't play. And you have the star of the team who's coming off of an injury. So in Brad Evans' estimation, who should play, who shouldn't play in this match tonight for the U.S.?
Yeah, I think you hold out Christian Pulisic. You can't win this tournament. Look, it'll be difficult for this team to win this tournament, but you can't make a deep run or even think about winning this tournament without him. I think that's the reality. And you want him as healthy as possible. If the U.S. was fighting for a spot in the next round, you start him and the guys with the yellow card, because they are going to get you farther in this tournament. That's why they're starters. But you got 4 guys on yellow cards. They'll miss this next game. Pochettino's already said that he's going to keep them out. So you're going to see a lot of changes for the U.S. tonight. It would have been a great chance for Christian Roldan, the local kid, Seattle Sounder, UW product, to get a game. But I think he picked up a muscle injury. I don't think he'll feature tonight. You're going to see a lot of changes. But still, it's an opportunity for you to get a World Cup game. If I was in that situation, situation, it'd be the same thing. Look, in my under 20 World Cup, I didn't start the first game. I came on as a sub in the second one. We had already advanced in the tournament with a win and a tie. So Ziggy Schmidt made a bunch of changes. We all started against Egypt, and we put in a great performance beating Egypt. And that's what you want. You want your subs to come in, keep the level high. You go into training the next week, and then you play your knockout round and hopefully get a result. So he'll make some changes tonight. It'll be a mixed group, but still, you're playing at home in Los Angeles. That stadium's going to be packed. And the opportunity, I just keep thinking, if they win the next game, they will play here in Seattle on July 6th in the round of 16. They still have some work to do. They got to win that round of 32 game as they advance.
Yeah, another thing that I would worry about, and maybe you would say you're a worry wart. That's nothing to worry about. Soccer players have more class than that. But if I was playing Pulisic against a team that this is their World Cup final, I mean, they don't have anything beyond tonight. So to beat the U.S. in a U.S.-hosted match, I mean, they're going to go all out, I would think, and finish this thing with a good taste in their mouth, and there would be nothing better than beating the U.S. I'd be a little worried about exposing Pulisic to a bunch of Rudy Rudigers who are like, I'm going to tackle everything that's in my space because I got nothing to lose here tonight. Is that fair or unfair?
You're spot on. You save him. You put him in some bubble wrap. Put him on the bench. Let him watch. Celebrate when the guys score. With the Sounders, a couple of years ago, Sporting Kansas City had the worst start to an MLS season. They lost 11 in a row, didn't have a win in 11 games, losses and ties. And then they came here to Seattle. When you're playing in Seattle, we always had the best of every team, no matter what position they were in the stands, because they know when they come here, we've used it as a fortress. They want to be spoilers to a party. And what happened? They came in and they got their first win of the season against a really good Sounders team a few years ago. That could happen. That's Turkey's mindset right now. I'm going to spoil the party, put a dampener on it. There is some soccer history between Turkey and the United States. They've gotten results against them. It's always a battle between those two teams. What's interesting, I thought that Turkey, Czech, Bosnia, Croatia were going to be better in this tournament, kind of those Eastern-ish European teams that have historically been really good, but they've all been really poor this tournament. And so it still is an underperforming Turkey team that will provide some challenges, but I still think even with the U.S. making some changes that they'll go out and put in a good performance and beat them. And on the flip side, like you said, Turkey might make some changes too. Get some youngsters, some World Cup experience that may not have gotten in the first two games, because they're already thinking, how do we get to the next World Cup? Well, we got to get these guys experience in big games too. So they'll probably make some changes as well.
Brad Evans is with us, providing his expertise to our World Cup coverage, not just here on Chuck and Buck in the mornings once per week, but obviously a huge part of our World Cup coverage here at KJR as well. So are you looking ahead? I mean, give us the future here. I mean, I'm hearing that they think it's going to be Bosnia versus the U.S. next Wednesday. How sure of a thing is that?
That's 99%.
Oh, wow.
According to computers.
Okay.
So, it goes down to head-to-head, how many points they've gotten in their group, how many goals they've scored for, how many they've taken against. There's a lot of different factors. I think there's 6 different factors that they kind of run down the list. So they pretty much know that it'll be Bosnia. But, soccer's crazy. I didn't expect Canada the other night to beat Qatar, 6-7-0, whatever it was, as Qatar picks up 2 red cards in the game. So something could happen at the last second, but most likely it will be Bosnia. And they played yesterday, and they beat Qatar 3-1 here in Seattle in a packed crowd at Seattle Stadium. So they're going to provide challenges. They're big, they're strong. They'll play for set pieces. They've got some players that have played in top leagues in Europe, and they'll be thinking that they're the underdog, just like Turkey tonight.
Well, let's talk about the entire tournament at large here, not just the U.S. For the remainder of our conversation. You told us a couple of weeks ago, man, the stars are going to be on display, and man, have they been on display. It feels like every top player is getting 2 goals a match at this stage. So, who is leading the project name change for your daughter right now? Who is the player of the tournament so far?
Yeah, well, I mean, you had 2
Messi
days ago,
Evans
you
wouldn't
had-
sound that great,
you
by
had
the way. I just
Messi.
want you to know.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it. I mean, two days ago, you had Messi in the first game score 2 goals. Then you had France with Mbappe score 2 goals. And then Erling Haaland, who plays at Manchester City for Norway, score 2 goals. It's like they're all watching each other, trying to outdo each other. And then the next day, it's Cristiano Ronaldo with a couple goals. So everyone's in the mix right now in terms of the biggest players. They're showing up, which is the most important thing. And you want to see that in a World Cup. I'm thrilled when there's a youngster on the stage. And for Mexico last night, they have a young midfielder named Mora, who's 17 years old that started the game. He plays at Club Tijuana down in Mexico. And when you see him, he's just now hitting puberty. He's got the pimply face and he's naive. He's about 135 pounds soaking wet, but he is silky smooth. He pretty much started both goals for Mexico's first 2 last night. He's one to watch. And then you look at Lamine Yamal for Spain, another kid who's 18 years old and just burst on the scene with Barcelona. He's been incredible. I mean, if you compare Lamine Yamal and Messi at this point in their career for Barcelona, Messi had 1 goal in 8 starts. Lamine Yamal's 18 at the same time, already has 130 games for Barcelona and 70 goal contributions, which divides up goals and assists. He is well above heads and tails where Messi was at his age. These are 2 really, really exciting players, both left-footed, and they provide something to the game. I love the naivety of coming into a World Cup and just saying, I'm here. I'm going to play my game. I don't care if there's a 35-year-old veteran on the field that demands the ball. I'm going to play my game. I'm going to do the work, and they've done that and they've showed it. They've been fantastic.
Brad Evans with us here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. Give me the power that you think should be a little worried about the way that they're playing right now. I mean, there's about 10, 12 teams that are considered global powers in this tournament, but give me the one that feels like to you is going to end up in bitter disappointment out of all of this.
Right now, for me, it's Portugal. I mean, you have Cristiano Ronaldo, who is, arguably one of the best players between him and Messi, and he really wants to play as the number 9. And yes, he scored 2 goals the other night. But I think for me, Portugal's been a bit underwhelming. It's a team that seems to only want to play for Ronaldo. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But if he's not going to score 2 or 3 goals a game, then they're going to be in trouble. I think Spain showed what they can do. Germany has shown what they can do. France has been unbelievable. You run down the list. I mean, Argentina's been great, but the one that I watch has been Portugal. I'm just not sure that they have it top to bottom to make a deep run as they probably should, or they think they should in the tournament.
Mara Evans does have a nice ring to it, by the way.
It's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
Not bad.
Yeah, if you end that way. How does girlfriend Jamie feel about you just watching 6 matches of soccer every single night, even though it is the World Cup, and even though she knows what she got into when she started dating you in the first place?
She's been into it.
Okay.
I've been thoroughly impressed by her willingness to sit down and watch. She's never watched this much soccer in her life put together. So this has been cool. And to be able to talk about the game too and explain it the way that I may have played it or see it, I think that really helps someone actually understand what they're watching. And that's the thing I love about radio too, is being able to provide that context. And sometimes you just need someone to do it. We did it. She owns a gym here in Kirkland, and so we did a World Cup 101 before the tournament. There was 20 people in the room, and everyone afterwards was just, thank you. I had no idea. There are some little nuances to the sport that you kind of have to know if you're going to sit down and try to enjoy a World Cup.
All right. Well, are you fired up for tonight? Even though, it's a little bit of a different feeling than the first 2 matches for sure.
Yeah, look, these all bring a special vibe. And the biggest thing is getting everyone together. I love in my brain that people are getting together. They're going to bars. They're hanging out. They're conversing. In this time, it gives us something to kind of rally around with all the distractions, let's just call them PC on radio, going on in the world. This has brought our community together, whether it's here, around the country. Everyone has really rallied around it. And I've been so impressed by people showing up, especially when the game was here in Seattle. I'll be at the pier tonight for a watch party. I think people will start lining up 4 or 5 hours before on the pier. So get there early if you can. People are going to show up and show out. It'll be a nice, cool night here on the pier. But it's just, I wish it was every year, but then it would take away the splendor of what we're experiencing right now. So we do have to wait every 4 years, and that's why this is just so monumental for me and all soccer fans and players.
It has been great, and take that from somebody that isn't a soccer fan, diehard soccer fan like yourself. From my perspective, seeing it all, seeing the community come together, seeing Seattle, seeing the country, seeing the world come together, it's been really great. I mean, it really has, Brad.
Yeah, and I think for the casual soccer fan, it's the perfect tournament. You don't have to be a diehard, like you said. If something comes around every 4 years, you can sacrifice 90 minutes here and there to catch a game or support your country.
All right, man. Great stuff. We appreciate it, and we will bug you again soon, all right?
All right, guys. Have a good day.
Brad Evans joining us right here on Chuck and Buck. By the way, your USA giveaway keyword this hour is birthday. Birthday, BIRTHDAY. Enter that at 93.3KJR.com for your shot at $2,500 in cash. It's a $250,000 giveaway by iHeart to celebrate America. And it's birthday.
And it's birthday. And you could throw yourself a great birthday party if you want it.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Or you can just hoard it for yourself, still have a birthday party, and have people bring you gifts in addition to the $2,500 you won. Yeah, get selfish. Coming up next, Seahawks 1 series. We go out of town every Thursday. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Last week, penultimate day of the Seahawks One series, where for the entire month of June, once per show, we bring on one expert to talk about one Seahawks player for one entire interview. Last year on Thursdays, we started going outside of Seattle for our expert for all of the newcomers coming into town. And so it's Thursday. We're going to need to do that. We're going to go to enemy territory today. Also, I think we're going to do something we've never done before. We're going to discuss someone who is not a player on the Seahawks, but instead a coach. Joining us now here on our radio program from 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, Evan Giddings is with us here on Chuck and Buck. Good morning, Evan.
How's it going? I'm glad to be able to maybe usher in a new part of your segment, so thanks for having me on.
Well, it's great to have you. And I used to work for Matt Nahigian once upon a time. Tell me he's not on your last nerve.
No, and I don't think we're going to spend an entire segment on our show either, digging into the history and the some of the background of Mr. Nahigian. But he told me that you do an awesome job, and so I'm happy to help you out and chat with you this morning.
All right, well, I appreciate it. Well, we're going to talk about Brian Flory with you, and we appreciate your insights into all of this. And I'll start with this. I mean, this happened within the division. 49ers lose their Brian Flory to be the offensive coordinator of the Seattle Seahawks. How much did it hurt San Francisco 49er fans, Evan Giddings, to find out Brian Flory was leaving for enemy territory?
Well, certainly not more than the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl at Levi's Stadium. I don't know if anything's ever going to be able to top that for 49ers fans. So Flory might have to take a back seat, but it's interesting. I know that Clint Kubiak didn't take a direct route from San Francisco to Seattle. He spent one season in New Orleans, but to me, the hire is kind of along those lines, where Flory has worked his way up, not as quickly as Kubiak, but he's from the Shanahan school of thought when it comes to offense. And I like the hire for the Seahawks because I think it kind of keeps the status quo, so to speak, offensively. Similar system, a lot of the same playmakers outside of, obviously, Kenneth Walker. So I think that Seattle is trying to keep things the same. San Francisco has churned out coach after coach after coach, coordinator after coordinator, D'Amico Ryans, Robert Saleh, Kubiak, now Flory. So they've been accustomed to losing good talent, and obviously Seattle has been used to acquiring and then maximizing that talent.
Yeah, and did Flory show what kind of signs did he show as an offensive play caller, the potential to be an offensive play caller when he was in San Francisco? I think another way to ask this, how much did it hurt Kyle Shanahan to have maybe some of his secrets leaving town and going to Seattle?
Yeah. I mean, I think Kyle Shanahan is in a place where he's had to really look at the whiteboard and say, how do I want to evolve or get better? Because offensively, it's been a little stagnant the past couple of seasons since their run to a Super Bowl runner-up in 2023. I think Flory is a guy that sort of – but my biggest question is he someone that could be like a Mike McDaniel, who held the same role with the 49ers as the run game coordinator. He didn't coach tight ends, but he was the run game coordinator before he left to go to Miami. And so is he somewhat of a kind of a new school sort of thought guy like Mike McDaniel, or is he a guy who has kind of just come in to maintain things and basically keep the ship and the car on the road? I feel like he's a little more that guy than a creative or somewhat of a imaginative sort of play caller like Mike McDaniel. But the one thing that he has done is work with great running games, and he's maximized lesser than offensive lines. The Niners, to me, though their numbers have been pretty good, they have not been a great running offensive line. They have not pass protected particularly well over the past couple seasons, and yet it's a team that won a playoff game last year and then obviously got spanked up in Seattle. But I think he's gotten the most out of a running game that did not have a ton of talent outside of Christian McCaffrey, and that to me is what Seattle Seahawks fans should be excited about, him getting the most out of that side of the offense.
Evan Giddings is with us from 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, and joining us to talk about Brian Flory in our Seahawks One series, the Seahawks' brand new offensive coordinator. You mentioned the relationship with the tight ends. We have a colorful tight end with a lot of upside in A.J. Barner. And automatically, some people here who have seen the success of George Kittle in San Francisco are kind of wondering, kind of hoping, could he turn into that type of guy? How much did Brian Fleury have to do with George Kittle's excellence?
Well, I think that he steered him into more of a dual threat sort of option. When he got here, George Kittle was the number one passing option just because there wasn't a whole lot of talent outside of him, even dating back to when they made a run to the Super Bowl in 2019. George Kittle broke the single season tight end receiving record the year before, was really good in 2019. But then the last few seasons when he's gotten with Fleury, I think he's been allowed to flourish as sort of a dual threat, and maybe the best one in football, being a guy that can get out of the backfield, do damage after the catch, but also absolutely pound you in the run game. And I think that's what's been the most, I guess I would call, consistent part of George Kittle's game. And I think with A.J. Barner, this could be the opportunity for him to establish himself as one of those tight ends that you can't really, stack the box against, because you're not necessarily sure if he's going to beat you in the passing game, but you also can't play dime or nickel and keep an extra defensive back on the field, because he's going to absolutely, graze you up the field with his ability to block. So I think that's where Fleury is going to be able to help him take the next step, is not necessarily as a prolific pass catcher or someone that's going for 1,300 yards and 8 touchdowns a year, but a guy that can be a threat for the Seahawks and make their offense as much of a chameleon as possible, the way he did in San Francisco.
You have no way of knowing this, but since you know Brian Fleury a little bit better than us, having covered him game to game there with the San Francisco 49ers, what is your gut feeling? Aggressive as a play caller, do you think, or perhaps a little more conservative? Is he going to be run happy, as you might have suggested earlier in our conversation, or do you see him, he couldn't wait to start throwing the football around the yard when he got to be able to call his own plays and call his own shots? How would you handicap it based off of what you know of Brian Fleury?
From what I know, he seems to be like more of a conservative kind of cat. But, the one thing that he didn't have in San Francisco was a number one wide receiving option. And that's something that he absolutely has in Seattle.
We're glad you noticed.
I would love. Yeah, yeah. He's been a nice little player the past couple seasons. There's no doubt about it. Jackson Smith and Jigba is an animal. And so, the Niners have had nothing close to that, in my opinion, even when Brandon Ayuk was not off his rocker and running fade routes off the team. I think he was nowhere in his class. So I think that is going to be where I believe Fleury gets aggressive. Is he's also worked with Sam Darnold. He's had him here in San Francisco, albeit not as a starting quarterback. So I think there's some familiarity along with an ability to grow. So my gut would tell me that he's going to be conservative, try and run the football and establish that type of offense. But I do think that you're going to see a guy that, contrary to what we learned in San Francisco, is not going to be afraid to dial up the deep ball, move the ball down the field, and try and run up the scoreboard to complement that obviously awesome defense.
Personality-wise, he looks like a pirate. He's very soft-spoken, and he seems to have a sense of humor. We've had him on the station a couple of times. How would you describe Brian Fleury's personality?
I think he's pretty laid back, but he's also, one part about him that I think gets a little bit understated is the fact that he is analytically driven. I think because he's soft-spoken, like you said, he looks like he might have strayed off the beaten path a time or two. He's a guy that doesn't really give the vibe that he's, digging through Excel sheets day by day. But with Miami, he was the director of football research. He was an analyst before he got into his time with San Francisco. And I think that's what attracted the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan to him, the fact that he had a kind of a traditional football background, working his way up from the college ranks. And he's pretty much coached every single position on both sides of the football. Linebackers, special teams, defensive backs. He's been a tight ends coach. He's done offensive and defensive quality control. He's been a run game coordinator. He's done just about everything. But through all of it, he's been analytically driven. And that's something in 2026 that, maybe the average fan doesn't really find sexy or feel as a big part of football. But it absolutely is key to being a successful organization. And I think the Seahawks have been a great example of that. So I think that's the part about him that I think people are going to learn hopefully over time as he begins to share more of himself, that he is an analytically driven kind of guy. And I think you're going to see that reflected in some of his decisions on Sundays.
Last thing for you, Evan. Would you rather Clint Kubiak still be our offensive coordinator or Brian Fleury be our offensive coordinator, as someone who follows and probably roots for the San Francisco 49ers?
I think it's hard to not want consistency, to not want a guy to stay in the same place and sort of build. But I don't think there's honestly going to be a massive difference. Kubiak is a good young coordinator, but I think he took the Las Vegas job just because that was the path that he was on, and you never know when those head coaching positions come up. You know, I think that Kubiak in a couple of years, based on what the Raiders have been, maybe wishing that he had stayed with the Seahawks and was contending for Super Bowls before going off to get another head coaching job. But, you know, I think Fleury is trying to one day become a head coach. I think he's on that track should he continue to succeed with Seattle. So I would love to have kept Kubiak, but I don't think.
Oh, did we just lose Evan? Right at the finish line? Oh, man, we lost Evan. All right, is he back? Is he back?
He just, I heard him. Yep.
There he is. Oh, Evan, you there? Oh, no.
Right.
Okay, I think we lost him. Okay, I think we lost him. All right, well, we were at the end anyway, and he is from San Francisco, so I don't mind that it ended rudely.
I don't know what happened.
Fine.
That's
yeah,
weird.
That's all right. But that was good stuff. Great stuff from Evan Giddings at 95.7 The Game. We appreciate him joining us here on the radio program, and hopefully he's okay. Hopefully a meteor didn't crash through his house and strike him while he was doing our interview. I would like for him to have had one better final moment than that.
Oh, yeah. No,
Just
he's a lot of better moments than that, than talking to us.
Yeah. I hopefully, I picture Evan passing away by getting hit by a meteor while making love to Anne Hathaway, for example.
In 50 million years.
Yes, that's what I envision for him. All right, we appreciate him joining us. Great stuff. That was really good. Good breakdown of Brian Fleury. Coming up next, Caitlin Clark. She's in the news again. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. a lot of times. I can get right to this here because Caitlin Clark is back in the news again all over the place for videos, coach going off after the game, Caitlin Clark having to explain what happened again in another press conference. In other words, Caitlin Clark is being headline news for all the wrong reasons once again. And what an absurd waste of an opportunity for the WNBA. What an absurd waste of a talent that had generated more enthusiasm and an excitement for women's basketball than anyone in the history of the sport. I agree with Charles Barkley when he said a couple of weeks ago, they could not have blown the Caitlin Clark situation worse than what they have in the WNBA. And I want to read something for you, and I can't look. This is the only thing I've ever seen from this person, this site. I feel like I am obligated to, so I'm not plagiarizing, to tell you where it came from. I have no idea if they write otherwise about like punching puppies or cursing at little kids.
Probably.
I have no idea. So I'm not like saying, hey, you should follow this person. But I will say this. When it comes to Caitlin Clark, whoever this is, they nailed this narrative. And it's the sports patriot. Again, I'm not telling you to follow. I have no idea what else they do. This came across my desk not long ago. I've been sitting on it for the right period of time to read it. And I think it sums up exactly what has happened in the Caitlin Clark experience since she went to the WNBA. So here we go. I'm just going to read this for you. Caitlin Clark came into the game with the joy of someone who still looked like she remembered why she started playing in the first place. There was a freedom to her, a little bounce, a little mischief, a little can you believe we get to do this type of energy. This is what made people fall in love with her before the WNBA ever figured out how valuable she was. She made the game feel alive. And that is why watching this season has been so hard, because somewhere along the way, the league that benefited from her joy started testing how much of it she could keep. The hard fouls, the cheap shots, the strange whistles, the technicals for reacting like a human being, the constant lectures from people who should be thanking her, the media members who keep trying to make her smaller, the veterans who seem more interested in reminding her where she is than appreciating what she brought, the coaches and league voices who keep acting like all of this is normal. It is not normal, and fans are not crazy for noticing. There is a difference between a young star adjusting to a professional league and a young star being hardened by a league that still does not seem comfortable with how much she matters. Caitlin Clark did not just bring attention to the WNBA. She brought money. She brought ratings. She brought packed buildings. She brought new fans. She brought old basketball families. She brought fathers and daughters. She brought people who had not watched this league in years. She brought the kind of relevance leagues spend decades trying to manufacture. And somehow, too many people around the WNBA have treated that gift like a problem to be managed instead of a miracle to be protected. That is the tragedy. Not that Caitlin Clark is facing pressure. Greatness always brings pressure. Not that opponents are physical. This is professional basketball. Not that she had bad games. Every player does. The tragedy is watching a player who brought so much life into the league have to fight so hard to keep the joy from being beaten out of her.
Wow.
That's it.
Yeah.
That sums it up perfectly right there. And then look, I know that Caitlin Clark is a trash talker, and I know that, she's probably thrown an elbow or two. And I'm not sitting here saying that she's 100% innocent, but then again, when you are sort of made an object of everyone else's ire, you can't just roll over and take it. You do have to fight back a little bit. And so you do have to get sometimes as nasty as they're being toward you. And I know there's an edge to her, and I know she's a trash talker and everything else, but I don't think she could survive if those things didn't exist. They are totally blowing this. They had never had more momentum as a league, and it was mostly because of her. And they are just beating the joy out of her. You can see it from game to game. And where is Sue Bird? I realize she's perfect in the eyes of everyone in Seattle. Where is Diana Taurasi? Where are the people that Lisa Leslie's of the world that can recognize, hey, let's have a meeting?
I mean, at least Diana Taurasi was part of the
At first, she's come around a little bit, but where are you? Where are the faces? Where are the voices of the pioneers who are like, hey, we got a good thing going here. Do we really want to chase her out of the league? Last night, she got choked slammed on the court last night, got kicked by the person who choked her on her way from standing up. And then apparently there was another flagrant foul earlier. Neither of them even got called during the course of the game. And the opponents were laughing about how a much larger, more physical player kind of beat her up on the floor instead of, oh my gosh, what are we doing? What are we doing to our golden goose? We're going to kill our golden goose if we're not careful. She's not near the player that she was. This person's right. Doesn't have near the light in her eyes that she used to have. And she's actually getting nastier because it's a defense mechanism against what's being done to her. And she probably doesn't have any choice, but it's made her less likable because of it. And it's this full circle that the WNBA will do nothing to try and treat and try to combat and try to make better. And if this thing ends up flaming out and she flames out and the WNBA goes right back to pretty much being ignored by the mainstream sports media, you have no one to blame but yourselves. And I'm talking not just about current WNBA players, but anyone that has had anything to do with this league, either in the past, present, or into the future.
Yeah, I don't understand why it seems that people are threatened by her and what she could bring to the league instead of embracing it and going along with it. Just because it didn't happen during like the former players' time doesn't mean they weren't a part of it. They helped grow it. They got it to the place where Caitlin Clark can join the league and be a part of the league and help it grow it even more. It's not a Caitlin Clark versus everybody else. It should be all of them in it together.
Yeah, it's Indiana Fever. I think her teammates are behind her, but who knows?
Well, it seems like that, but
who knows if they are behind her? But this is just not the way that this should have unfolded when she came into the league. To have to fight every single step of the way to try to have fun on a basketball floor. But that's the way that it's turned out to be. All right, coming up next, it's trade season, and Jeff Passan has weighed in with some interesting ideas. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. here on this Thursday. Chuck Powell, Ashley Ryan with you. Coming up a little bit later on this hour, Seahawks 1 Series recap. Also, one last thing to close us out before we are done here. And, of course, another reminder that, man, you can head on up to the Tulalip Resort Casino for all sorts of adventures. If you want to take in the U.S. soccer match tonight, maybe put a little action on that, maybe be around fellow Americans that love the way you think, love the cut of your jib. Well, why not head out to Tulalip Resort Casino, the DraftKings Sportsbook? All of it is there, right there at your fingertips. You can find out all the details at TulalipCasino.com. Tulalip Resort Casino, when all you want is everything. That's it. I just want everything. Is there a place I can get that? Yep, Tulalip Resort Casino.
I mean, I've gone my whole life until this past year not knowing there was a place for everything. Just one.
You always
Just
hear
one
that
place.
person. They always hear that person is like, why can't I have everything? I just want to be the person who has everything. You arrogant so-and-so. Like, you get to have everything. Who gets to have everything? That has always been my rebuttal.
Right. Now you know better.
Now I can just say, oh, well, Tulalip Resort Casino.
Yeah.
I can draw you a map.
You can have everything.
Yeah, but you could probably just GPS that sucker.
That's right.
It'll get you there.
It will.
All right. Let's talk a little Major League Baseball here because obviously we are in trade season. We don't exactly have a team lighting the world on fire. Lost again last night 11-1, but they are a first-place team. And it looks like we are definitely going to be buyers at the trading deadline. And it's hard to kind of figure out exactly what our needs are at this point. If Dom Canzone keeps playing this way, I don't think we need another outfielder. I think maybe he needs to play every single day, even against lefties. Brendan Donovan's going to come back at some point. I don't know when. I don't know if we have a third baseman. JP looked pretty good initially. Hasn't looked very good the last couple of nights playing third base. But Brendan Donovan should be back soon. So I don't know. Do we need a third baseman? Do we not need a third baseman? We certainly need somebody that can hit a left-hander. I know that much.
Yep.
We certainly are going to need some bullpen help because we can't keep our big five healthy at all times, and probably you can never have too many. It's just like pass rushers in the NFL roster. On an NFL roster, you can never have enough good bullpen arms to go to, and it does feel light right now. I don't know if it should, but it feels light right now for this team. The only thing that I would safely say is what we don't need is a starting pitcher because we can't even figure out how to make a five-man rotation right now, and we may be wasting our best pitcher in the entire organization down in Arkansas.
Correct.
Because that dude can't get hit. They cannot hit him. So I would say we don't need a starting pitcher. But I would say creatively, pretty much everything else is there. Catcher, starting pitcher, those two areas, we're going to go with what we got. But pretty much anywhere else, there's an argument to be made. You can make an argument if it's the right piece. And so since we are here at trade season, let's talk a little bit about what could be on the horizon. And one of the reasons that I wanted to do this little exercise today is because, number one, I love it.
Right. You're a big trade fan.
Yes. And then number two, I've been touting Byron Buxton quite a bit. I think it's the perfect fit. I think it's somebody that can hit lefties, but of course he mashes righties. I think it's somebody that improves our defense, and I don't care how you want to play it. You could keep Julio in center if you don't want to hurt feelings. We're really worried about hurt feelings this year. I'd personally not worry about hurt feelings if I got Byron Buxton, and I would put Byron Buxton in center field. And Julio, I think, is eventually going to be our right fielder anyway, and I'd just go ahead and make that move. Because you don't just get Buxton. He's not a rental. You get Buxton for 2 more years beyond this year. So that's 3 good runs. Now, he's got an injury history, which, of course, is something that has been saddled to Byron Buxton every single year. Every single moment of every single game, Twins fans are worried that play may have injured Byron Buxton again. But he has been healthier the last 3 seasons, and he has been healthiest so far this season. And so if I get a chance at him, I'm going to use it to my advantage to kind of drive down his price in a trade, but it's not going to scare me off from acquiring him, nor would it scare me off that, well, then we'd have 2 center fielders. What do we do? No, I'll figure that out as well, because whether I put Buxton in left field, center field, or right field, I know he's going to make our defense better. I know he's going to make us faster, and I know that he hits the crap out of the ball. So that's the guy that I have my eye on, and he would be here for 2 years beyond this at just $15 million a year. In other words, Randy Arozarena hits free agency in the offseason, coming off of maybe the best year of his career, prices himself out of John Stanton's market, and now we've got the replacement for Randy Arozarena at that salary for the next 2 seasons, and a better player, and a better teammate, and a better hitter. All of it we get at the exact same price for the next 2 years. So that's something that intrigues me as well. Now, they have said that he's not going to waive his no-trade contract. Let me take that back. He has said he's not. They does not apply here. He himself has said, I'm not going to waive my no-trade clause in my contract. So Byron Buxton seems to love Minnesota, wants to stay in Minnesota. I have argued on the air before, and I'll just remind you my thoughts on it now, that I know he's saying that, but I think he's saying that to protect himself from being traded anywhere the Twins want to send him. I think he does have a list of, there's no way I'm playing for them. I think he's a small town guy who does not want to play in a big market. Doesn't matter how good the Yankees, Dodgers, and other teams are. I think he's a small town guy. I think that's why he wraps himself in that Minneapolis cloak right now. And so I think that he would be open to going to a better team like Seattle, smaller market where it might actually work to our advantage this time. I think he would accept a trade to the Atlanta Braves, who this year, unlike last year, do look like a World Series contender again. That's his hometown. I think he would accept that. I think there's some places that if it came down to it, he would leave Minnesota for. But I think he is saying, I'm staying in Minnesota. I'm happy to be in Minnesota, just so that he doesn't open himself up to be traded to someplace he doesn't want to go. But I think he'd waive it. Most of the time, the players do waive it. But you do have to mention this. Twins are still in the race. So they also said just yesterday, we're not even considering trading Byron Buxton because they're right now in the wild card race like most teams are right now. So there's some tricky things to it. There's no question about it. We might have a completely different scenario 1 month from now. I mean, trade deadline's August 2nd. It's June 25th right now. A month from now, Byron Buxton might feel differently. The Twins might feel differently. The Mariners might feel differently. We don't know what's going to happen after a month of baseball, but I'm going to, for the point of this exercise, explore some other names that could be available that Jeff Passan has recently brought to light. But make no mistake about it, my number one choice is Byron Buxton added to this team at the trading deadline. And we'd have to give up quite a bit in order to get him, but I am fine with that. That is a win-now move. That is a win for the next 3 years kind of move that Jerry and Justin could pull off.
And, I mean, you've been high on Buxton for quite a while, and I do think that everything he could bring to this team would be, obviously, in one player, a big bump up. As you said, with Randy Arozarena potentially being done with this team after this year and just kind of a swap salary. I mean, that works. That seems like something the Mariners would be interested in doing, not adding more, but just being able to stay where they're at and bring in someone they think could be a better fit.
Yeah, add some money for the rest of this season to your payroll, but by next season, obviously, they're like, okay, we're going to keep him for full year. What are we? Well, that's the natural trade-off, is that you're going to probably have Rosarena's money off the books, and Buxton just slides right in and takes his salary. So you're not adding to payroll in any way if you added Byron Buxton. But this exercise today is about other people who might be available. And Jeff Passan, he's locked in, and he's very good. He pulled out a top 100. He rated the top 100 guys who could be available at the trading deadline coming up in a month. And he did write-ups on the top 50, I believe. Now I'm doing this from memory. I believe it was the top 50 guys. So he did write-ups and put percentages next to them, like what percentage is it that they're going to be traded. And then there was also a portion of it that said the likely candidates this person could be traded to. Well, of the 50 guys that he listed, there were only 3 where the Mariners were listed among the teams that would be interested in said player. And the three names are Seiya Suzuki of the Chicago Cubs, their power-hitting, right-handed veteran hitter, whose contract expires at the end of this year, so that'd be a rental. Aroldis Chapman, the I-never-age flamethrower of the Boston Red Sox, whose contract also would expire at the end of this season, relief pitcher. And then Jarren Duran, once again being brought up in Mariners possibility rumors in the overcrowded Boston outfield, somebody that might not fit in that clubhouse, has 2 more years left on his deal after this year, but at a really reasonable rate. And so he listed him as well as somebody that the Mariners might be interested in. Here are the reasons why it probably wouldn't happen. I don't think that the rental thing is an issue anymore after what we saw from the team a year ago with Naylor and Suarez being added, and it worked. So I think they're kind of over that hurdle. Before, they wouldn't really add a rental player. I don't think the rental aspect is the problem here. Problem is, the Cubs are 43-37. They are a wild card team right now. I have no idea why Suzuki's even on this list. I mean, they're not selling, and they're certainly not selling a middle-of-the-order hitter off of their team. It doesn't matter how much pitching that they need. They're not moving, say, a Suzuki before the trading deadline. So I don't even think it's even really worth considering, even though great fit.
Yeah.
Be really excited about that. Yeah. DH, right field, whatever. I mean, he can hit everything. He can hit lefties, righties, multiple armed people, one-armed people. He'll
all of them.
Yeah, he can hit them all. So, yeah, I like the idea of adding him as a rental for the rest of the season. I just don't see a world where he makes himself available. Aroldis Chapman would be really interesting to just drop him into that bullpen. You go probably to the top bullpen, even better than San Diego's with that move now that Munoz seems to be fixed. So interesting. I'm interested. One thing that you do have to take on, and they seem to be a lot more interested in clubhouse chemistry now than they were even 2-3 years ago with the Seattle Mariners organization. I don't know if he's the best teammate. I don't know if he's the most likable guy out there. And so that might hamstring it. But he's also somebody that was rented by the Chicago Cubs once upon a time in a similar situation, and he closed out a World Series for the Chicago Cubs. So he's fulfilled that role before in the past and has actually excelled in it. So I think that is a name to keep an eye on, possibly. And for whatever reason, he repeatedly is getting mentioned to the Mariners. And then Jarren Duran, just quickly on him, I like him as a player. There are some issues with him. There are some issues, and everybody in the league knows it. He's had some psychological issues in the past, and a lot of teams are scared off by that. The Red Sox are scared off by that. They've been trying to get rid of him for a couple of years, and they can't really get any takers. But we've seen him play. He can play. Play defense, great defense, fast, power, pop. He's a player, but obviously, all of baseball's a little worried about trading a lot to get somebody that they're not exactly sure how they're wired. And then let's add one other thing. He's a left-handed hitter. We don't need another left-handed hitter to contemplate.
Don't we have enough of those?
Yeah, we don't need another one to clog up our already lefty-dominant lineup. So of those three candidates, I'd say Chapman sounds the most likely. I wouldn't say most interesting, but the most likely. As a matter of fact, I think it's the only one that they would be interested in the group. And so that's who he had on his list. So I was surprised that he only had 3 players, and the Mariners matched up with those 3 players. There were a few other guys on his list that might make some sense for the Mariners. Let's go through those. Wilson Contreras. We just watched him in the Red Sox series. He's having arguably the best year of his career now that he's settled in as a first baseman. Now, we don't need a first baseman, but he can DH and be an emergency catcher, I suppose. He was just catching 2 years ago and had for almost all of his career. He's having a great year. Now, like Chapman, even more so than Chapman, because he's an everyday player. Oh, there's an attitude there. And I think it wears out its welcome pretty quickly. I think maybe it could infuse some fight into this team that they could use, frankly. But he never makes friends wherever he goes, whether on his own team or the other team.
Wow.
Maybe we could benefit from that in a short spurt, like for the rest of this season. But then if you trade for him, you're also trading to keep him next year. Same thing with like a Rosarina. $17 million is what he's scheduled to make next year. Rosarina makes $17 million right now. So you just swap those out, and you are committing yourself to a DH because he's not a better first baseman defensively than Josh Naylor.
But you'd have a backup in case of a Naylor injury or a day off or anything like that.
Exactly. Yeah, he could play some first base. I think he could still probably put the catcher's gear on at this stage. But it's interesting. He certainly would add an element to this lineup that we could use. And maybe he adds a little bit of grit that we could use as well. Matt Chapman is an interesting one. I don't like Matt Chapman. I think Matt Chapman is overrated. And I think he's been overrated his entire career, and the Giants are paying for the fact that they thought he was a $25 million player, and they are locked in with him till 2030, which is why they're trying to move him. They want to get rid of him. They also want to get rid of Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, and anything else that makes money because they've spent a lot of money on a really bad baseball team. So Matt Chapman is a part of that. Maybe not the reason, maybe not the cause, the person to blame, but he is certainly a part of being overpaid on a bad baseball team, and so they're going to try to get rid of him. Now, I know the Mariners don't want him at $25 million, but I also know the Mariners have been interested in Matt Chapman for years. And with all this third base uncertainty, you certainly are going to get an everyday third baseman who plays Gold Glove caliber third base. And our defense has been weak this year. It'd be nice to have one more answer on defense that we don't have to worry about when the ball's hit to him. So there's some value here. Could you get creative? Could you say, hey, we'll give you Luis Castillo for him. And even though the Giants don't want a pitcher right now, they're going to start a rebuild, a massive rebuild, in order to get rid of a longer-term contract for a shorter-term contract. This is kind of like an NBA move. The Giants might be interested in, hey, we're out from underneath Castillo in a year and a half. We're locked into Chapman for the next 3.5 seasons. We'll make this trade. And then the Mariners, they would get through that exchange, and by 2027, they'd be looking to dump him for anything because they're not going to want to pay him through 2030. But that could be a creative way to go about this. And then the third guy is, let's face it, he's always going to be a candidate in our eyes, Geno Suarez. Do you imagine bringing him back a third time?
I actually thought about that not that long ago, and I thought, wouldn't that just be the cruelest thing we could do at this point?
I think he'd love it.
To just keep bringing him back, and then he goes as a free agent and signs somewhere else every offseason because the Mariners don't want to pay him enough, but he's good enough that we want to bring him back at half his salary every year.
He's not having a good year, and the Reds have kind of fallen out of the race. So he is going to be available again.
Oh, poor Geno.
I don't think we'd do it. I'm with you. I don't think that they would go down that road again. But he could end up being a cheap alternative at some point in the season. And then just quickly, I'm just going to mention two other guys because I think this is clever. And I'm going to give your friend Alex Akita a little bit of credit because I didn't think of this. Royce Lewis from the Minnesota Twins, who is a former number 1 overall pick in the draft. And when he's been healthy as a Twin, he has been ultra productive, but he can't stay healthy. He's played the most games he's played in a season is 106. He's only played 48 again this year. And this year, for whatever reason, he's not playing well.
Oh.
But he doesn't make any money. He's incredibly talented. And he's signed through 2029. And you probably wouldn't have to give up much of anything in order to get him where he's at in his current state in his career. Might not be a bad roll of the dice. Because if that guy clicks back in and you can keep him on the field, he could be, he's one of those aircraft carrier types. When he gets hot, he gets as hot as anybody. Well, that's a pretty interesting idea. I'm going to throw out another former Mariner as one more clever idea.
Okay.
Jorge Polanco.
Oh, well, when you said Geno, then I, of course, immediately thought of Jorge.
He had 305 against lefties last year, which is what we need. He had 2 home runs off Tarek Skubal in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, he did.
He has not played for the Mets. He went for the money. He got hurt. He hasn't even played for the Mets. He's supposed to be back after the All-Star break. Now, he makes 2 years, $40 million, which there's no way the Mariners want to pay that. But then again, we've got this Castillo contract and this too many starting pitchers for too few of a spot situation. This actually could be a perfect little exchange. Polanco actually makes less money than Castillo over the course of the next year and a half. If we're worried about Castillo not being a functioning bullpen piece, but we know he's not one of our top 5 starting pitchers, then why not Castillo for Polanco for the next year and a half, bring Polanco back, and we've got ourselves somebody that we know has hit lefties recently and somebody that knows and loves our clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, that one you wouldn't feel as cruel, I guess.
No,
right?
not cruel at all. I mean, he left. They wanted him back.
Yeah,
He's the one who
they
left.
offered him. So that one doesn't feel as cruel as just, hey, Gino, we only need you for this short amount of time, and then we can't.
Move your family up here. And
yeah,
all that
exactly. Bring us
stuff.
your good vibes.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
Then your good vibes can hit the road, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, just some thoughts. Trade season is here. Sometimes I can't help myself, and I feel a lot better now. We've got Seahawks recap coming up next. Our Seahawks won series. And so if you didn't hear Softy's thoughts on Ernest Jones, we'll replay some of that for you next on KJR.
Now back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. Blip, blip, blip.
I like your addition to the song.
Well, you know. I'm like Bobby McFerrin. I just make up music with my body.
Well, and you just walk around all the time, not worrying. You're just happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he wants to make some percussion, he figures out a way to do it under his armpit.
As he should. Although, don't do that in school, kids. You will get detention for it. I know from experience.
You got to be a professional body musician like Bobby McFerrin. Grammy Award winner to get away with that.
Yep.
Yep.
Basically.
You can do it under your leg, too, as it turns out.
Oh, yeah.
For an even more robust musical note.
That one might not have gotten me detention.
Yeah, yeah. And you can just do it straight with your mouth, as McFerrin has taught me.
Yes,
just go straight to the fart noise. That's pretty easy and convenient. It's kind of like a kazoo. Anybody can play it.
So, I guess, you can just blow into it.
It's a mouth kazoo.
But some people are better at it.
Yeah. I'm not saying you could be. I'm not saying you could go to Carnegie Hall on it.
Yeah. When you said kazoo, I thought harmonica, and I was like, I don't think anybody. I mean, you could just make noise, but
you can make noise.
The kazoo or like the party things.
Yeah.
Anyone can make noise out of that.
Bobby McFerrin can do that with his tonsils.
Wow, he is a special human.
Yeah. It is Chuck. It is Ashley with you. It is time for our Seahawks 1 series recap. We've been doing this all month long, and we have till tomorrow. That tomorrow is our last day, and yet I'm kind of frustrated about a couple of things. So maybe tomorrow won't be our last day.
Yeah,
I'll explain that later.
Might have to make some adjustments.
We might have to make some adjustments, kind of like Bobby McFerrin.
That's really the motto we live by.
My leg pit is broken. But I really want to make this really loud fart noise. How am I going to do it?
And then it's, what can I do with my belly?
Yeah, maybe I can do it with my belly. Who knows? But anyway, so tomorrow will be the last day of it. Every single show during June, we've had different analysts on to break down one key Seahawks player for one entire interview. Yesterday, we had our own David Softy Mahler with us, and he chose our middle linebacker, Ernest Jones. And yes, John Schneider did it again at the trading deadline 3 years in a row, but Jones is really the one that he was the one in the middle. Leonard Williams was the one that got this run started, but then Ernest Jones has added to that lexicon. Here's Softy.
I don't know if there's ever been a Seattle sports team. I'm thinking about the Mariners, the Sonics at the deadline, the Kraken at the deadline, the Seahawks up until the last couple years at the deadline, where they've gone out 3 years in a row and just hit a home run the way John Schneider has at the trade deadline. First was Leonard Williams, then it was Ernest Jones, and then it was Rashid Shaheed, right? I mean, that's 3 years in a row where they just hit freaking bombs at the deadline. So good for them. And then number two, the difference between this franchise and maybe other teams in town and other franchises in the NFL. Does anybody remember the famous linebacker duo of Dotson and Baker from back in the day?
Yeah.
Remember those two knuckleheads? And John Schneider and Mike McDonald looked at those guys and just said, nah, this ain't going to work. We ain't going to get to go where we want to go with those two guys running around at linebacker. Let's go make a move for Ernest Jones. So the fact that they gave up on both of them and swallowed their pride, more John Schneider, I would think, Chuck, than McDonald, but the fact that they were able to just, admit a mistake and just not compound the mistake and go out and get Ernest Jones at the deadline, I just think it just shows you where this team is at in regards to winning. I mean, it's the number one thing. It's all that matters. Nothing else matters besides championships for this franchise, and they prove it with moves like that. So that's number two. And then number three, I just remember watching Ernest Jones play when he first showed up, and I'm asking myself, why the hell did the Rams and Titans give this guy up?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, what was it about Ernest Jones that wasn't working there? Because I think you're right overall, Chuck, and I've said the same thing, that the best thing this team does is the brain of Mike McDonald, right? I mean, his schemes, his philosophy, his defense, he is the absolute number one reason, I believe, why the team is where they're at right now with John Schneider right behind him. But man, for him to identify for Mike to identify Ernest Jones in Tennessee, even looking back at maybe some of his Ram tape and say, hey, this guy's a good player, but kind of nondescript, right? Not many people around the NFL are talking about Ernest Jones. And then he comes here and he's basically the leader of the best defense in the NFL. It's unbelievable.
A pick from heaven. A pick from heaven. Ernest Jones. If heaven had foul-mouthed angels.
Which my heaven does.
Yeah, well, it doesn't mean they're bad people, right?
No, it just means they have colorful language.
They do. They like to express themselves through the majesty of curse words.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with them. I mean, they're killing it at the trading deadline, and the National Football League doesn't have a history for it being all that aggressive in trades. It's getting more so that way, which I love. You know how much I love trades. I don't know if you heard the 9 o'clock segment.
I've never heard it. No, I wasn't here.
But the NFL as a whole is getting more aggressive about that. And I think that plays to John Schneider's strengths because he might be the best in the business at pulling off trades in the National Football League. And 3 deadlines in a row come away with Leonard Williams, Ernest Jones, and Rashid Shaheed, all great pieces to that championship run last season. Here's the other thing, and I brought this up to Softy. I think people see Ernest Jones. I know I do, and I see just an older person. Plus, he played for the Rams, and then he was with the Titans. And sometimes when you're exposed to a team twice per year with the Rams, you convince yourself for whatever reason that guy's been around forever. Oh, I had Ernest Jones. Seems like he's been a pain in our ass for a decade.
Like the same amount of time as Aaron Donald.
And then he goes to the Titans, so he's been on 2 different teams, and it kind of felt like when we traded for him, I'm like, well, there's a good veteran. We can get the last year or 2 of his career. And now he's been a Seahawk for 2 years. He's still just 26 years old.
Yeah, he's very young.
He's 26.
He's
got an older face, so I think maybe he looks older. He is 26. There's no reason he couldn't play at the top of his game for the next 5 years. Minimum. I mean, he's going to be around here for a while. As he said, I'm not going anywhere. He told us that before he signed his contract extension.
Yeah.
And so I think that I'm not saying that we haven't seen the best of Ernest Jones. We probably have. But there's no reason why the best we've seen about Ernest Jones won't last for a good while longer.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that Ernest Jones is on the level of Bobby Wagner, but we thought we'd seen the best of Bobby Wagner, and Bobby Wagner still had a lot to give. And so I think that Ernest Jones still has a lot to give.
I think he has a lot to give.
Lot.
And
that's why I went like lot.
Yeah.
It's a capital L.
And it gives you sort of comfort because you really do have to kind of remind yourself, like, oh, if we can get 2 more years out of Ernest Jones. Wait a minute, 26. If we can get 7 more years out of Ernest Jones at middle linebacker, we're going to be in. I mean, that's. There's no reason why he couldn't play for at least 5 more years at his level and at middle linebacker, even beyond, because that's one of the few positions in the National Football League where you can afford to lose a half a step and still, because it's played so much with instincts and technique and know-how and knowledge. I think he's going to be around for a while. He can still wreck crap. Ernest Jones been huge for this team. All right, one last thing next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. segment here of our radio program, and then we're going to hand things off to Greg Bell here at KJR. And so we got one last thing to cover. This is what we do at the closeout every show. What's the big deal? Why are you looking at me that way, audience? Why are you staring at
stop
me?
looking at me, Swan.
Yeah, this is what we do every day. You're acting like you're hearing it for the first time? What do you got, Ashley?
So Ian Furness had Bobby McMahon on yesterday. You may know Bobby McMahon.
I've heard of him.
Pretty good hockey player. Going to be here for a while.
Yeah. Kind of sounds like a professional wrestler, doesn't he? Bobby McMahon.
Bobby McMahon. No, he's, I don't know.
The Manimal. The McManimal.
Okay, well, now we should call him that for sure. So Bobby told Ian that Jordan Eberle wrote a message on a stick for him to come back to Seattle. And that meant a lot. It was a very cool thing. And I just thought, that's cool. Like, it's just like when you hear, DeMarcus Lawrence calling Dante Fowler Jr. and saying, like, you got to come here, man. We've got a special. For Jordan Eberle to be like, we need you here, man. Like, we could do some stuff and write it on a stick. I just thought that was a cool touch.
I think, though, the word is out. And I think that I'm not trying to kiss up to our listening audience. I think the word is out on players liking to play in this city. And I think that the fan base has something to do with it, despite all the angry Twitter people.
Yeah.
And then I think the reputation of the Kraken organization is out. I mean, think about what Bobby McMahon did. He showed up here, and the team fell apart. He was playing well.
Yeah.
The team completely fell apart, and yet he still signed here, and what appeared to me to be less than market value. I mean, that wasn't even a long, drawn-out process.
No, there didn't seem to be any back and forth or, they're struggling to meet a negotiation.
Well,
nothing.
Whatever happened, like he got embraced in the locker room. Jordan Eberle was smart enough to say, we want to keep this guy, and started the recruiting process. Whatever interaction he had with the fan base, even though the team wasn't winning down the stretch, he liked. And whatever was going on with the organization, he was down with. And I think I think for a long time, players were like, Seattle, no chance in baseball. But even that's changed now here in the last few years. I mean, Gino keeps wanting to come back here.
We got Naylor to stay. Nobody thought that was going to happen.
Yeah. Like, there's this. And then the Seahawks, forget about it. I think every NFL defensive player in the world wants to play for Mike McDonald right now. Maybe offense, too.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
It's a good run.
Yeah, I like it.
A good run right now.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, speaking of the Seahawks, I do want to mention this. We are going to extend our Seahawks 1 series into next week. That was not the plan. But no one chose Eamon Worry, and no one chose
Leonard Williams. Yeah.
I can't, in good conscience, do an entire month of breaking down interesting Seahawks players and maybe leave out the 2 most interesting.
Yeah, and people are like, wait, what about tomorrow? There's a possibility for tomorrow. I mean, we could tell them who we have on tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
John Ryan. So I don't think he's going to be breaking down Nick Eamon-Worry or Leonard Williams.
Yeah,
I'm just going to go out on a limb here.
Yeah, we've decided to kind of typecast him.
Yeah.
Into talking about, because I've never done a coach. We did that today.
Yeah, which I liked.
And we've never done a kicker or punter.
Yeah.
So for the first time, we're going to do at least Dixon. We might cross over both of them. So that's tomorrow. But there's no way I'm going to get done with this series and not have somebody break down Eamon Worry. So I'm going to sign him to Hugh next week.
Yeah.
And I'm going to sign Leonard Williams to Greg.
Yep.
Because
they don't know it yet.
They don't know it. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to ask a little bit of our 2 special guys to do a little special breakdown of 2 of our most special players. So I'm not going to finish the Seahawks 1 series without doing Eamon Worry and Big Cat.
That's right.
Also, last thing, Diana Rossini yesterday. What did you think of all of that?
About her salary? Was that yesterday?
Well, the salary, and then the other big thing that was making the headlines is that apparently she got pulled over for a speeding ticket, and she got out of it because she asked the cop, who's your favorite football team? And she called the coach of that football team and helped her get out of the ticket.
Oh, no, I did not hear that.
Yeah.
Who was the coach? Do we know?
No, we don't know that.
Oh, that's a mystery. Someone's going to find that out.
Well, that Tony Farmer guy's on it, believe me.
Of course he is. He's dedicated his entire life now to the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel situation.
I don't know if it, isolated by itself, would be that big of a deal, but with everything else going on, And then all of a sudden, you can't help but think, oh, she may have been slept with every single coach in the National Football League. You can't help but think that.
No, you can't. Yeah, you can't rule it out. That's for sure. You're not going to be like, no. She's a two-guy kind of gal. Just her husband and Vrabel. That's it.
Well, we know McVay for sure.
Oh, yeah, and McVay. Okay, three-guy kind of gal.
But no more than 3.
No more than 3.
Well, maybe Tomlin.
Okay,
There's
no
Tomlin
more than
rumors
4.
out there.
There's definitely no more than 4.
You stay away from McDonald.
Oh, I will
You hear
fight
me?
someone. I
Yeah.
almost said a bad word. That really, the idea of that. I was like, I will fight a bee. Not afraid.
I would love for that to have been the very last thing, and then we just go to Greg.
Done.
All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow, 6 a.m. Greg is next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
From the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. Headlines brought to you by Frost Boot, Coors Light, Choose Chill. Mariners are already back at it in Pittsburgh, hopefully wiping out what happened last night. 11-1 loss to the Pirates, the most lopsided loss of the M season. Brian Wu got smacked around. He allowed 6 hits and 5 runs in the 4th inning alone. So the Mariners, though, still lead by 2.5 in the American League West because the A's lost. But now the trash cans have tied the A's, and so have the Rangers. The Mariners are 2.5 games up on 3 teams in the West. Third and final game of the series in Pittsburgh is already starting with Bryce Miller on the hill against the Pirates with his 1.58 ERA. Bobby McMahon on a conference call with reporters who covered the Kraken yesterday said he had extensive conversations with GM Jason Botterill and Coach Lane Lambert during those contract negotiations before he signed last week, or a couple days ago actually. He was pressing the team for details on their long-term goals. Bobby McMahon said, quote, "I want to play on a team that wins. I want to play on a team that does well." Apparently, he's convinced the Kraken are on their way, even though they haven't made the playoffs 4 times in the first 5 years of existence. On our show yesterday, you heard NBA writer Tim Reynolds of the Associated Press out of Miami said he expects the league to vote in Seattle and Las Vegas as expansion franchises to begin play in the fall of 2028 for the 28-29 season. He thinks that's going to happen by fall, the September Board of Governors meeting in New York. He said, "I believe Adam Silver wants this, and then it's on him, Silver, the commissioner, to convince the rest of the owners, some of whom still don't want to divide that pie more than 30, the revenue and media rights the NBA has." At the World Cup, Bosnia-Herzegovina. Man, that place was packed yesterday, Anders. We're going to talk about that.
Good.
Ooh, I was shocked. The place was packed, sold out again.
For Qatar, Bosnia, and Herzegovina.
They were rocking in there. Bosnia. Man, I heard that over and over again.
So cool.
3-1 Bosnia wins. It makes it a near certainty the United States will play Bosnia-Herzegovina in the round of 32, July 1 in Santa Clara in the knockout stage. Mexico won a 3rd group stage match for the first time ever. Canada blew a chance to host a round of 32 match in Vancouver by losing to Switzerland at BC Place. Canada's now going to have to go to L.A. and play South Africa, who advanced to a knockout stage for the first time in World Cup history. Brazil looked more like the Brazil of old in beating Scotland to clinch its group. Now on with the Thursday show. Thursday to you. Return to the Mac and Mark Morrison joining you and us and all of us on 93.3 KJR FM. Hopefully it's a great Thursday wherever you might be listening in the iHeartRadio app for free or on our website, 933kjr.com, on your good old-fashioned car or office or house radio. Yes, that was the voice of Anderson Hurst you heard during the headlines I'm talking to. Not Christopher Kidd today. Chris is not in, but Anders is. I'm sorry, Pops, to wake you up. This is earlier.
So that's all good. I was awake anyway.
You look a little tired.
Yeah, we got a 4-month-old.
I know.
Yeah.
Little man.
The little man he's
not
doing
sleeping?
all right. No, he's doing all right, but it's that grind of the kind of first few months. The first few months are actually good. It's like the 3 to 6 month range. It's the I've heard is the roughest, and we're in the middle of that right now. So.
You've heard. You're living.
Yeah, exactly.
I texted Anders this morning with a couple show notes at like 6:45 in the morning, and I thought to myself, he's a new Pops. He got a 4-month-old. He's up. Was I right or wrong about that?
I wasn't up at 6:45.
Okay.
I was about 7:15 by the time I got up, but then I wasn't able to respond right away because I'm dealing with him. So
that's pretty good.
Yeah,
7:15 is pretty good for a 4-month-old.
Not too bad. Not too bad. It wakes up a few times in between, but you know.
Those of you new parents, those of you who have been parents know exactly where Anders Hurst is right now.
It's a grind.
It's so worth it.
Yeah.
So rewarding.
No, yeah, it's fun. We're having a good time with it so far.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is really cool.
On the show today, we're going to talk about the 2-step forward, 1 ugly step back Mariners. Man, they've won 2 games in a row and then 11-1 loss last night. Previously, brilliant starter Brian Wu, now inconsistent, and he's mad at himself. You'll hear from Brian Wu at about 10:25. He was pretty hard on himself last night after that start. Although we could talk about Randy Arozarena not catching the fly ball that started that whole inning, and we could also talk about Randy Arozarena maybe not even fully healthy being back.
Yeah, some bad defense from Luke Raley. Some bad defense
who may
from
not be fully healthy either.
J.P. Crawford, who may not be fully healthy either.
Man. Well, when they shut down Cal Raleigh for 33 days, that was a pretty effective use of the injured list, I would say.
Yeah. Usually when someone is injured, you would use the, wait for it, injured list.
Yes. But Randy Arozarena was on the 10-day injured list. I think he was on for 10 days and 1 hour.
Right.
And perhaps that was playing into that fly ball that all of the Pacific Northwest baseball dumb thought he should have caught down near the foul line yesterday.
I don't think it was just the Pacific Northwest.
Maybe everybody?
Yeah.
Ever watch baseball?
Everyone in Pittsburgh that was in the ballpark? What's going on there?
The U.S. national team is in unfamiliar territory tonight. I'm 55 years old, and I don't ever remember a World Cup game for the U.S. that does not matter because they've already clinched something.
Yeah.
That is unheard of.
It's pretty wild, huh?
That is pretty wild. That has never happened before. The United States has never won the first 2 games of a World Cup before. That's already happened. And because of that, tonight's game against Turkey, as they now are politically.
Yeah, what is that?
I think everyone inside the country of Turkey calls it Turkey in their own language, and so the FIFA and everybody.
Is it similar to, instead of Cape Verde, it's Cabo Verde?
Correct. Cabo Verde would be the Spanish. I don't have to tell you, Argentinian spouse.
Yeah.
But yes, I think that's where this is coming from.
Okay.
Turkey to the English speakers and Turkey A to the rest of us, I guess, FIFA included. So Turkey playing at 7 o'clock tonight on Fox in Los Angeles, or Inglewood, if you will, at SoFi Stadium. That game doesn't matter. The United States has already advanced, and it looks like a 99% chance it'll be Bosnia-Herzegovina against the U.S. July 1 knockout stage match in Santa Clara. Again, the winner of that match is playing in Seattle. That's already been determined.
Yeah.
July 6th, 5 p.m., Lumen Field. And if you thought U.S.-Australia was, and it was off the hook, what do you call this?
It'll blow it out of the water. It'll be by far the biggest sporting event in Seattle history.
It will.
Yeah.
And that's not a hyperbole. That is a fact. On a global scale, on a national scale, on an attention scale, I hesitate to say it'll be the noisiest event ever in that stadium.
There's different type of noise. Yeah, you're not like having one singular moment where everyone's yelling at the same time, like in football games. But like just in terms of the energy in the crowd, I think you can probably make that argument.
That will be a wild scene if the United States wins that game. So tonight, I have tickets to go down to the Pier 62.
Ooh.
If you've tried to do that.
I haven't yet.
When you get tickets, doesn't mean you're in. You have to get in line, and then there's a capacity. And if you aren't in line in time, it doesn't matter if you have tickets or not, you won't get in.
Really?
I don't know why they don't just issue a number of tickets and stop it. But I noticed in this past week, they are starting to do that. But just because I have tickets doesn't mean I'm going to get into this Pier 62 just to stand around and then buy stuff at the food trucks and whatnot, which is great. It's a communal experience, but on the water. So those of you that want to go down to Pier 62, there's 2 different settings. There's a barge that you can go down and pay for, $52 that goes to the Rave Foundation, the Rain and the Sounders Charitable Foundation here in Seattle. So it's not like you're just giving someone money and it going back to somewhere. Or you can do what some schmucks have done for the U.S. matches so far, the first 2, is buy the whole damn barge. I don't know why they let that be illegal, but you can do that. Some private guy just buys the whole barge for 20 of his friends, and you have drinks and food and watch the game on a barge that's right next to it. I mean, like from as far as Anders and I are sitting apart is how close these 2 screens are. So instead of doing all that, just get the tickets. Well, again, the tickets are capped if you just want to go on the pier, which is free, but you have to get in line to do it. So that's the arrangement tonight. Also, the Mural Amphitheater at Seattle Center, another outdoor venue setting. You could do that tonight. You can go into the Armory where there's a DJ for a free watch party. You can go to Westlake Center, the old mall that has now got a 4-story high indoor screen showing World Cup games. Have you seen that?
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
It
and like
does.
the 4 levels of people
Correct.
watching.
Yes.
But not even just the big screens. On each of those levels, there's little mini watch parties. It's really cool.
And then there's Victory Hall if you want to go outside. Now, it's supposed to rain tomorrow during the day. It's supposed to stop by the time Egypt and Iran play tomorrow night, Friday night, the only night game of the 4 group stage matches here in Seattle, which, by the way, is an elimination match pretty much.
Yeah.
The winner of that will advance, and I think the loser that either is in danger of or will not advance, although Egypt has a real good chance of being third, at least in its group.
Yeah.
Egypt, Iran at 8 p.m. tomorrow. My son and I are going to be down for that. I'll be down there covering it for the News Tribune. So that's what's on in the World Cup here in Seattle. What else we're going to talk about today? There is a bizarre, concerning arrest in Tampa involving one of the starting quarterbacks for the Detroit Lions. It's bizarre, but he's facing felony charges that could put him life in prison. He's in the third year of his rookie contract. I almost said Terrion Austin because I used to cover a Terrion Arnold is a cornerback for the Detroit Lions. We're going to talk about his story and what he's up against. It's just bizarre. And a couple friends, Larry Lage is a good friend of mine. I used to be the AP colleague. He's Detroit's AP guy. I've been trying to get a hold of him all day, but he's a little busy right now between that story and the fact that Drake, I almost said Drake May, Dusty May, the coach of Michigan's national championship basketball team, just up and left Ann Arbor to go to the Dallas Mavericks this week. Larry Lage and the people in Detroit have been a little busy. 11 a.m., I'll have another keyword on our $2,500 daily cash giveaway, the $250K USA giveaway, a national contest. 11:30, we'll read back your text on the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. And the first question I have on that today, how concerned are you with Brian Wu? We thought he was a Cy Young candidate or a surefire all-star in the first month or two of the season, and now he got lit up last night. He's been inconsistent, one great start, and then last night, not great. We're going to go into detail about Brian Wu from hearing from Brian Wu himself. But yesterday, I just want to describe the scene again yesterday. If you think the U.S.-Australia is the only time that the World Cup has been on fire here in Seattle, that's not true. I walked in yesterday with Qataris and with Bosnians, and that and alone is what the World Cup is so special for. The Qataris are wearing their custom clothes and white, and the Bosnians outnumbered them probably 80% of that stadium yesterday was
really?
Bosnian.
Okay.
I would say. That's just a rough estimate. And it was packed. And it was announced as a sellout, 66,925. 2 of the first 3 matches have been sellouts. In the first one, Egypt and Belgium was just 150 short of a
Pretty
sellout.
darn close, yeah.
And the weather has been perfect on all those days. It was a little warm yesterday, as the players and people noticed. But yes, the scene is incredible because it is the only World Cup venue that is downtown, among the fans, among the light rail, among mass transit, among watch parties. Think about all the other places. BC Place is the other example.
Yeah, that's true.
Which Vancouver and Seattle
Toronto, sort of, as well.
Yes, it's down on the water, but it is detached from the downtown core.
Yeah.
But it is on Lake Ontario.
Yeah.
And it is a nice setting, but not.
I don't like
the
their
old
stadium.
exhibition place, which is kind of set aside out.
I don't love their stadium, to be honest.
You don't?
It seems like almost every other stadium has looked like, man, this looks like a World Cup venue.
I've driven by it in a cab on the way to Skydome, but I've never been in it.
Yeah, and I've heard that from a lot of our analysts or Sounders broadcasters or former players. They kind of say the same thing. It's like it's kind of JV in a way, like compared to these just Jerry's World and Lumen and like everything. It's not the same. As
grandiose as Jerry's World, AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas is, it is out in the middle of Detroit, Dallas-Fort Worth, and right in the middle of the Metroplex, right along a freeway, right next to a shopping mall. In fact, the media parking, Anders, to get to Cowboys games is in a Walmart parking lot across the street.
Love that.
And the Cowboys Stadium is right next to the Rangers Stadium, which is right next to a Six Flags amusement park. Not exactly a downtown core. The East Rutherford, New Jersey, the Meadowlands, and those of you who have been in the Meadowlands know those are swamps. There never used to be anything there.
Right.
You can see Manhattan from the skyline from there, but no.
It's not in it.
It's not in New York City.
Right.
And when I said this again, I said it a couple times on our show, when I walked out of the stadium after U.S.-Australia a couple hours after the match and we were done writing, I walked out with a New York soccer writer. And we walked out onto Occidental Avenue, which was still pulsating with bars and restaurants and people walking up. It looked like the game had just ended, and it was 3 hours after the match. And he turned to me and said, "This is where the World Cup final should be.
Yeah.
Not the New Jersey swamplands. Put the fans and have an experience here." And, well, you know, New York and all that.
Yeah.
So even Azteca, as temple.
That's a legendary stadium.
It is, but it's not in the downtown core of Mexico City. It's actually out on the outer ring, one of the outer ring highways of Mexico City. It is a shrine, and it is revered. But Guadalajara, it's right up against the mountains, but it's not in the downtown center core. Monterrey as well, but Guadalajara both.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Monterrey's same. So Foxborough. We could talk on and on about how remote Foxborough is.
Where's Phillies?
Phillies is it's away from downtown, detached. They have their own entertainment district.
Complex,
It's about 3 miles south of downtown, between downtown and the airport. Again, along the freeway. Looked like it used to be an industrial area.
Atlanta?
Well, Atlanta used to be right downtown, and now they've moved it out to. It's across a highway, and you have to. It's really convoluted to get. We're talking about this. It's really convoluted to get into, but it's not right where the Georgia Dome was. The Georgia Dome was right next to Centennial Park and the Olympic Village, and right in downtown. This is probably a half mile or a mile out. It's close to downtown.
Okay.
It's walkable.
There are some that are closer. But it's the one that's only one that's in downtown.
Yes.
In the ruckus.
And Vancouver. Vancouver and Seattle are the two. And I think that is a huge reason why it's been universal. Soccer writers all over the world say the two best venues in this World Cup are Seattle and Vancouver for fan experience and location and stadiums and all of it. Caitlin Clark, if you haven't heard, we're going to talk about her during the show. She got her neck pushed down to the floor on a loose ball scramble the other night. Then her coach came angrily to her defense yesterday, but that was 2 days after it happened.
Right.
So there's some people that are saying, and not to mention, what's the league doing here? That's your cash cow.
Well, and the other thing that the league did yesterday that's kind of angered a lot of people was they put out their commemorative 30-year poster. That they said it's the 30th year of the WNBA. They put one player on from each team, and they didn't put Caitlin Clark on from the Fever.
Who'd they put on from the Storm?
Sophie Cunningham. Or from the Storm, I'm not sure.
Oh,
but
they put Sophie Cunningham on the
for the Fever.
Shocker.
Yeah.
So who'd they put on for the Storm?
I don't know.
I would think Sue Bird, Lauren Jackson.
I think
would be
they're
a
all current
close second.
players.
All current players.
Yeah, because it's for the 30th season.
Oh, well, I would think for the 30th season they should have the legends of the league.
True.
Every team's.
True.
That's a good question, actually, for the text line, 49451, Tacoma Dodge text line. If for a 30-year anniversary of the Storm in the WNBA, who would be your legacy poster person on Sue Bird?
Has to be Sue Bird, but Lauren Jackson has a shout.
Lauren Jackson
for
is
sure.
really close.
Yeah.
Really, really close.
Yeah.
But I would still hedge Sue Bird or Lauren Jackson.
Even Breonna Stewart, possibly, but because she moved, played somewhere else, maybe not, but yeah.
49451. You can give us women's WNBA Storm soccer fans can give us that opinion too. Up next, 2 steps forward, 1 ugly step back for the Mariners. Brian Wu, hard on himself. You're going to hear from the Mariners starting pitcher next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Greg Bell with Anderson Hurst, who's in for Chris Kidd today. I'm missing him. At 1 p.m. today at Garfield High School, Seattle Public Schools has announced there will be a press conference to announce that Brandon Roy, favorite Garfield alum, University of Washington superstar, Portland Trailblazers superstar, Brandon Roy is returning to coach Garfield High School less than a year after they fired him, after allegations that he was using an MBA agent to offer cash and car and apartment to a possible transfer to Garfield. But now he's back. So that apparently has been rectified. There's going to be a press conference. It's going to be on the Seattle Public Schools cable television public access channel at 1 o'clock today at Garfield High School with Brandon Roy back in coaching here in Seattle, in his hometown, coaching his alma mater, Garfield High School boys basketball team. In Pittsburgh, the Pirates just laid it on Brian Wu last night. 6 hits and 5 runs in just 1 inning, the 4th inning, to turn after Wu, first 3 innings, was cruising. And this was after a shutout over 7 innings of the Baltimore Orioles the last time he pitched at home. But home is not the road and road is not the home for Brian Wu. I mean, it is stark, the difference between two. Wu is 5-0 with an ERA of exactly 2 at T-Mobile Park. On the road, he's 1-6 with a 6.38 ERA after last night's shelling in the 4th inning. He didn't come out for the 5th. Manager Dan Wilson didn't let him. Concerned? 49451, I've asked on the text line. Maybe the piggyback should include Brian Wu for a couple turns. What do you think, Anders?
I mean, it's just, this is the thing about the piggyback, though. Everyone, once it changes to someone else, they hope it's someone else. For a while, it was, Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo, and then it was like, oh, maybe we should piggyback Logan Gilbert, because he always seems to be really good through 5 innings and then cannot get through anything past that. And now it's turned into maybe it should be Brian Wu whenever he's on the road. It's
whack-a-mole.
It is kind of whack-a-mole. It's exactly what it is.
Last night, Brian Wu was pretty hard on himself. He was whacking himself with the hammer. This was Brian Wu in the clubhouse to reporters last night in Pittsburgh.
Brian, when you see the frustration out there coming off the mound in that 4th inning, can you kind of just walk us through what happened there? Honestly, I don't know. If I had answers for you, I'd have answers for myself, and I just don't right now. I'm digging, I'm trying, I'm looking everywhere. I just don't know. Like, I wish I had better answers for you, but I just don't. I mean, it's clear you've done a lot of analyzing on this and everything. It seems just the 1 inning, it just gets sped up and you can't get the pitch to get out of it. I mean, does it feel like that on the mound, or what are you feeling when you're out there? It feels like I'm making good pitches. It feels like I'm trying to stay pitch to pitch. Like, when I'm at my best, that's what I feel like I'm doing. Feels like I did that today. In the 1 inning, it's like 3-2 hit, all down the line. Good pitch for a double. I'm sorry. I wish I had better answers for you. I just don't.
You had such a good start against Baltimore. Did you feel the same today, and just the results were different, or did something feel different? Obviously, it's correctable in your mind, but just something like a little bit of success here or there on the road could change that. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm doing anything different on the road. I feel like everything I try to keep as consistent as I can, home or away. I'm sorry. I really genuinely wish I had better answers for you guys. I just don't. Like I said, if I had answers for you, I have answers for myself, but I'm looking and I'm trying. And I just don't have them.
Is there how to let this one go, or is it one to keep it up late tonight?
They all keep me up late. I really, it's not a good feeling, putting your team in the hole game after game. So,
yeah, I mean, I wish I could say I'm just going to, wipe it off and get to the next one, but I'm not. And, I don't know.
Is there anyone you lean on in the clubhouse, family, friend, anyone that you talk to when you're struggling in general?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's pretty great. All starters, we talk pretty much every inning or between every start. My mom tells me I'm doing fine. It's baseball, and it's kicking my ass right now.
You rarely hear a major league or a professional athlete that self-flagellating as he was.
Yeah.
And good on him for personal accountability for sure. And I find Brian Wu, in the times I've interviewed him in the clubhouse, to be exactly that. Very personally accountable and earnest, and says what he thinks and doesn't really hide in cliches, which is welcome for a journalist, frankly. But I don't know. Is that too hard on himself, given the context of the entire Mariners season so far?
Yeah, I mean, he does. I think in my eyes, he does everything he can not to throw his team under the bus.
Correct.
Because he does not get helped by his defense, and that was definitely the case yesterday as well. But it's what you're supposed to do as a teammate. But he still, I think, feels like he's letting his team down. He mentioned that there. It's not a good feeling, putting your team in the hole like that. It's tough to see. He's always one of the guys that wears their emotions on their sleeve more than anyone else of that pitching staff. That's one of the things I enjoy about the Mariners pitching staff is they all kind of have different personalities. You kind of have the very stoic Logan Gilbert who doesn't really change his expression at all. You got the almost kind of always pissed off George Kirby. He's just, no matter what's happening, he seems like he's annoyed and ticked off, which I actually kind of love. You got the Rock, Luis Castillo, who's going to always, kind of not get too high, not get too low. You got the very emotional, like when he makes a good pitch, he screams into his glove, Brian Wu. And then, Bryce Miller is kind of like the Texan that kind of walks in there like he's, the guy. And then Emerson Hancock, very easygoing Southern guy, same kind of thing. So I like how they have different types of personalities here. But when things don't go well, that's always when you kind of really see where the leadership is. And I like this accountability from Brian Wu, even if it's not 100% his fault.
Well, if you couldn't make it out in the clubhouse and it's got music, well, they lost 11-1, so there wasn't much music, but there's things going on and it's not always the greatest quality of audio. Will was asked if he could just put Wednesday's performance aside and get ready for the next start. On turn, that would be a Monday at home against the Angels. And Wu said, quote, "I wish I could say I could just wipe the slate clean and say I'm going to get ready for the next one, but I'm not. When you keep putting your team in a hole, it's hard to brush it aside." That's personal accountability, yes. But as Andrew said, there's more to it than Brian Wu not pitching well for one inning last night. And Randy Rosarina, the fly ball down the left field line, started the whole thing, a ball that most times would be caught and most major leaguers would catch. Of course, most major leaguers aren't coming off a 10-day stint on the injured list with a hamstring injury. Before the game last night, interesting in context, I don't know if you caught Dan Wilson last night before the game, Anders, he said, well, we're still kind of being cautious with Luke Raley and Randy Arozarena coming off their injuries. And I thought to myself, hearing that before the game, before the Randy Arozarena pop fly, I thought, okay, well, why are they playing? Well, you can't DH everybody. That's why Canzone moved the DH lately, because he's been injured. But why are they back from the injured list if they're still injured? And that is putting Brian Wu at a disadvantage to have fielders who are not 100% able to go get fly balls that should be caught. That's not the pitcher's fault. That's the management's fault for putting a pitcher or a left fielder out there who can't run. It's maybe a Randy Rosarena's fault for what apparently not giving the right effort. But if you're thinking about, if you're in a Rosarena's head on that ball, he said, I could go all out like this is game 7 in October, but I might be out for a month or 2 or 3 because I might rip the hamstring that's been strained.
Victor Robles last year at the Giants.
That's correct.
Yes.
That is thank you. That's a perfectly timed reference, Anders. So suffice to say, there's always more nuance than just the pitcher blew up, almost always. On the bright side, I wanted to bring up Andres Munoz. Chris and I talked for months about how Munoz was not commanding his slider, and when he commanded it straight over the heart of the plate, and he got smashed. And we all said, Chris and I talked about maybe he should just rely on a 102-mile-an-hour fastball more. And that's what he did in Pittsburgh. And I saw the headline Ryan Divish had in his notebook item from Pittsburgh this morning in this morning's Seattle Times that says he's going back to his Andres Munoz going back to his fastball and get great results. Yeah. That's what he should be doing, right? I know a lot of guys in the league now throw 98, 90. I mean, the starter for the Pirates threw 100 miles an hour in the first inning today. Yes, but Munoz's ball moves. It rises. It sometimes tails away. His fastball isn't just straight. And 102 with any kind of movement at all is almost impossible. And that's what happened in Pittsburgh the other night. Blew 3 Pirates away.
Right. And the biggest thing with the Munoz is, I think they call it pitching backwards, where you have, like, Mason Miller's a fantastic example. He has the 103-mile-an-hour fastball, but his best pitch is the slider.
Because his fastball is so good.
Right. But the slider is his best pitch, but you use the fastball more often, and then it makes that one time that you use the slider that much more effective, right? Sometimes when you see pitchers, normally it's like if they have a really good changeup, we see also Felix Hernandez in his prime. Changeup was his best pitch. He would lead off with the changeup, and then that would make his fastball that much better. That's pitching backwards. So that's what I feel like Munoz was trying to do so much,
right?
With
But
his slider.
He never went to the fastball in key situations.
Exactly.
And he would go to it was slider to set up the slider.
Right. Exactly.
A couple months of the season, and it's easy for me to say sitting on my couch, but when I see a guy throwing 102 and the ball moves a little bit, if I was a batter, I'd be fear that pitch, and I would exhale if I saw a slider.
Well, and the biggest thing is, you said it earlier, that's the pitch he can command right now.
Correct.
If you can locate it, you can throw that pitch almost every single time and have it. I mean, obviously, you're going to get squared up a couple times. That's why you have the slider in there to mix in, but you don't need to use it 80% of the time, right? Use your fastball, trust it, and then have the slider work off of that.
Okay, those of you that want me to transcribe the Brian Wu interview because you couldn't hear it clearly, I don't have the time to do that while hosting a live radio show, but I'll get on it. Or you can open the Seattle Times or the MLB.com and see
it wasn't official audio. Like, that's kind of what we have to deal with these kind of post-game media scrums, right?
So they have press conferences for the manager and for the cameras, and that's when the nice, shiny audio and lighting.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, in a baseball clubhouse, it's not like that. And you're stepping over bat bags and guys are going by and, all that stuff. So up next, let's talk about our World Cup Today segment. We do at least once a day every segment. And I've got a guy that'll talk quite a bit about it. Anderson Hirsch knows quite a bit about soccer, used to play at college level and beyond, is one of our soccer analysts. We'll talk about the World Cup, including the United States being in a really different situation tonight on 93.3 KJR FM.
Kraken, and the 12th Man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Welcome back. Greg Bell, Christopher Kidd Show is with Anderson Hurst today. Chris is not in. Thanks for joining us. Happy Thursday to you. Not a happy Thursday for the Mariners after their Wednesday drubbing last night. I won't spoil what if you're taping it and you're at work or whatever, but it's just not going well. Let's just put it that way. Halfway through the game. In Pittsburgh, the World Cup is ending its round-robin matches. There are a couple more days of triple headers of 2 group stage matches going on simultaneously at each time so that the other game doesn't know what the other match is doing so that they can try full and not worry about permutations.
It's like week 18 in the NFL, right?
Correct. Where all the games start at the same time.
Right.
Major League Baseball now does the same thing on the final Sunday of the regular season.
Right.
That's what the third and final group stage match rounds are in the World Cup. The United States plays tonight in a situation they have never been in their World Cup history, which goes back 96 years to 1930, the first Cup. They have never won the first 2 matches of a group stage. They have never played a game that means nothing because they've already clinched something. That's never happened in the United States soccer history, and that's happening tonight in Inglewood, SoFi Stadium. They're playing Turkey, 7 p.m. on Fox, but it doesn't matter. They've already advanced to the round of 32 by winning the group. They're already going to play, well, it's 99% certain they're going to play Bosnia-Herzegovina. They already know when they're going to play, July 1st. They know where they're going to play, and that's at Levi's Stadium where the Seahawks won the Super Bowl in Santa Clara in February. So tonight, Anderson Hurst, college soccer player, resident soccer expert, national iHeartRadio maven for the World Cup on online streaming of the games. Would you rest Tyler Adams and keep him from yellow card accumulation? Would you rest Christian Pulisic coming off of his calf strain? While you could have 2 full weeks off of him not having to be competitive? Would you play Christian Roldan because he may not play the rest of the season? Would you give Matt Freese the night off in goal? What would you do?
See, I would try and lean into as much of your preferred starting 11 as possible. Anyone that is like fully 100% that if this game would matter, you would have no worries about, I would probably start. Mauricio Pochettino has already come out and said that anyone with a yellow card is not going to play.
That's smart.
Yes, very smart, because they do get wiped after this game.
Explain that. There are fans on the text line yesterday who were listeners who weren't quite sure what that meant.
Yes. So basically, during this World Cup, if you accumulate multiple yellow cards, doesn't have to be in the same game. Doesn't have to. Yeah, correct. But if it doesn't have to be in the same game, doesn't have to be consecutive games. If you accumulate multiple yellow cards, then you are suspended a further game after that point. So maybe you get a yellow card in the first game and then a yellow card in the second game. You can't play in the third game. Your yellow card gets wiped after the group stage. But if someone who got a yellow card in the first 2 games, either the first game or the second game, and then you get a yellow card in this third game, you are suspended still for the following game, right? The card doesn't get wiped until after the group stage.
So if you get a yellow card tonight, say you're Tyler Adams, central to their midfield plans.
Exactly.
If you get a yellow card in a game that doesn't matter, you will not be able to play a game that does.
Correct.
And Pochettino said, quote, "My decision will be easy for the guys with yellow cards. It's unnecessary to take a risk to pick up another yellow card and not be available for the next round." That sounds pretty logical to me.
Yes. But also, at the same time, those who don't have yellow cards and those who don't have nagging injuries, you mentioned Christian Pulisic, that's a tough situation for me because I feel like if this game were playing for qualification, he would be playing, he would be starting. And I almost don't want him resting for 2 whole weeks, just not playing, in
How
a
about coming on a
competitive match.
sub in the 70th
That's
minute?
kind of the balancing act I would make. I would give him 30 minutes at the 60-minute mark, possibly. That way you can kind of get his legs under him, get him some game time without, trying to overwork him and kind of get him back into the swing of things. You mentioned also Christian Roldan. He also has a nagging injury, which is a big reason why I believe he didn't come in for the Seattle game. When
it turns out he got the injury in the last practice before the match here in Seattle at the University of Washington, his old field.
Yeah.
And that's why he didn't play. And that's why when the two subs came in with a minute left, was not rolled on.
It would have been a
believe
perfect situation for him, too.
I was aghast. I was like, well, how could Pochettino not bring him in for 60 seconds and get the ovation? And that's why.
Now we know why. Yeah. So, I mean, it is what it is. I would try because these international teams don't spend much time together as a group. With club teams, you're practicing every day, you're playing every week throughout the entire calendar year, and maybe a couple breaks. With international teams, you maybe get a month total out of the whole year together. So as much game time as you can get together in competitive situations is so key. So, and you have built this momentum in these first couple games. I want to continue to build that instead of just kind of kick this one to the curb and use it as a rest game. You know what I mean?
You sound like Tyler Adams.
Yes.
Who said yesterday, I want to be on the field.
Yes.
That was his quote. And Pochettino, the Argentinian. You want to know what Pochettino's like?
Yeah.
This is what Pochettino said to that. Because Adams argued, all right, I'm going to be smart. I won't be as aggressive. I'll play cautiously.
There's no reason to risk it.
Pochettino said, I want players who are going to eat the grass.
Exactly. I love that. How awesome is that? But, like, he's right, though. You can't have someone playing half-ass. You know what I mean?
Exactly. He doesn't want to set that tone.
Exactly. So
and you can't switch it on and off.
No, you can't. You absolutely cannot. And what if you're in a situation where, you know, it's a last man situation or a counterattack's happening and you're taught as a player to foul the guy. And then it's an instant yellow card because that's kind of how the game works. You can't turn that off, as you said. So it's a good opportunity to get some of the extra squad players who you will need in the knockout stages at some point, but also try and continue to build what you have in these first couple games. Baseline starting 11 who you would normally do, and then take out the yellow cards,
so that means start Pulisic.
The injuries. Take out the injuries as well.
Okay, take out the injuries.
Yeah.
So even though Pulisic said he feels great and he's looking forward to playing,
I'd play him for 30 minutes.
I think I would agree with you on that. Yes. That's Turkey tonight, 7 o'clock, with the United States already clinching. It's one of the maybe the only match of this cycle of third group stage games that means absolutely nothing.
Well, and that's the other thing is because it doesn't mean anything for Turkey.
Turkey's eliminated.
Which is why I also am kind of a little iffy on playing injured guys because they
might just go
exactly
like last day of school
berserk.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just like I'm trying to prove everything. Like we're going out on a high sort of thing, and you know if I get a red card, so be it. You know, so that's a little bit iffy on my part, but I still would want to get time for the starting 11.
Matt Turner should play tonight, I think.
Yeah,
veteran goalkeeper.
I think so. I was surprised he didn't start first couple games. To be completely honest,
but Matt Freese has been.
He's been really good.
He has given up. Well, the entire defense has given up 1 goal in 2 games. Up next, we have a potpourri of things to get to, including Caitlin Clark getting roughed up in the WNBA again, and her coach coming to her defense 2 days later, and the really bizarre case for Detroit Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold, who is risking his entire football career, his entire life actually, on what he's facing on felony charges out of Tampa, Florida. What is Tom Dundon doing with the Blazers and the people of Portland and the entire state of Oregon?
We know all about what he's going to say.
You're going to hear next on what his proposal is for a new Blazers arena in Portland. A billionaire telling the state of Oregon's residents. You'll hear what that's coming up next on 93.3 KJR FM. to the funky portion of the Greg Bell Show. Anderson Hurst in today. We're getting funky with the music here on 11 o'clock on a Thursday. Pretty good for a dad of a 4-month-old. Good job. Appreciate that.
What do you expect? Baby music coming out? What's that supposed to mean?
Baby music. What would baby music?
I have no
4-month-old music would be like lullabies.
I have no idea. Yeah, something like that.
He's too young for Bluey, right?
Yes, thank God. The only thing he watches on my TV is sports right now.
Good for him.
Every single time the World Cup game is on, I pop him right in front of it. I sit on the couch. We watch it together.
A lot of powder blue and white stripes in his life.
Yes. Well, and a lot of green for the soccer field.
That too. Does he have an Argentine jersey? Does he have a Messi jersey?
He has an Argentina jersey and he has a USA jersey. He got gifted that when he was born. One for each of his parents.
For those that don't know, Anderson Hurst married to a native Argentinian.
Yes.
Wedding was in Argentina.
Yep.
They are going to be glued to their sets all the rest of the tournament because Argentina's going to be playing for most of it.
Yep.
If not all of it.
Hope so.
I think that's a given.
What if USA plays Argentina in a
wow.
stage game? That would be crazy.
Is it possible? Is it possible they play Argentina in the round of 16 here?
No, I think they're on opposite sides of the bracket, to be completely honest. So they would have to face in the final, which could happen. Let's go. Come on.
Man. If you missed it, the United States, if they win the round of 32 match, which most likely almost 99% chance going to be against Bosnia-Herzegovina, July 1st in Santa Clara, will play here in Seattle, July 6th. The winner of Bosnia-Herzegovina in the United States, July 1, will play here, round of 16, July 6th, at Lumen Field to get into the quarterfinals. The United States just doesn't do that. That's just doesn't happen. They also don't win their first two group stage matches.
And for those who are really planning ahead, if you're looking at that round of 16 game, as of now, the other round of 32 game that would play the winner of the U.S. versus Bosnia is Egypt and South Korea right now. So whoever wins that game would play the United States in Seattle, if the United States wins, of course.
Now that can change tomorrow.
That can absolutely
if
change.
Belgium wins.
Yes, that's why I said as of now.
Correct.
Yes.
If Belgium wins and say Iran and Egypt tie at 8 p.m., they're going to play at the same time tomorrow night. 8 p.m. tomorrow night in Seattle is when Egypt and Iran are playing. Egypt wins, they win the group.
Yeah.
By virtue of Belgium just absolutely.
They suck this year. Woo!
They just.
I was talking about this with Brad Evans last night, who was doing the broadcast with me. We did the Mexico-Czechia game. I was trying to think of teams that have, like the big teams that have, because almost every World Cup, there's a big team that really underperforms. And there really hasn't been one. The only one I could think of was Belgium.
Yeah,
and
Belgium.
I don't even really consider them one of the big teams. We're talking like the Germany, France, England,
Spain and Portugal
Brazil.
started slowly.
Yeah, they did, but they both looked fine in their
Yes.
second game. It's all about their third game, but we'll see what ends up happening. But an opposite with England. They look really good first game, tough in the second game against Ghana. So, I mean, there are a couple teams that haven't looked as convincing as you would have liked, but one of the great parts about this tournament is all the stars are showing up and all the teams are playing well, and it should be an absolute just fantastic knockout stage. It's going to be so much fun.
Anderson Hurst, our soccer
I'm a
analyst,
soccer fan, yeah.
player and everything. In the News Tribune, my other job, I wrote a story published yesterday morning, about the Seahawks not even being favored to win their own division, let alone return to the Super Bowl because of the Rams. In fact, Vegas Insider lists the Seahawks with the fourth best odds to win Super Bowl 61, also behind the Baltimore Ravens and Buffalo Bills.
What?
Yeah. Now, professional athletes love this. They love slights. They love any chip on shoulders they can find. They go make them up somewhere.
When's the last time of defending Super Bowl champion who, take away the fact that they're bringing back almost their entire team, when's the last time they were this not favored in the
I
next
would probably
season?
say the 2000 Baltimore Ravens off of Trent Dilfer.
Yeah.
That would be my guess off the top of my head,
Yeah.
which happens to be the last Super Bowl champion featured on Hard Knocks. That was the first Hard Knocks episode.
That's right.
And now 26 years later, the Seahawks will do the same as defending champions. So I was talking about how the professional sports athletes love to seek chips on their shoulders and motivation. They manufacture it. They just make it up. Well, they're not making it up in Seahawks headquarters. Leonard Williams was one of the players last week at the mini camp who said, yeah, we noticed that the Rams are favored by everybody and getting all the love this offseason. That's, of course, the Myles Garrett, acquiring him and getting Trent McDuffie and paying him the highest cornerback salary there is. Of course, they lost Jared Verse in that. This is what Leonard Williams said, quote, "I think I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a little extra motivation from hearing that type of stuff," meaning about the Rams being the favorites. "There's a little extra chip on our shoulder. You know, we just came off a Super Bowl winning season and people are still giving other people as favorites over us." I will tell you this. The Seahawks coaches spent a lot of time, Seahawks-Ram game weeks, the offensive coaches, game planning on how to block and account for Jared Verse. And the fact that the Rams had to give up Jared Verse to the Browns to get Myles Garrett is not lost in Renton. They understood that, yes, the Rams got better with Myles Garrett, but they got worse losing Jared Verse. And that was a big part of the Seahawks game plan. So net, yes, the Rams probably gained on that, but I think you could make the argument, and I did in my story in the News Tribune, the Seahawks defense overall is still better than the Rams. And they have a quarterback, the Rams do, at 38, Matthew Stafford. There's no guarantee he's going to have another MVP-type season because he may not stay healthy. You'll start getting to be 38 years old, and you're one hit from not playing. And then what happens? So there are, yes, on paper, but how many people win the offseason and then don't do squat in the regular season? It happens all the time.
All the time.
That's why the games aren't in June and April and March. So, yes, the story is that the Rams are the favorites. The Seahawks notice it. The Seahawks are playing it with a chip on their shoulder, especially the veterans, and this will be talked about all summer, including on Hard Knocks. You'll watch it on your televisions. They'll talk about it. And Jared Verse leaving the Rams was a big deal for the Seahawks. They are glad to get him out of the NFC West and the NFC as a whole. That story is at thenewstribune.com. Anders, when I came in this morning, alerted me to the story out of Portland that Tom Dundon, the Carolina Panthers Stanley Cup winning owner, also now the new owner of the Portland Trailblazers, wants a new arena. He wants a $600 million new arena. He wants to pay exactly $0 and no more cents for that arena. He wants it to be private. If I'm misrepresenting the story, tell me. He wants it to be entirely publicly funded in Oregon?
Yeah.
Does he know where he is?
Yeah.
If anyone's been to Portland once, you would realize that ain't going to fly.
No.
for a basketball team in Portland. I know the Blazers and their history and Rip City and Bill Walton. Yes, I know all of that. But it's frickin' Portland, Oregon. There is no way that the people in the government and elected officials and anybody is going to go for an entirely publicly funded arena. And let's face it, I mean, the Rose Garden isn't the greatest arena in the world, but it ain't
Moda
bad.
Center. It's the Moda Center now,
Yeah,
Greg.
I'm gonna call it the
I
Rose
know
Garden.
it used to be the Rose Garden.
I've called it the Rose Garden. It's a great place to watch a basketball game. I've covered NCAA tournament games in there. It is great.
It's cool. Yeah.
It's not ancient and decrepit and needing ripped up. In fact, last time I was there, the Memorial Coliseum still exists next door because the Winterhawks, the minor league team, were playing in it. So if Tom Dundon gets his way, let's get this straight. The city of Portland would have the Memorial Coliseum where the Winterhawks play, next door to the Rose Garden, Moda Center, where the Blazers just moved out of, to move into a third arena that would cost $600 million, and the owner pays none of it.
So let me slightly adjust that. This is to renovate the Moda Center. They wouldn't build a new one.
They wouldn't tear it down to the studs at $600 million?
I don't know. But it wouldn't be.
He wants $600 million in renovations?
It wouldn't be a third.
Okay, so there wouldn't be a third standing building.
It would be the Moda Center still. But my thought is kind of what happened with Key Arena turning into Climate Pledge.
Everything but the roof.
Correct.
Replaced.
But like you're not moving it or you're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So two structures. $600 million with the owner who makes billions upon billions each year giving none of it in Oregon? That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
This, I hear you. I don't even have to look at the text line to hear you, that this is what people fear when they say, who are going to buy the Seahawks? Who are going to be the new owners for the Sonics? What kind of owners are you going to come in here? Seth Wickersham, of course, floated the idea that a new owner would want a new Seahawks stadium. The Seahawks don't need a new stadium. They need a new grass field. Get rid of the turf. They don't need a new stadium. And it's not necessarily true that a new owner is automatically going to ask for that. Now, they may and probably will ask for upgrades and more luxury seating, which the Seahawks and Lumen Field have added in the last couple of years, field level seating, tunnel suites and whatnot. But it does matter who buys the team.
Yes.
For this reason. If you get a Tom Dundon who won't even pulls T-shirts off the seats because in the playoff games because he doesn't want to spend money. He doesn't want to put injured players and travel party usual employees on the planes because he wants to save a few bucks. That does matter. That's the kind of stuff that a new owner could do. I've said this. I've talked about it a couple times. There is a big whale, and I'm not ready to discuss who it is out there who is very hyper Seattle, who would allay those fears, who is laying in wait to buy the Seahawks. That's all I'm going to say about that. And it's somewhat, I would not write that. It's supposition, and it's somewhat irresponsible of me as a journalist to do that. I'm just going to tell you there's some whale out there that would allay those fears. And it would be hyper-local and would not do that. And I definitely would not put $600 million worth of renovations on the taxpayers of Washington State and Seattle. That would not happen with this guy I'm talking about. Anyway, let's see how that goes for Tom Dundon in Portland.
Yeah, I mean, it's for those in Seattle who are thinking, man, I've seen this before. You have. This is exactly what happened to the Sonics, right?
This is Clay Bennett.
Yes.
This is let's ask for the world, make the public pay for it until they say, get out of here. That's what happened. Now, you can go back one step before that. It's Howard Schultz who sold it to a guy who he knew was going to do that.
And does that happen with Portland as well?
There are some people around the NBA who believe the NBA, this is from the faction of owners. We remember yesterday, Tim Reynolds, the AP writer for the Associated Press based in Miami, says there is still a faction of owners who don't want to expand because they want to keep that 30-piece pie instead of 32 pieces on the league revenue and the media rights.
Even with expansion fees?
Well, that's the offset, right?
Right.
But the argument there is that's a one-time bulk lump sum payment.
Invest it.
Of course, it's $10 billion.
Yeah, right?
Or $8 billion. That's quite a lump
team.
sum. There aren't many lump sums that show up at $8 billion, right? $6 billion. So you talk about a lump sum. It's a relative term. But yes, the argument is that's a lump sum in whether the 32 versus 30 sharing the media rights pie is an annual payment.
Right, but then wouldn't you get more revenue because you have two more markets?
Of course you would.
I feel like it's a pretty easy trade-off.
Of course you would.
Yeah.
Yes. So there are some people who in the NBA, among the circles who don't want to expand, who say, let's just have Tom Dundon move the Blazers to Seattle. Let's have this Clay Bennett-like arena situation go on in Portland until the people of Oregon and Portland say, hell no, get the hell out of here. We're not paying $600 million in taxpayer money to your new arena, which is not that old to begin with. Now, Key Arena was a different case. That was outdated much more so than the Moda Center is. Didn't have luxury seating.
Right.
Concourses, the parking, the trucks, the too steep coming in for concerts that limited the ability to have other events that would make money. All of that. Yes, I get that. But at its surface, this is a Clay Bennett type move, which worked for Clay Bennett and the Oklahoma City Thunder, obviously. You don't have to remind people of Seattle that. But there are some people that think that could be in play here, and that instead of expanding, that the Blazers become the Sonics. That would be unbelievable.
Yeah.
But then again, the Sonics being in Oklahoma City is pretty damn unbelievable too.
Yeah, I do think that there wouldn't be as much talk with expansion amongst Adam Silver if it wasn't very far down the line, including now we got yesterday the news about the bidding for the Las Vegas team as well. So that kind of
by the NHL guys.
Right.
By the owners of the Golden Knights,
right,
who are owned by a West Point graduate, by the way.
Which by all signs was kind of the thing holding it up. Seattle's ready. Vegas has to figure their crap out, right? So they finally did, and now it's like, all right, we can kind of start to move on with this thing. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Portland moves, but I don't think it's very, very low that it moves to Seattle. I could see them moving to like a Nashville or something like that, but I don't know. It's interesting because now the other thing is the realignment question, because there's two Western Conference teams coming in. You're going to have to move someone to the East. What if that's Portland?
Well, you could literally move them.
That's what I mean.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. There is a legacy and a tradition in Portland that absolutely there are
No,
people
absolutely.
that would fight to keep it there. But
And I'm not advocating for that.
No.
I'm just looking at the reality of that might be a possibility.
Correct. 425 on the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. The 425 brings up a very good point. If Jody Allen is willing to sell the Blazers to this clown, meaning Tom Dundon, is it out of the realm of possibility to consider the same can happen to the Seahawks? Jody Allen is, by chair of the Paul G. Allen Trust, her late brother. The chair is the one selling the team, but her responsibility is to sell it to the highest bidder. Now, I am frankly not as well-versed in the Blazers sale to know if Tom Dundon was the highest bidder.
I don't know if he was either.
But the terms that I understand, I haven't seen the Will and Paul G. Allen Trust instructions on selling the Blazers and Seahawks. Sorry, they didn't just hand that to me and say, Bill, you can go read this on your spare time. That's a closely guarded secret. But the understanding is that they are obligated by the trust, by Paul G. Allen's wishes, to sell to the highest bidder so they can maximize the profit to the philanthropic giver. The trust is selling the teams for philanthropic interest. In fact, not just the teams, but everything. His space exploration, his sea exploration, all of it. The music collection, all of the things that he is liquidating out of his estate is supposed to go to philanthropic. The revenue goes to the philanthropies he has.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that makes me think that wouldn't be a possibility with the Seahawks is the fact that the NFL, I don't think the NFL would allow someone like Tom Dundon to even think about owning one of their precious 32 franchises.
And that is a great point because the NFL, unlike the NBA has a proliferation of owners. Some of them are hedge fund people. Some of them are venture capitalists,
Right.
which the NFL just recently allowed to be a part of percent minority stake of ownership, venture capital money. But there is a much more of a disparate collection of owners and sub-owners and minority owners. The NFL, Anders, you bring up a good point. They have a good old boy network.
Oh, yeah.
They have who they want. And by and large, with the exception of the Jacksonville Jaguars owner who's based in London, they have a good old boy network of old white guys. 55, 65, 75-year-old rich white guys own NFL teams. And they want that. They want league meetings to be a meeting of good old boys, of billionaires who all think and act the same. They are closely guarded on who they bring in. Now you say, well, Jody Allen can sell to whoever she wants. They don't have to sell to good old boys.
Not
True,
necessarily. Yeah.
but who has to approve that sale?
Correct.
The other 31 league owners have to approve that sale. You just can't sell a team to anyone and expect it to get approved. So the NFL does have a say here. But Jody Allen has it, from what I understand, incumbent upon her to sell to the highest bidder so that she can have the most money to go to philanthropic interest of her brother. This whale I'm talking about will take care of all of this. And he would
check both boxes.
And this is someone the NFL wished they had in their group decades ago. I can tell you that. So this may play itself out where those fears will be unfounded. I hear you, though. It's not hard to draw that line. And if the Blazers went to Tom Dundon, what's going to happen to the Seahawks? We will see. People have asked me all month on the text line. I have not heard anything new on the sale of the Seahawks other than now there are multiple bidders, which is what they wanted. And that potentially the guy who the new owner may potentially be waiting until all those bids sort themselves out so he doesn't outbid himself by bidding too early, if you follow what I'm trying to say there.
Yeah.
Up next, your chance to be a part of the show on that Tacoma Dodge text line. Just read back a good one from the 425. We have a couple others, including what to do or how concerned you are with Brian Wu. You're part of the show next, and Neil will join us, tell us what he's doing from 12 until 3 on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Greg Bowe, Anderson Hurst with you live on 93.3 KJR FM. We talked about Brian Wu. You heard from him. We talked about Tom Dundon and the Blazers asking for $600 million in upgrades to the Rose Garden. It probably doesn't need a tenth of that. And asking for the public to pay all of it. Didn't talk about Caitlin Clark getting her neck pounded into the floor in the WNBA. There's definitely something against Caitlin Clark by some players anyway. 49451 at Tacoma Dodge text line. You know what time it is. The music means it's time to be a part of the show. I owe you a keyword, too. Do you happen to have that?
That's right. Let me grab it for you. Hold on.
Chance to win $2,500 each day at 8 a.m., 11 a.m., 2 p.m., and 5 p.m. on our $250,000 USA giveaway at 933kjr.com. We do it every weekday to get $2,500. The words it's like the same 6 words. So the roulette, what pulls up for the same 6 words today?
I'm looking. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay. Pirates. The Mariners have the Pirates where they want to. I'm a Pirates fan. I still lived outside of Pittsburgh growing up. The Pirates bullpen stinks. They can't throw strikes. So all I'm going to say about it, I'm not trying to give away this. I'm just going to tell you that the Mariners have the Pirates where they want them.
Good.
We'll see where it goes. 206 must be a parent. Guys, Bluey is the most amazing show on television. I'm 49 years old. My kids watched it for many years when they were younger. That is extremely in-depth, meaningful, and loving, high-quality show. I agree. Bluey is the song alone.
Is that sarcastic?
I think it's really good. It's New Zealand or Australia? I think it's Australian.
Okay.
It's an Australian show.
I do have your cash contest word, by the way. The word is, wait for it, cash.
Uh-oh. C-A-S-H, cash.
You don't have to spell it for him, Greg.
Sometimes
These guys should know how to spell.
They might spell with a K. I don't know. If you spell with a K, I guess you won't win $2,500.
You will not. And remember, don't text it in. I have to tell people this every single time.
Go to the website, 933kjr.com.
That's exactly what it is. Yes.
I appreciate the Bluey. Thanks to us.
Yeah, I'm not really looking forward to that phase.
Well, they don't have to. I mean, our kids didn't watch television.
Sports. We'll watch sports.
Oh, there you go.
That's what we're doing.
There you go.
Yeah.
425 says only soccer would have a meaningless playoff game. This is not a meaningless playoff game. It's still a group stage game. It's a Week 18 game.
Exactly. And it's a great comparison, Greg. There are many meaningless Week 18 in NFL games.
That's quite a few, actually, yes. Really. 425 says, really wish Paul would have just left the team to his sister. He did and he didn't, but yes, the trust still owns the team. Jody Allen is the chair of that trust. So she technically is just the chair of the team, the trust, the owner oversees.
Yeah, the thing about the Tom Dundon comments that really get me are his reasoning for asking for public funding. And he quotes that, I'm going to get the exact quote. Hold on just a sec. So I want to make sure I get this right. It feels like we're making a pretty big investment by staying here and paying these tax rates, the billionaire said. So this has very Jerry DiPoto, we're doing the fan base a favor vibes.
Every time he buys something, he doesn't pay a dime in tax in Oregon. There's no sales tax in Oregon. So he's not getting taxed as much as he could. If his income tax is high because he's a billionaire. That could be part of the reason why.
God.
206. Could the Seattle Stadium be upgraded by taking out the Hawks Nest and enclosing it with more seats and skyboxes, meaning on the downtown side it has the open side?
So it's more like a bowl then?
It would be more of an enclosed bowl.
Yeah.
Would hate to see that, but if you want upgrades, question marks. Well, I can't see him redoing the Hawks Nest because they just did.
Yeah.
The World Cup, FIFA did not want metal seat backs in their stadiums. No. And so they made them put chair backs into the Hawks Nest. Remember, the Hawks Nest used to be the old Kingdom metal seats.
Right.
And that was the one remnant of the Kingdom from which those of you who just came to Seattle or just born a couple days ago, the Kingdom used to be on the site that is now mostly the north parking lot, but the site that is now Lumen Field. And the north stands were the metal bleachers from the Kingdom. Well, the World Cup has changed that. FIFA required seat backs. So now the Hawks Nest has been remodeled with seat backs. And in fact, they're painted so that the Seahawks logo
has an eye.
the eye of the hawk
Yeah.
is the backs of the seats.
Which I think is pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah.
You can't see it on television because those seats are completely full because the stadium is sold out for every
Right.
World Cup match. But I don't see them ripping up the place they just remodeled. But it's a new owner. Now, the Seahawks don't own the stadium. A public stadium authority owns the stadium.
Huh, funny how that
Public
works,
stadium
Tom
district.
Dundon. Weird. Weird.
Anyway, by the way, Jim yesterday on the text line told us that the Seahawks raised their ticket prices $600 per season ticket in the Hawks Nest because of those seat backs. And because they
600 for the whole season?
Yeah, per ticket.
Per ticket.
So
what was that?
12. He said 1,200, but it was per 2 seats. He said.
Okay, so then that's divided by 8.
Eight home games.
Yeah, or 8 or 9, depending on. Yeah, I don't know how many they have next year. Actually, they may not have 9.
Andy on the 206 says it's the wrong word. Come on, Greg.
It's not the wrong word.
That's what he said.
I got it.
253 said that word is wrong. If it was Caitlin Clark, 253 said, I would take my endorsement money and just retire from the WNBA. They clearly don't want her. Screw them. Rod from the 206 wants to know, do you prefer peanut or M&Ms or plain M&Ms? I used to say peanut, but recently I've scarfed more plain M&Ms than peanut. That's a good question, actually. Can that define you as a person? That's a good question.
I did give the wrong word. That's my apologies.
I put him on the spot. He was scrambling.
That's my fault. That's my
Sorry,
fault.
He's got a 4-month-old at home. Give him a break.
I found out I was doing the show last night because, it's how it goes in this business. Liberty.
And justice for all.
Yes.
Liberty and justice for all. Because cash actually was not in my staple of 5 rotating words.
I had the wrong cash contest sheet up.
Liberty, which was probably the word 2 days ago. It's a word again at 11 o'clock. Liberty, Liberty, in case you need to spell that.
Sorry, guys. That's my fault. Not Greg's.
Peanut M&M's guy, Rod, says, what do you think of sending down Wu to Tacoma for a few weeks and bringing up Anderson in his place? No, I don't think you should put Brian Wu down, but that would piss him off. He's already pissed at himself. But the question about Anderson, I think Anderson's going to come up in September, and they're just going to put the best 13 dudes in their pitching roster for the playoffs.
Yeah.
Look, they're going to win the West. This is all fun and games, but the trash cans, the A's, and the ring, come on. They're going to win the West. They're just going to have to right themselves to win in the playoffs. But they have a pitching staff to do it, and I think you just bring all your best pitchers. If it's if it's Anderson at AA, fine. Bring them all up, sort them out for the playoffs, right? That's what I would do.
Well, Chris Crawford has mentioned this a couple times on Molly Watt Monday, and I actually really like this suggestion. Compare it to what David Price did when he first came up for the Tampa Bay Rays. He was a very highly touted prospect, same kind of situation. Left-handed pitcher as well, by the way. He came up, and for the playoffs specifically, he was like kind of a long reliever, but high leverage long reliever sort of situation where he comes in like the 6th inning and he can take you the rest of the way. Right. It's
old school reliever. That's what they used to do.
Piggyback.
I won't even say that.
It's kind of what it is, but a guy who could do that against in any situation, right? And then that way, because the reason why they're not rushing to have this happen is A, because they have, in their eyes, 6 starting pitchers that they feel very comfortable with, and B, because they need to limit his innings. He pitched a lot in college. He didn't pitch at all after they drafted him last year. And if you look at his game log this year, he's only going 4 or 5 innings every single time, no matter how dominant he is. They're trying to limit his innings.
Yes.
Right? So if you want to do that and not have him have a full-on starter's workload when he comes up, David Price role. I think that's a really good kind of balance. That way you don't necessarily have to trade one of your starters to get this done. You could have 2 piggyback guys, right? Whether it's Castillo or...
They got to trade Castillo. This whole piggyback is just to keep him marketable to trade as a starter. And if they don't do it after doing this whole piggyback, then they have failed. They got to trade him at this point. Why else do this?
I think he has more value to the Mariners than he does on the trade market.
Not if he keeps starting, though. A starting pitcher with his pedigree and his salary would go straight into some contenders' rotation.
It wouldn't get you anything back, unfortunately. Either that or you're eating a bunch of salary
Well, they may have to give some of that money. That's true. They'd have to eat some of that money.
Which I don't think they'll do.
I'm going to say something that will floor perhaps you and a lot of others. On June 14, 1974, Nolan Ryan threw 13 complete innings against the Boston Red Sox. He threw 235 pitches in one game. 13 innings. Nolan Ryan. He didn't need load management and limited innings. Freaking Hall of Famer with 6 no-hitters.
Different game. Different era.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. He threw pretty damn hard. I don't think it's that different. It's become different because they've made it different. The ball is still round. The pitcher still throws from 60 feet 6 inches.
Yes, but the examples of the Nolan Ryans, there's also, I'm sure, a lot of examples that you don't know about where pitchers' careers were cut massively short.
Of course. But
so they're trying to avoid that from happening as much as possible.
Of course, and I get it, sure. But what I'm saying is the kid gloves treatment, you don't have to do it to the extreme that teams do it, including the Mariners. You don't have to. You're choosing to as a choice and a strategy, and so far so good. At least they're making the playoffs. We'll see how this works out this year. But you don't have to do it. They're doing it as a choice, and it's a modern choice.
I think almost every team does it, including the Dodgers.
I'm not saying they don't.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you don't have to. It's the choice du jour.
I tend to think if there was really any question whether they should be doing it, there would be more teams that don't, but every team does.
I don't know about that because everybody subscribes to the same analytics iPad baseball now. Everyone plays by the same rules. Everyone does analytics. Everybody does we don't steal, we don't buy. Everyone plays the same way, but it's a choice. It's not just, well, this is the way a game is. The way a game is because that's how teams have chosen to go about it. That's the approach of the years.
Sure, but there are more teams that use it more and differently than other teams.
Again, I'm not saying that's not true. I'm just saying that is still a choice. You can always do the other thing, but no one's doing the other thing. No one's keeping guys in for 9 innings. No one's keeping guys in for 120 pitches. But you could, and it has happened, and it's happened successfully in the past. Just teams don't do it anymore because that's the choice they make, that's not the right, smart way to do it. There will be a team sometime, some way that will go back to the old school. They will. Yeah, I don't know when that's going to be. But that's what's going to happen. It'll happen. It'll happen sometime.
I don't think it will.
It could happen in the postseason. You could have a dude stay in for 9 innings if he's shoving. It may not happen this year, but there will be a team sometime in 20 years from now, perhaps.
I don't think
people never thought bell bottoms would come back either. I'm just telling you that it's not like you can't do it. It's just that no one does.
It's because it's stupid. Too.
Well, is it?
Yeah.
That's modern that's not necessarily makes it true. It just means that that's currently what everyone thinks. That's my point. That's true of life. Just because everyone's doing something doesn't mean it's right.
Well,
it's just
all the
that everyone's
smartest
doing it.
people that are
they?
Yeah.
Are the Mariners doing the smartest thing, or are they doing what they have decided to adhere by? The piggyback, is that the smartest thing to do?
Well,
or is that what they've decided to adhere by?
Piggyback's separate from keeping pitchers healthy and not throwing them out there for 13 innings and 235
Is
pitches.
it though?
Yes.
Is taking Bryce Miller out after 4 innings?
Yes. It keeps him healthy. Yes.
Right. Is that the best thing, the smartest thing?
Yeah. I mean,
I say no.
Depends on what you think the smartest thing is.
I say no, but
Why?
You say yes.
You don't want to keep your players healthy?
I want them to shove for more than 4 innings. That's what I want them to do. They're major league pitchers. They grew up pitching more than 4 innings and 60 pitches. They did it all the time. Now all of a sudden they get to the major leagues and you can't pitch more than 5 innings?
I just logically think if it were that easy just to be like, oh, why don't we just throw them out there for more if they're pitching really well? Every team would do it.
They ever used to do it. That's all. They
don't anymore. There's a reason for that.
But there's a reason it was done before, is my point. And just because because people are choosing to do it now doesn't mean it was wrong then. It means that this is the way teams are doing it now.
Because
teams used
they
to
know
play
more.
4-3
Because
defenses.
they have more information.
People used to play 4-3 defenses in football. Now they mostly play 3-4. It doesn't mean the 4-3 is wrong. It means that's the trend. People used to run the ball with I formation. Doesn't mean that was wrong. It means that's just the current trend. That's all my point is.
Because they have more information.
Doesn't mean that doesn't make it right though. It just means you have more information. Analytics doesn't mean it's right. It just means you have more information. And sometimes a manager's analytics should go out the window.
I hate the anti-analytics movement.
I know you do.
It's so
I know you do.
Primitive.
Ask Joe Madden about anti-analytics.
Who doesn't have a job right now?
Yeah, and you know why he doesn't have a job? Because guys like the Mariners won't hire him. Joe Madden's done something the Mariners have never done. That's won a World Series.
I don't think he'd win a World
Up next,
Series.
Ian Furness is learning. It's the mayor of Maple Valley. Joe Madden is not the Mariners manager because he wouldn't be a yes man to Jerry Dipoto. Simple. He didn't want to play analytics games. They got a yes man in the job right now who does the analytics by iPad. Okay, so you get piggybacks and guys getting pulled after 4 innings, so scoreless. It's crazy. It doesn't have to be this way, but it is.
Welcome to the new world.
Dude, I'm not that old. I live in this world. I'm just saying it doesn't make it right. I'm just saying what it currently is. I get it. I know. That doesn't mean it's correct. Ian Furness, the Mayor of Maple Valley, is up next on 93.3 KJR FM. kid. Not anymore. This is not here today. It's Anderson Hurst. I just say that out of habit.
Anderson Hurst?
I already missed him.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, the Mariners doesn't want a nerd on the show.
The Mariners got...
You are a soccer nerd.
No, a baseball nerd.
You're both just a nerd.
Yeah.
The Mariners got Ref Schneidered in Pittsburgh. That's all I'm going to say. It happened. Left-hander comes in. They got Ref Schneidered.
Oh, God.
If only they use their analytics, Greg.
He wants to argue with me about analytics. He's tried to tell me Joe Madden is not a good manager. Joe Madden isn't managing because the analytics guys don't want him in the job. He won the World Series with the freaking Cubs.
I compared Joe Madden to Pete Carroll, right? Pete Carroll won a Super Bowl with the Seahawks, was a fantastic coach, but the game's passed him by.
I will, not knowing enough about Joe Madden, except for the resume in terms of the win, the pretty significant one.
The Cubs!
Yeah, I know, pretty significant one at that.
Yeah.
I do believe, okay, I'll use this one. Because I kind of compare them. Who was I was talking to somebody about this yesterday. So Dan Bilesma won a Stanley Cup a zillion years for your hometown team.
Yes.
The Pittsburgh Penguins. Mike Holmgren won a Super Bowl with the Green Bay Packers. Both really good coaches at one time. The game evolves and changes. And I think so highly of Mike. I think it's absolute sham he's not in the Hall of Fame yet. Mike Holmgren would not coach in today's NFL. And hell, he's the first guy to admit that. Like, when we start talking about, well, you got the GPS and the shoulder pads and all this, he just like, you've seen Mike when we say that, and his head starts spinning and steam comes out of his ears. And, I think Bilesman was a great example of that. Bilesman was just way over his skis. And, and then people blame the Kraken analytics department or whatever. And it's like, no. How about the coach that doesn't know how to use it?
Exactly.
and shouldn't sports be a little bit of everything? Some numbers and some eye tests.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's my point is it swung so far that the eye test and the gut check doesn't even register
I
anymore.
watch the, like, and you're there, when we go to an NFL game, there's always scouts from like the next week and stuff like that. Those guys are charting plays and formations and stuff, but a lot of it too is the eye test, right? College, for sure, that's what it is, right? It's definitely the eye test. Hell, you go to a Thunderbird game or an Everett Silvertips game, NHL drafts on Friday. And you see, I always used to joke, the guys, you can tell with the NHL scouts, they all sit in the top corner, end of the rink. They all got overcoats on. It used to have a dart coming out of their lower lip. But I used to watch those guys come in there with a notepad and scribble stuff down. Now I see those guys coming in with a notepad and an iPad. It's a whole different world. It's a whole different world. And I know a lot of my old scouting friends from back in the day that we'd have beers after a game in Tri or Seattle or Kamloops or wherever. Them dudes right now, they're like, I don't know what the hell they're doing these days. What's going on here with entry zone? What does that mean? So it just, stuff evolves. It's all good,
But there's still a place, I think.
There's still a place for the eye test.
For a manager who's lived baseball his whole life, played it, coached it.
Well, I think isn't that the criticism of Wilson?
Yes.
Is there's no gut feel for how, and maybe he's not allowed to.
Exactly.
Right?
And I'm not saying the Mariners are good at that, right?
Yeah,
but they're like, to say that all of baseball is just way too nerd heavy and everything.
Wait, did Greg call it nerd heavy?
Yes.
No, I did not call it nerd heavy. I didn't use those terms. I did not use those terms.
You basically said that the game.
Dude, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say nerd heavy. I said that the manager should be able to trust his gut for knowing baseball in his heart, and he's played it, and the emotions and the intangibles and what his gut tells him. That's what I said.
Yeah, but
I didn't say it was nerd heavy.
You said Joe Madden doesn't have a job because that's what everyone thinks now. Everyone looks at the analytics now and everything.
I said Joe Madden isn't the Mariners manager because he would never say yes to the things that Dan Wilson says yes to.
Well, I think there's a lot of accuracy to that.
Yeah,
because
I agree.
the Mariners' last two managers have been guys that were first-time managers that Jerry DiPoto could dictate everything to. Is that fair?
I don't think that's even a question.
Right. But that's it. Like, it's like you are not going to get an established manager in here with as long as DiPoto's in charge.
Absolutely.
You're just never going to. I mean, the next guy is going to be, Dave Valley or somebody. I don't know. I mean, it's now actually Val wasn't part of the 95 team. So it would be does A-Rod want to manage? No, wait, he can't do it.
Yeah.
How about the weird one is that they didn't bring Joey Cora back. I always thought they would do that.
Alex Cora's available.
That's still a possibility, by the way.
Yeah. Well, you lose to 2 or 3.
You
Lose 2 or 3 to Pittsburgh. You may want to. All right.
Drafts tomorrow. What do you get today?
We're going to check in once the M's game's over. Chris Crawford's going to jump on with us. We'll talk to him, kind of break down the game, and do a little post game, a little Mile Y on the air. So we'll do that. We'll check in with Eno Saris coming up at 1:20 from the Athletic Rates and Barrels podcast. Really kind of a great guru with pitching. That's kind of his specialty. He's a nerd. He is a nerd with nerd numbers. I haven't asked him about this. The whole piggyback thing, I got to get his thoughts on that. I can't wait to get his thoughts on that. Especially using the guy who's the reigning American League Player of the Week. Anyway, that's coming up at 1:20. And then Danny O'Neill, since we're not on the air tomorrow, actually I will be, but 3 o'clock with draft. So Danny's coming on at 2 o'clock today's normal Friday visit instead.
That's Ian Furness and Jessamine McIntyre up next. Thanks for listening. Anderson Hurst and Greg Bell, 10 to noon. We'll do it again tomorrow. Have a great Thursday. Ian's up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, welcome in on a Thursday edition of the show. Ian Furness with you. I'm trying to look something up here. I'm just a little scrambled today, people. Just a little scrambled today. But don't worry, I'm guaranteed human.
Yes, you are. Bump, bump.
As are you.
Bump, bump.
How you feeling?
A lot better.
Good.
Sorry for missing yesterday.
Listen, never be sorry for being. I'm guessing. And listen, I think we've all been guilty about it. God, sorry I couldn't be there. Sorry I wasn't there because nobody wants to be sick, but we all say the same thing.
Yeah.
Don't we all say the same thing? Like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, don't be sorry. I don't think you wanted not to feel well. I could be wrong.
Well, the thing is, too, I was already here. It's not like I called out for the whole day. I came in, recorded a bunch of stuff.
That's the worst. That's the worst.
It was better for me to stay.
You're here.
And I was here early, too. I had a bunch of stuff to do.
Yes.
And then I was like, I can't see.
You are here. Why would you want? If you're going to be sick, stay home first. But you didn't know you were going to be sick because it kind of came on. So,
Yes.
But I'm glad to see you're back. Glad to see you're feeling well and all
Thank
that.
you.
And we're keeping an eye. The Mariners game's almost over. Chris Crawford's going to join us probably 12:20 today. Our guy, Mollywop Monday, one half of it. And we'll get to that coming up here in just a few minutes to wrap up the M series in Pittsburgh. Their broadcast is just an absolute disaster today. They've got all kinds of technical issues. And I'm going to say this, because this is a favorite pastime of everybody, to bash on broadcasts and production. And, I don't know who you're yelling at now, Mariner fan, because you used to just yell at Root Sports. Root Sports, fill in the blank negative, right? That was everyone's thing. And having worked on and off there for some freelance stuff for years, and then being in the building for the last 2 years with the Kraken Hockey Network. And yes, the Kraken left Root and did their own thing, but we still use the facilities and a lot of their same people. The people there are great. They're passionate. They're everything. Sometimes weird. And if you've ever listened to this radio station, you would know that sometimes broadcast equipment breaks or it fails you.
Oh, yeah. Or the building catches on fire. You never know.
Yes, all those things can happen. But it's weird watching. I'll talk to Chris about this. It's weird watching a game. And Jess, you're not nearly as old as I am. But when I was telling Greg this, when I was growing up, we had, back then we had Monday night, we had Saturday game of the week. Like nationally, there's like one game. It was, I don't know, it was ABC or whoever had it. There wasn't even Fox back then, but it was like a game of the week every Saturday for us on the West Coast, like 10 in the morning, 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the East Coast. And it was the same teams every time. It was the Yankees, Red Sox. Orioles were good back then. Jim Palmer's pitching. He's probably on, whatever it would be. But it was that game. And then Monday Night Baseball. We had Monday Night Baseball on ABC, which was phenomenal. I loved Monday Night Baseball. But that was, again, your team. Back then, not every game was televised. So the national games were a big deal for everybody. And there was no interleague play. So if you're a Mariner fan, hey, there's National League, Dodgers are playing the Braves. Well, even before TNT or TBS, like, hey man, you didn't see the National League teams. So it's kind of fun to watch. My point is this: when you're watching those games way back when, and I met a number of you probably remember this, 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. There's probably a lot of you that do remember when we were watching those games. There were no graphics, like score bugs.
Oh.
It was just a game.
It was just the game.
Yeah, if you watch a highlight from when Henry Aaron hit his 715th, that was on Monday Night Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
It might have even been a Tuesday. They might have actually had a special show. But anyway, there's no graphics. It doesn't say at bat Aaron 44, 0 for 1 today,
on the mound,
and the score and all that. The pitch count, splitter, sinker, slider, all the stuff that pops. None of that was there. Well, their stuff today, they've got some issues in Pittsburgh. I would blame Pittsburgh, not the Mariners. I do wonder who you're going to blame, though. Are you going to blame the Mariners? Are you going to blame Root? You can't blame Root. They're out of business. They shut down the building May 30th, closed it up, locked it up. Thanks for coming. So who are you blaming? But, yeah, they're having all kinds of issues. So I'm watching the game, and I have to keep going, like, what's the score? It kind of sends you a little cuckoo.
I was just going to say, I wonder how much more pressure that puts on the television broadcasters right now, because they have to do it all.
Well, for a while they were doing like on the phone or a phone line too. So yeah, it was really bad. So it's been a little bit of a gong show for them. But you know what? Also, that also tells you that that's kind of exactly how the game has gone too. So pretty much along the way. Here's what's coming up today. Eno Saris will join us at 1:20. Our baseball guy, or I don't want to get in between Anders and Greg getting mad at each other, but Eno's a baseball nerd, and he freely admits that. Got great hair, though, does Eno. brought to you by
And he
Georgetown.
likes beer.
And he likes beer. Brought to you by Georgetown Brewing. He is going to join us coming up at 1:20, and we'll talk to him about all things baseball, Mariners, and other things. But I do want to ask him about the piggyback because that's coming up on Saturday with Logan Gilbert, piggybacking with Emerson Hancock, I believe it is. Like what he thinks of that, what people in baseball think of that. This is a very unique situation. So instead of going to a 6-man rotation, they're going back to this piggyback. We'll get to that with him, and just the road trip, which is not starting out well for Seattle at all. We'll get to that. Danny O'Neill's going to join us at 2 p.m. today. Usually Danny is a Friday guest, but I'm going to think this will be 3 weeks in a row we're going to do this with Danny, by the way. Usually he's a Friday guest. Well, tomorrow, Softy and Fain are doing the 12 to 3 show because at 3 o'clock, the captain of the Kraken Audio Network, Michael Benton, he will be asking everyone to leave the premises that is doing sports radio, and the Kraken Audio Network will take over. Network Central will be live from the 32 Bar and Grill. NHL Draft first round coverage starts at 3 o'clock tomorrow. I think the draft starts at 4, but Mike's going to anchor our coverage and will do a phenomenal job. I think he's got it's like Jackson when I heard Jackson had like 48 pages of notes as they're starting their soccer coverage. I think Benton's going to double that with the amount of prep that he will do.
If he hears that now, it's a challenge.
Yeah, he'll have that. Meanwhile, Al and Everett and I will just sit there and chime in when need be. So we'll be doing that from 3 to 7 tomorrow. So since we won't be on normal time, Danny's going to join us today from the Dang Apostrophe. There's a ton of stuff to talk to him about. So look forward to doing that a little bit later on this afternoon as well. So we got a busy show coming up today. 49451 is the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. I got a soccer thing I want to hit on. I may get to that at 1 o'clock today. And it's more big picture. If I don't get to it today, we'll get to it later on. But World Cup tonight, I didn't mention this. The U.S. is playing tonight against Turkey. Or what is it? Turkey A? Is that how you say it now? Turkey A?
Yeah, I believe.
I don't know what we're doing. Isn't it Turkey? Did Turkey change their name? What are we doing? I mean, come on.
I think they're trying to say it. They're like pronouncing it the way that the countries pronounce it.
Czech Republic is now Czechia. Yep. I don't know. Anyway, they're playing tonight. It's a nothing burger game. However you want to say the opponent's name, Turkey, whatever, they are out. They're already been eliminated, and the U.S. has already moved on to the round of 32. So it's effectively a friendly or a exhibition game. But maybe we'll see Roldan, although it sounds like his injury may keep him out of the lineup, which is unfortunate. But that's at 7 o'clock tonight. Of course, again, we'll have that for you right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Mariners have lost. They lose a series, dropped 2 of 3 to the Pittsburgh Pirates in Pittsburgh, off to Cleveland now. So we'll talk about that. Our friend Christopher Crawford, you might have heard of him. He'll join us coming up next. In Pittsburgh, Mariners drop 2 of 3 to the Pirates. Fall back to 41-41 on the season. 500, 5-1 the final. The Pirates over the Mariners. You know what? He's got to do his own Mile Y later. Post it up on YouTube. You guys need to go look at that because who knows? By the time he does that, he may snap again. And there's nothing like a good Chris Crawford snap fest on Mile Y on YouTube. But we'll see how calm he is right now. Mariners getting beat by the Pirates. They head off to Cleveland now. There's a lot of stuff to discuss. First of all, my friend, thanks for popping on. Let's talk Mariner baseball, shall we?
Well, before we do that, I have to tell you that if we were doing this over Zoom, my username was going to be Lance Pitlick. Do you remember Lance Pitlick? And the reason why I used Lance Pitlick is because I would rather Pitlick than talk to you about the Seattle Mets.
Listen, I think I really thought you would have a hard time topping Hawk and Lube, who was our name last week. I believe
I still got some.
Yeah.
I got some, my friend.
Buddy, I know you do. I know you do. For those wondering, Lance Pitlick is a former Florida Panther, by the way. Played at the University of Minnesota over the years. So, yes, indeed. Lance Pitlick. Really, you'd rather do that than watch. I mean, this was the perfect storm of everything that could go wrong. The broadcast had all kinds of technical difficulties. And I said this in the first segment again. For all those people that want to bash everybody and everything about the broadcast, listen, we work in broadcast. We do a show every day. We do, what do we do? 12, 13 hours roughly of radio every day, live radio. Actually 14 now with the World Cup stuff. Stuff breaks in broadcasting, people. I'll ask you this. Has your computer ever failed you? Okay. So let's not bash like Aaron Goldsmith and Angie and MLB. They didn't want to have a nightmare broadcast with one camera, no post game. Now I think a no post game show that's a whole different conversation. But they didn't want that. But I think it was actually fairly appropriate for the game today to have the technical issues they had in a 5-1 loss, Chris. We do this for Monday. Let's just do it right now. Initial thoughts from just today. We'll get to yesterday as well in a second and Brian Wu, but let's just initial thoughts from today, the 5-1 loss.
They stink. I mean, they are a really bad baseball team right now, and I believe this is now a dozen games. It might be 13. It might be 11.
It's 11.
Whatever it is, it's too many that they haven't scored more than 3 runs, and they had their chances today. By the way, real quick on the broadcast thing, the Pirates had the same issue, guys. It was not limited to the Mariners. The Pirates, they used the MLB feed, and it was broken, and it sucks. But it was just a perfect chef's kiss that perfectly encapsulates just how things are going for this team right now, because they're not good at anything. They aren't great at pitching, for sure. They are a terrible defensive team, and what this offense has done over the last 2 weeks is just garbage. It is absolutely wet garbage that has been set on fire, and then somebody throws some manure on top of it, wets it up, and lights it again. Like, this is what's going on with this offense right now. They can't get anything going. Even when they have their chances like they do today, nobody can come up with a clutch hit. Nobody can come up with that 2-run single or that 3-run homer that they've relied on so much in the year of our Lord 2026. They have been so dependent on hitting those ding-dongs over the fence, and they just aren't right now. And if they are, they're solo ding-dongs. And I'm tired of the excuses, too. It's not just injuries. It's not just playing a tough schedule, which they haven't done. Like, they haven't played the absolute very best in baseball yet, or they've had their games against the Doldrums. Pittsburgh's not a great baseball team, and if you watched those games outside of 2 innings on Tuesday, did they look like the better team at all to you against the Pirates?
Nope.
Heavens to Murgatroyd, no. They looked awful, and I'm tired of the excuses of it just being injuries. I'm not saying they don't play a part, but a lot of this just has to do with them being a mediocre baseball team. And this is now over half a season. Yesterday was the halfway point. Today was supposed to be the fresh start It's just the same old, and I'm really tired of people making excuses about it. I'm tired of the Mariners making excuses about it. I'm tired of hearing it from the media. I'm tired of hearing it from social media, and maybe I'm just tired. But they have to start looking like a legitimate team. We can't just keep saying, the injuries, they're going to get healthy. They look pretty damn healthy to me right now, and they're just not very good. And I'm tired of just hearing about how the division's so bad because they don't exactly have an elite big lead on the division either. They suck.
Chris Crawford rants are always good. I thought that was going to be saved for Mile Y later, but I'd still tune in because there could be part two. Let me give a couple numbers for our listeners. In a 5-1 Pittsburgh loss, Pittsburgh win over Seattle today. Again, Pirates take 2 of 3 from the Mariners on this trip that started in Pittsburgh. We'll go to Cleveland, which we'll get to as well for the weekend. But in this game with the Mariners, the numbers that jump out, runners in scoring position, the Mariners were 1 for 10. J.P. Crawford had an RBI single. That was it. Refsnyder, Naylor, Arozarena, Julio twice, Cal, Emerson, and Young all had opportunities with runners in scoring position. All came up empty. That's a big number that jumps out. You mentioned it. This is why I've been doing shows for a while. I've always appreciated because I think I was going down this same road. And I brought this up the other day. I think might have been Tuesday that I brought this up. I think Chris, you and Nate and I talked about this last year. The reliance on home runs. It's rather significant for this team. This year for Seattle, when they hit a home run, they're 35-20. If you want to do the math, they have just 6 wins this season. Just 6 wins this season if they don't hit a home run. Like, they have to hit home runs to win baseball games. And that's I think you're going to tell me that might be a little, especially if your runners in the scoring position numbers are so woeful, that might be a hard thing to sustain throughout the season.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing that's scary about that, too, is, and I know one of the reasons T-Mobile Park, in fact, the biggest reason T-Mobile Park is so tough to hit in is because it limits doubles, it limits triples. It's one of the hardest places to make contact. There's been a bunch of studies. There was an article last year from my buddy Mike Petrolio about how difficult it can be. But T-Mobile Park isn't exactly it's not Coors Field. Like, you're not going to be able to just, bash the baseball out of this place. That's concerning to me. It is concerning to me that they are so homer dependent, because the other thing is there's some guys on this team that don't have great power. There are not a ton of them. We're not talking about Omar Vizquel in the early 90s, lack of power, but there's a few guys here you're not counting on to hit 30 home runs. So those guys have to start getting on base more often and letting the big boppers go. And the other thing is, I mean, this was even true for Big Dumper in his 60-homer season. They came in spurts, right? There were 2 to 3 week stretches where he had 10 to 15 home runs, and then it would lull for a little bit. Same for Julio. Julio's been as homer streaky, I think, as any Seattle Mariner I can remember. So you have to be able to provide some offensive oomph without hitting the ball over the fence when the ball is not falling over the fence. And nothing I have seen from a single Seattle Mariner this year has been good enough to suggest that they are going to be good enough unless they are hitting those homers. Man, they just have to. I know there's a bunch of studies. If I said the word clutch in front of Joe Sheehan and Keith Law, they would both. If they were tall enough to beat me, they would beat me. But they got to clutch up, man. They have to start clutching up, and they have to start being better with runners in scoring position, or else this is going to be a really long, sad, lonely summer.
They had traffic. Chris Crawford with us, 5-1 Mariners lose to Pittsburgh today. They had traffic a few times, and that 1 for 10. Sometimes runners in scoring position look at it and go, okay, well, they got through it. This was a game that they had to have better numbers because, again, they had guys in scoring position. They had 10 times they had at-bats with guys in scoring position, and they had just the one hit. Right. Let me go down. I trust your eye and what you're seeing. Cal Raleigh, since coming back, is 5 for 26. He has 1 home run, 3 RBIs, 6 walks. He had 3 strikeouts today. I mean, his numbers are just awful. His slugging percentage for the season is .319. We think he's healthy. He's just not right. Just timing, whatever. What are you seeing from Cal right now? Because if we're being honest, they need him. And I said this the other day. I think I said to you and Nate, Cal Raleigh in June or July. I'm not really like whatever. They might be able to sleepwalk their way to a playoff spot. We need Cal Raleigh in August, September, and October. But at what point are we concerned about Cal Raleigh?
So, and I totally agree with you. It's just he's got to be better for October to matter. Like they need him to start putting more consistent results. I mean, I thought he was just really aggressive in this series against the Pirates, and it was great to see that home run. That ball was absolutely destroyed. And, you know, he did have a double and a walk today, but the timing still doesn't look right, which is concerning because he did go on a rehab assignment. And, again, I can't imagine how many times I have repeated myself with this, but you can't stimulate Major League pitching. It's so hard. And, you know, we've seen Randy Arozarena come back, and boy, he got on twice today. They had a lot of guys get on twice today that just couldn't get anybody home. But Randy Arozarena looked awful, especially it was very obvious he did not go on a rehab assignment when he played in those first couple of games. I think it's going to take a little bit of time. I have a lot of confidence in Cal Raleigh being a major impact player, assuming good health after the All-Star break. But him hitting second, him getting the overwhelming majority of at-bats when J.P. Crawford gets on base and getting so many chances here, they have to do better because a guy with a 261 on base percentage and a 319 slugging percentage hitting second in a lineup that is supposed to compete for a world championship just isn't good enough.
No, and you know, the Arozarena too, again, if we're being honest, his one hit today was an infield hit. That dribbled, you know, right? So, I mean, he did get on with a walk, but he's been your best offensive player, Randy Arozarena, this year. We're far away. We're a long ways away from throwing any shade his way, probably, because he's carried the offense. But yeah, I was interested. So Raleigh just kind of maybe over aggressive, what have you. Let's go down the pitching road for a second, Chris. Bryce Miller goes 5 2/3, gives up 5 hits, 3 runs. They're all earned, but here's what it was. He struck out 11. It's fun. It's like you look at the numbers and you go, damn, 11 strikeouts, no walks, 5 hits over 5 2/3, but only 3 runs earned. They were all off of the long ball. He gave up a 2-run home run and a solo shot. So really 2 swings did in Bryce Miller and the Mariners today. Miller seemed okay. That wasn't the issue. Spire was fine. Pizzardo got through an inning, but then Hoppy comes in and gives up 2. I don't know if it mattered. They were already down 3-1 at that point, so it may not have mattered.
Yeah. I mean, it probably didn't, but I always like to be within the ultimate baseball cliche, the bloop and the blast. Like, it just changes things so much. Yes. Alex Hoppy is just not ready. Like, he's not ready to be, and if it wasn't for the injuries, he probably wouldn't be on the staff. But like Jerry, Justin, if you're listening, and I can't imagine they would be listening to any other station right now.
They're listening.
You got to go get a bullpen replacement, man. You have to go get another bullpen arm because you're going to need one anyway. And we are now June 25th. It's now that time where you start to see teams start to make those types of acquisitions. But I thought Miller pitched. I mean, it looked pretty ugly in the first 3 innings, and I posted this on Blue Sky that, like, if anyone's due for a clunker, it's Bryce Miller. You can't be this good for that long. Well, after that 2-run homer, Bryce Miller was excellent, and he had plenty of carry on his fastball. It's a career high in strikeouts. By the way, Mitch Garver catching again. It seems like anytime Mitch Garver catches, you have a chance to set your career high in strikeouts. You also have a chance to give up a bunch of home runs. There seems to be no kind of in between there, but I'm really encouraged with what I've seen from Bryce Miller. The bullpen did fine. You know, I hear a lot of people, and I do think they need to make a move, but a lot of teams would kill for the Seattle Mariners bullpen to be able to have guys like Pizzardo, Spire, Andres Munoz, who has looked fantastic since his little back issue flared up in Washington. That swing and miss stuff has been readily apparent. They do need another arm, but the pitching is definitely not the issue with this team. It's just this is Don Wakamatsu offense levels of ineptitude that is just killing this team. And I'm sorry for people who have to remember freaking watching Jack Wilson hit and the ghost of Griffey for that second season in the reunion. And It's just been that bad over this last week plus, and it's just really frustrating to watch this because they shouldn't be this bad. There are too many talented players for this to be an inept offense.
Chris, can we? I'm going to go back to yesterday for a second. One of the weird. You know why we love sports for a lot of reasons. One of the things about sports, unless Brendan Sorsby is involved, is the unpredictable nature of what's going to happen. Right? Like you just don't know.
Sure.
And this is the strangest one. And I don't know if you're seeing anything. If you talk to people around baseball, they're seeing anything. The Brian Wu home and road splits are just remarkable. I mean, it just and yesterday another road start started out really well and then runs into trouble. Wait for it. One bad inning. And one bad inning later, 5 runs earned, couple walks, and he only lasts 4 innings, and Brian Wu gets lit up again on the road. What the hell is going on there?
I mean, it's really interesting because I don't see anything super different between where he's attacking and how he's pitching. It's crazy how much worse he's been on the road. And I will say this, like all of those runs I believe yesterday ended up earned, boy, they shouldn't have been. The defense yesterday was just awful. I mean, awful. I was almost tempted to call Rich Moore and say I need a late night show because I need 2 hours to talk about Luke Raley's baseball game yesterday. Because Luke Raley played as bad of a baseball game as I've seen from a Seattle Mariner yesterday. He goes 0-for-4 with 4 strikeouts. And yeah, Wu was getting hit hard, but if he has an outfielder who doesn't have hands of insert Washington State Cougar receiver.
Stop it.
They don't. No, I did it. I went there. I had to do it. I've been very friendly. I get one every time I volunteer to do this. If Luke Raley can just make a freaking play, that damage gets limited to 2 or 3 runs, but he allowed extra runners to move because he looked like a guy playing against Benton's kid in Little League, man. Like you can't be that bad in the corner outfield and strike out 4 times in pathetic at bats. And I know we waxed poetically about Luke Raley just a couple of weeks ago. I'm not having fun watching him play baseball as of late, man.
Chris, it also points out with the fielding. This is a good reminder that when people bring up fielding percentage, it means nothing because Raley had 1 error yesterday. JP didn't have any today, but I'll let you if you want to talk about your son's play at third. I mean, so it's the balls you don't get to. And hell, the thing with Wu though yesterday, there were 2 balls that were rockets right off the get-go that I think Julio did get to, right? So, like, it was – so, like, he kind of Wu got a little bit bailed out in that regard. But, like you're saying –
Good point.
But like you're saying, there's other balls like adequate outfield play that changes the dynamics as well, right? It's not the error. It's just the fact that you didn't get – it's like if you or I were playing in right field or left field, you're like, okay, well, like, it's not an error because they didn't have it go off their glove – but they couldn't get there. Like they just couldn't get there, right?
I totally forgot about Randy Arozarena's play in left field yesterday, too. That to not be able to get to that ball for that ground rule double was just atrocious. But their corner outfield play has been so bad this year. With the exception of Victor Robles, I think Robles has been fine out there. But that's the thing, man. It's not fielding percentage. If it was just fielding percentage, then defense would be a lot easier, right? It's not your video game where your guy automatically gets to the baseball and it's up to you to hit the triangle button in time to make the catch or anything like that. It's about having range and being able to make plays. And, boy, J.P. Crawford looked rough pumpkins at third base this week, and I expected some ups and downs, but boy, it was really rough. The throws that he made, the lack of range that he has at third base is it's still an issue. It's less of an issue than at shortstop, but it's still an issue. And this team is bad at run prevention, which sucks because with what they have with their starting pitching, and I know there's been some ups and downs there, and the bullpen, which has had some ups and downs, it's still, to me, a team built on preventing runs and then scoring enough to get those W's. Well, 1/3 of the team is well below average at it. Like well below average. It's such an important facet of the game. And I just don't know how you improve it without making massive roster moves.
Yeah, I would tend to agree along the way as well. I mean, it's just that. By the way, I believe this is just coming out now that more, Chris, on baseball with the negotiations with the MLBPA is coming out.
Yeah.
Have you seen this? The salary cap floor and model.
Yeah.
2027.
I wrote about it for Roto-World about 10 minutes ago.
2027 cap of 245. Actually, let's do this. Can you stick around one more segment? I think this is important because a lot of people in the baseball world, and I'm sure if you wrote about it for your real job with Roto-World, there seems to be a lot of concern, maybe more concern than we even had before about a work stoppage. So we'll keep Chris one more segment, Jess. This is pretty significant what MLB's doing, and Chris just wrote about it, which is great. That's why we have you on, buddy. Give him a raise, Jess, will you? Like, we're throwing raises around here at iHeart all day, right? So we can,
always.
Yeah.
What's 10% of nothing?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding, Chris. You're the best.
We'll keep Chris. We'll lean on you for this because we'll get away from the 5-1 Mariner loss and talk about what the future might look. Because MLB is on a full-blown media campaign right now against the players, trying to get fans on their side. We'll talk about that next. Mariners lose 5-1. We've done that. We've taken that and beaten it to death. We're done. We'll wait till Nathan can join us and take a little pressure off Chris on Monday when they go to real fast. Chris Crawford's still with us. Cleveland. Been a pretty good team most of the season right now, although now they're tied in the American League Central with Chicago at 42-39. What to expect from this series this weekend?
It's a very average baseball team. It's just it's a team that has 80 to 85 win talent, and so it'll probably not go very well for Seattle.
Okay, perfect. That's good to know. Well, didn't we just could you, if I would have asked you that on Tuesday about the Pirates, same thing? So you said the same thing?
Oh yeah, very similar. Just good. Way better ballpark, and they have Livy Dunn, so that's a difference.
Fantastic. About an hour ago, Major League Baseball tweeted out, posted, whatever, the following. Biggest issue baseball fans want solved to strengthen the game is fixing the player disparity that leaves too many fans without hope of their team competing for a World Series title. Every other Major League U.S. sport has tackled this problem, and every year more small market teams in those leagues have a chance to win, et cetera, et cetera. Ultimately, the game is about hope and competition. Too many fans and too many markets have too little hope for their team. Fans overwhelmingly support a salary cap and a floor. So MLB had a full-pledged media campaign. Here's what we're proposing: a salary cap and floor model that levels the playing field. The cap would be 245. The floor would be 171 million each. So Nate, you just wrote about this, Chris, for Roto World. What's your take on this?
It's going to get ugly, folks. It's going to get really ugly. And the MLBPA has already issued their response that these are basically non-starters. There was a bunch of stuff that came out today. Like, for instance, they want to have a limit on how long contracts can be. They want to have 5 years be the limit for players who sign with a new club. They want it to be 6 for players that re-sign with their previous club. They want to completely get rid of deferrals. They agreed to get rid of the qualifying offer as part of this, which, for those unfamiliar, it's basically a 1-year thing where you offer a player one of the higher salaries, and if the player declines it, they can get a draft pick, and some other tiny concessions. But the MLB is, and I'm sorry for saying the MLB, Major League Baseball is going hard. And this is the fact they're going to social media with this stuff just speaks to that they are not, I almost said a really bad word, around. They are not screwing around. And the MLBPA is not going to screw around either, because, and not to get to what my side on this is, I think people who know me know what my side on this is. The reason those leagues have been able to agree to salary caps is because they opened their books. They opened their books and they agreed to revenue sharing. Are major league owners going to be willing to open the books and show just how much money they're making off of this league and create an actual revenue split like the NFL and the NBA have? I don't know, but I'll just tell you this. I will be absolutely stunned, and boy, do I hope I'm wrong, stunned if we are playing baseball in April of 2027, because I think that they're just so far apart on so many issues, and the MLBPA has had such a stronghold on not having a salary cap, on not having limits to contract stuff, that giving that up without getting a substantial amount of concessions and that opening of the books that shows what teams are making, I don't see us playing baseball in April of 2027, but you can still have me come on to talk about the Kraken.
Well, we'll do that. Yeah, we will do that. I'm just looking. I believe, and I could be wrong, but let's just say, just for argument's sake, so the salary cap floor of $171.2 million. I believe there's almost half the league doesn't even get to that right now. Is that right? Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. The Mariners, in fact, would be right up against it based on their current payroll. So they would have to add some salary in order to reach that figure.
Because, Chris, that makes me think the following. Dance with me on this a little bit. So if we're Major League Baseball is saying, listen, as a group of owners, you need to spend this number because they're not making their books available, right? As you're saying, but MLB knows what MLB knows what these teams are making, right? They know what these teams are making. Sure. They have to.
Of course.
So you know what that tells me? That there are a lot of owners that are just pocketing cash and not investing in the product So I understand the trepidation with the cap. It'll never happen. To me, give me a floor. I don't care about the cap, but give me a floor. If you truly want competitive balance, I think it's the floor that has to be the bigger part of this thing. Everyone's going to talk about the cap, but I think it's the floor that we have to talk about.
Ian, if I was in studio right now, we would be embracing because I couldn't agree with you more, man. That is the issue with Major League Baseball right now. It is not the Dodgers. It is not the Mets. It is not the Phillies. It's the Athletics. It's the Rays. It's the Marlins. It's these teams that do not invest because they don't have to. There's no reason for them to. And because of the way MLB's structure works, too, you can have really good baseball players for 6 years without paying them a relative. I understand that hundreds of thousands of dollars are a lot of money to most people, right? Not Ian and Jess because of their just massive contracts. But
huge. It's unbelievable.
Most of us normies, that's a lot of money. It ain't a lot of money for Major League Baseball players. It's just not. And if people can please get through their heads that you cannot compare the guy who works at Denny's to Major League Baseball players, I would really appreciate it. Like, it's just not the same thing. You know it. It's just a good talking point for you. That's the issue with Major League Baseball. But there's just no way in Hades that Major League owners are going to be willing to have that floor without having a salary cap as well. And that stinks. I hate it. I think it is just an absolute crutch. And I think Joe has said this. By the way, all of Joe's stuff about the draft yesterday, I was just saying, hell yeah, in my car while I was listening to that guy talk. Because that guy's he's so smart. And he hit the nail on the head about all of that stuff. The issue is that not those teams that are trying to make themselves better and put a better product, on the field. The issue is that you have close to 40% of the league not caring whatsoever about the results on the field, and a bunch of them caring enough about the results on the field, but not more than the bottom line. That's a bigger issue for Major League Baseball. You can tell me all you want about how the salary cap has fixed the NFL or fixed the NBA. Bullcrap. Absolute bullcrap. What's fixed the NFL and MLB is the sharing of revenue. The sharing of revenue. And if Major League Baseball wants to share revenue, then I'm begrudgingly okay with the salary cap. If you're not willing to do a revenue split and show what that revenue is, absolutely not to a hard salary cap ceiling.
Mile Y, go subscribe. It'll be on YouTube. When are you taping Mile Y? When can people watch that later today?
Oh, gosh. Probably around 4 o'clock. I'd really appreciate it. Recapping every single Seattle Mariner game. And I'm a little annoyed that I got my screeching in today for you instead of my
you've got
potential to make about $7, but I've got it. I'll take a little nap. I'll drink a Diet Fresca and I'll be right.
My guess is by the time you tape Mile Y later, people can get home tonight after work and listen to it, and you'll snap again, which I love about you. So go do that. We'll talk to you on Monday, my friend. Thank you. That's great. The great Chris Crawford. Nobody does it better. Sensational stuff. God, yeah. I'm glad we got into the salary cap stuff. We'll touch on that because I'll give you the actual numbers in a second. It's startling how many teams are, at least in terms of what they pay, as Nathan Bishop would say, just not serious about winning. We'll do that next. in the Steel City. They lost last night as well, 11-1 big in Pittsburgh. Brian Wu went just 4 innings last night. Bryce Miller was pretty good today. He's only made 2 mistakes, both home runs, a solo shot, and a 2-run home run. And that was enough because the M's can't score runs. They have now had 11 straight games where they have scored 3 or fewer runs. 11 in a row. June 12th, when they scored 10 against Washington. The last time they put up more than 3 on the scoreboard for Seattle. Miles Mastroboni cleared waivers, been outrighted to Tacoma. World Cup later tonight, Turkey, USA. You'll hear it right here on 93.3 KJR FM. That's a 7 o'clock kickoff right here on KJR, your home of the World Cup. NHL Draft begins tomorrow afternoon. Kraken is slated to pick at number 7. Preview show and all the coverage at 32 Bar and Grill starting at 3 o'clock tomorrow with the Kraken broadcast team. Let's go to hour number 2. Moving along on this Thursday afternoon. Disappointing day for the Mariners, 49451. We'll get your text coming up at 2:30 today. Thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns. You heard Chris Crawford the last couple segments talking about it. Yeah, the offense is a problem. There's no doubt about that. There's a lot of things going on. I think just the runners in scoring position today, we mentioned this with Chris, they were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. They had a single from J.P. Crawford that scored a run. That was it. After that, they couldn't get anything going. They had plenty of base runners. They had some traffic on the base pass, and they just couldn't get it going. Garver scored on that single by Crawford, and that was it. And JP didn't have a great game either. He was 1 for 5. That was his only hit, didn't walk. But Miller probably deserved better. Spire, Bizzardo did their job. Hoppy is, as was said by Chris, just isn't the guy at this point in time. Gave up 2, and they probably mattered. Those runs probably did matter, as Chris said. Bloop and a bomb, single and a home run. You're all of a sudden you're back in it. You tie the game, but they gave up a couple there in the 8th inning, and it was over 5-1. The final yesterday was even worse in a lot of ways because you look at what happened with Brian Wu yet again on the mound for a road game. Yet again struggles on the mound in a road game. The splits just make no sense whatsoever. He talked about it afterwards. He was frustrated. He's like, I don't know. I mean, it's like same planning, same everything, just different ballpark, but he can't pitch on the road effectively at all. And more importantly, the team, I mean, they went back to back. The last 2 games in this series that they lost, they were combined 2 for 20. Think about that. They were combined 2 for 20 with runners in scoring position over the last 2 games. You're not going to win. Very home run reliant. 41 wins this season. 35 of the 41 wins have come because they've hit a home run in those games. It doesn't guarantee a win. They've lost 20 with hitting a home run, but boy, if they don't hit a home run, their odds of winning are 0. I mean, that's kind of, again, that's one of those numbers that Chris and I were talking about this, and we'll molly-wop it on Monday with Chris and Nate. That's one of those numbers that you just kind of go, wait a second. You're 6-20 when you don't hit a home run. You're so home run reliant. And again, 35, you're 41, you've hit a home run this season. So the bigger news, though, bigger picture news, I should say, has come out of what's going on with Major League Baseball and its ongoing, I don't want to say negotiations because that's not what this is. It's ongoing battle of PR with the Major League Baseball Players Association. And as Chris mentioned, he goes, it just feels very much like we're going to see a work stoppage at some point. There's a lot of elements to it. Maximum contract length of 5 years for free agent switching teams, 6 if it's your own guy, no deferred contracts, qualifying offer gone, 5 years to free agency for players 30 or older. There's a lot of things involved. The one thing that everyone's talking about, though, is a salary cap. And as I mentioned with Chris, to me, it's listen, if a team wants to spend $400 million on salaries, then so be it. You do you. But you look right now, the Mets at 329, Dodgers over 300 million, Yankees right around 300 million, Toronto not too far behind, Philadelphia, Atlanta, all these teams spending a ton of money. The bigger issue to me is a floor. I think that's what I would like to see happen. It's probably one of the most unrealistic things I could ever say, but I want to see a floor. And the salary cap floor right now that they're proposing Major League Baseball is $171 million. Just for some context there are 15 teams above that, and there are 15 teams below that right now in Major League Baseball. Among the teams, the last team in it at 175 million, the Los Angeles Angels. These are the teams that are below the salary cap floor that is being proposed. Baltimore, Seattle, and this is in order, by the way. Baltimore, Seattle, Kansas City, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, Colorado, Minnesota, Tampa Bay, Pittsburgh, the Athletics, St. Louis, Washington, the White Sox, Miami, and Cleveland. Of those teams, the Athletics, St. Louis, Washington, the White Sox, Miami, and Cleveland are all under $100 million. They're all under $100 million in terms of their payroll right now. Now, if you look at a lot of the teams I just mentioned, if you want to call it small to medium market, Baltimore would fit that category, Kansas City, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, Minnesota borderline. We'll keep them out of it for now, just for argument's sake. Tampa Bay, Pittsburgh, the Athletics for sure. St. Louis, Cleveland. Right around half of those teams are medium to small market teams that are below the salary cap. Below the salary floor. Listen, I don't know what's going to happen with this. I'm rooting for the floor. I don't really care about the cap. The cap to me doesn't matter. If a team wants to spend and they've got great ownership, I don't think they should be penalized. I mean, I think that was our biggest frustration with the Legion of Boom back in the day. If Paul Allen could have kept everybody that they wanted to keep, they didn't necessarily want to keep everybody, but if they wanted to keep everybody, you could have built a dynasty here. Great drafting by John Schneider. Great personnel evaluations by John Schneider. He would have loved to have kept everybody. That wasn't realistic under the NFL salary cap. We're seeing this with the NHL right now. I mean, there's people screaming and hollering about guys getting overpaid, and it's bumping up against the salary cap. And I agree. I get that. I think if you have good ownership and good scouting, you shouldn't be penalized for it. I think, and again, a lot of them are big markets. New York, L.A., Yankees, Toronto's big market, Canada, Philadelphia, big market, Atlanta, big market, Houston, big market. Those are all your top 10 teams. The one outlier is San Diego at number 9, $212 million. Good ownership, spent a lot of money, packed the ballpark. Good for them, spending some money. Now, not all money is wisely spent. San Francisco's number 11. They're awful, right? And I just mentioned some of those other teams in there that aren't very good this year. But by and large, spend, win, good ownership, good talent evaluation to get those guys. Now, I think the bigger issue in sports, we brought this up the other day, the NHL is going through this big time right now, is the no movement clauses. Like, if you can't trade guys without their approval, that's really hard to do. But Chris mentioned of it, wrote about it in Roto World. You can go check it out. We'll talk about it a little bit more Monday. This thing's going to come to an head in this offseason. Doesn't sound like in season like 94 or anything like that, but this sounds like this is going to come to a head in the offseason, and it's not going to end well. And we may not see baseball next April. It may be a delay at the start of the season because this is the first time since the 90s that Major League Baseball, the owners have truly dug their heels in and said, we want a salary cap. So we'll see where it goes. Speaking of baseball, Eno Saris, our baseball guy. He's our nerd. He joins us next.
our weekly visit with Eno Saris of The Athletic. The best baseball insight you'll get from a nerd with big league hair. He likes pics of grips, food, and beer, while always dreaming up the next big baseball stat. Brought to you by Georgetown Brewing. Brewed with Northwest ingredients in Seattle's historic Georgetown neighborhood. Featuring local favorites like Manny's Pale Ale, Bodhisattva IPA, and Georgetown Tavern Beer. Available in the tap room 7 days a week and throughout the region. Look for Georgetown Tavern Beer at T-Mobile Park and ask for yours today. Now with Ian, here's Eno.
Big thanks to our friends at Georgetown Brewing. Junior's office still on tap in Growlers. Also, you can find it in the local grocery stores as well. I had a good buddy of mine who's a big beer guy. Goes, hey, have you tried the Junior's office? Says that to me yesterday. Says, no, fella, I haven't tried it at all. Come on now. What are you talking about? Let's go. Eno Saris joins us right now. Hello, sir. How are you?
Doing great.
We're not doing great here in Seattle. Losing 2 of 3 to the Pittsburgh Pirates over the last 2 days, falling to 41-41 on the season, and trying to figure out. I guess the good news is it's the muddled mess that is the Major League Baseball American League this year. I guess maybe it doesn't matter. At what point should we be concerned about our baseball team that we had such high expectations for?
There are 2 teams in the American League with a positive run differential, meaning they're scoring more than they're allowing. So yeah, the American League is in a state this year. I'd also say sometimes it's hard to tell when you run into a single team, when it's bad offense or when it's good pitching. I mean, the Pirates do have good pitching. They're a good run prevention team, so that's got to factor in partially to what's happened. And at least. Bryce Miller pitched pretty well today. Aside from 3 earned runs, 11 strikeouts and 0 walks usually do better than what he did.
Well, it's 2 swings of the bat. He gave up a 2-run home run and a solo home run, and the team itself. Mariners haven't scored more than 3 runs in a game since June 12th. It's a streak of 11 straight games. It's like you said. They ran. Pittsburgh's got some guys that can pitch. I think the problem with Pittsburgh is, and this is a Mariner problem, they've got really good left-handers out of the bullpen. And that's like the bugaboo for Seattle. Like they see a left-hander and it's like they wilt in the sun. I've never seen anything like it. There doesn't seem to be a way to fix it because it ain't Rob Refsnyder.
Yeah, and it is a little difficult, to find, like an everyday spot for a right-hander if you are looking to squeeze one more in, other than right now Julio, Cal, and Randy. You're looking at Robles, but I think you want to start Raley there, against right-handers. So you're looking for a part-time. I'm thinking like the trade deadline. Are you looking for a part-time right-hander that's better than Victor Robles? That seems like a kind of a small needle hole to try and thread,
I would agree. Saris joining us. Okay, ever since we found this out a few days ago, I said, I can't wait to get to Eno's thoughts on this. I have no idea where you're going to go with it, no idea what you're going to think about it. So that makes it even better radio when I ask you the following. The Mariners are going back to the piggyback. This time on Saturday, they're going to use the piggyback with the reigning American League Player of the Week in Logan Gilbert, along with Emerson Hancock. I'm trying to, as I say that out loud and you're chuckling, trust me, we've been chuckling, but not in a good way the last couple of days. Make sense of this for me, or can you?
I mean, they're a tight group. They're well knit. They're looking out for each other. I'm sure that Logan said, if he's willing to do it, then everybody's willing to do it. I don't think it's hurting them that much in the short run, and I think it'll help them in the long run. But it does seem ridiculous when you do see Logan Gilbert, who I think he pitched 6 and had like 10 or 11 strikeouts the last time he was out.
Yes.
You're kind of like, this guy doesn't need a piggyback, but maybe, take a breather in this one, just go 5, get 4 from the other guy, keep everyone stretched out. I'm okay with it. I'm still okay with it. The piggyback update still is a mostly thumbs up. I am watching Emerson Hancock, though, because his arm slot keeps dropping. His vert on his 4-seam keeps dropping. He becomes more and more of a side armor. The more and more you are a side armor, the more you are prone to platoon splits. So, if that 4-seam keeps losing vert, then he'll become more and more susceptible to lefties. So, if that's something we see, it could be enough to say, hey, let's option you, not because you've been terrible, but because we see these things in your mechanics and we see these things in your numbers. And if we think that, if we can put you in the minors right now where, it's not about the competition, it's more about, let's see if we can get that arm angle up, or let's see what we can do about this. Maybe you could stop something before it becomes a big deal.
Okay, I'm curious about that arm angle in the slot. Is that fatigue, do you think? Or, because this is something that you study this stuff. You've obviously seen it before. Is there a common theme to why that would happen?
Generally, over time, pitchers' arm angles drop a little bit. So, fatigue, injury, and injury is a loaded topic. I'm not saying he's injured, but your body is trying to find a comfortable place, right? So maybe there's just something that's uncomfortable about where it was before. The arm slot is also very tied into just basically your arm comes out of your trunk, right? And so, arm slot ends up being back tilt. You think about it, your arm just really comes out. And then even if you watch guys who are extremely over the top, they're just bending their back. Just imagine sort of, taking your head and pushing it closer and closer to the ground, that's how you get your arm up, So it could be, this is the kind of injury or thing I'm talking about. It could be back tightness. It could be fatigue in the back where he's no longer able to pull it or whatever. So it's a complicated thing that has a lot to do with all sorts of things, but you will see pitchers' arm slots drop over time. It's sort of the general aging of an arm slot.
Maybe that is also why give him the backside of a piggyback, and maybe we'll see that helps out. I'm going to go back just real quick because I need to have this, Jess. I want this marked because I know my guy in the afternoon drive show host, guy by the name of Dave Softy Mahler, who just every time he hears the word piggyback, I think his head's going to explode. He loses his mind. So when it gets brought up again, I want to have this in my back pocket. I'll ask Saris, why is the piggyback okay in your mind?
Because you're just reducing the amount of stress on these pitchers and you're setting yourself up for September success. And you're also keeping every single one of those pitchers stretched out, because if you take Luis Castillo, you make him a one-inning pitcher, he loses any trade value, and he also loses potential value to your own team going forward because you have to stretch him back out to become a starter.
Thank you. I like that. That's perfect. Sarah's brought to you by Georgetown Brewing. We appreciate him jumping on every week. I'm going to get back to the Mariners in a second because I know you guys had a conversation with Jerry Dipoto. So before I get to that, some of this news broke out earlier today. You and I have talked about this before. Boy, Major League Baseball is on a full-blown media campaign, it does appear, to say this is what we're doing. This is why we want to have the MLBPA agree to a salary cap and a salary floor as well. We're full-blown. Here we go. We're going after this thing. And, we all know what MLBPA's thoughts are on this. They've already said no, but they come out about a couple hours ago, MLB does, and said, I liked how they phrased this, you, the fans, want this. You guys want this. And we want this. So it's up to the players to agree to this. We've talked about this before. Let me go to the floor for a second first. 15 teams are under what the floor would be for next year. Is the floor an issue, or is the cap the cap gets all the headlines. In your mind at all, is the salary floor an issue at all when you have teams spending under $100 million?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely an issue that I think is fair for fans to care about. I think it is at the core of what we're talking about. And, I think it's fair to want these things. I think asking for a hard cap is not, you just have to think it's not the only way. It's
right.
Not the only way to get a floor. In fact, the first proposal from the MLB Players Union was for a floor that worked within basically what baseball has now. The luxury tax is a soft cap. So what they wanted to say was, hey, we have a soft cap. Let's have a soft floor. Let's use the luxury tax, the exact same thing that we use at the top end. Let's use it at the bottom end. And that has a wonderful symmetry, and it makes a lot of sense. The NBA used to be kind of more of a soft cap system until recently it became harder. And when you do the soft cap floor, you just say, hey, if you don't spend $150 million or you don't spend $120 million, you owe tax. Just the same way as if you owe tax if you go over. And so there are all sorts of different ways to structure this. I think most people are in agreement that at the bottom end, you want more investment in the teams. You want the Pirates of the world to invest more. And that is, I think the question is just how.
Right.
Today they come out and they say, we've accepted MLBPA's free agency proposal, which is that guys who are 30 years old, can qualify for free agency with 5 years. They say that it affects a lot of people. Ends up being relievers. That's one that they're like willing to give because to get to 30 years old with 5 years or less service, you're usually a reliever or an oft-injured starting pitcher. So those aren't like high expensive. That's why baseball said, oh yeah, you can have that. They said to get rid of qualifying offers. Qualifying offers affect 15, 20 players a year.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, oh yeah, we'll give you that. They said a historic increase to minimum salary, $1 million minimum. Well, it's like $780 right now, and it's due to go up because just of inflation, right? So that's not that big a deal. And then the funny thing is they say, oh, we're going to eliminate deferred contracts. Like players like those and teams like those. Deferred contracts are a thing that the CPAs figure out. You send it to your accountants. Mm-hmm. And both sides, the agent sends it to the accountant, the team sends it to the accountant. They both come back and say, well, this is worth about this much in current years. And so it's not something that is unilaterally something the players want or something the teams want. Deferred money is just another way to make a contract. So I don't know why that's in there. And then lastly, they're like, okay, and now all contracts are capped at 5 years, which is just amazingly anti-player. And I think just one of those things that won't fly. If they're going to cap contracts at 5 or 6 years, there would need to be a major concession in here. I don't see a major concession, so I don't actually think of this as a very serious proposal today.
No, it's one that gets some headlines. There's no doubt about that. I would think, just going back even to the floor for a second, if you're a player, you probably like that though, right? Because all of a sudden inherently you're going to see some of those lower, and obviously that would come with salary cap or salary minimums and stuff like that. You would think that some guys are going to benefit along the way with that floor. 15 teams are below the 171 million being proposed right now. I mean, half the league is below that. So there's got to be a bonus for the players. To me, I don't care about the cap. I want the floor. Like Cleveland spending $79 million, Miami $80 million, the White Sox somehow in first place at $91 million. The White Sox also are the argument against the cap, right? Like they're spending $91 million and they're sitting there competing for a division title.
Yeah. I mean, the correlation between payroll and wins is actually not. It's stronger in the other sports. Now the spread is much bigger in baseball.
Yeah.
But baseball has a lot of chaos in it. So you have these Rays teams, these Brewers teams, these White Sox teams. You have cheap teams that win. So. But I think we do agree that like it's much more fun to follow the Rays if they are forced to buy a couple free agents,
mm-hmm.
And make their team deeper that way. What? One thing I do know from what little I follow of the other sports that have harder cap systems, and today was a big day in the NBA, is that you do get weird trades when you have a hard cap.
Yeah.
Where it's just like slots, like money, like pieces of money being traded as opposed to like actual players. For example, if the Marlins were forced to spend another $70 million, like they might just trade for Rafi Devers instead of because is the next Juan Soto going to sign with the Marlins just because they have the money?
Mm-hmm.
If they're offering the same money as the Dodgers or the Mets or somebody else, they still won't get those guys. So the lower market teams that are forced to spend often end up taking the not so great contracts from the bigger teams that have to get under the cap, right? So it just becomes this redistribution of not great players. And in the NHL, it's almost like dead money. They'll trade. Am I right?
Yes.
The NHL probably a little better.
Yeah. In the NHL, you're always looking at salaries. You're always trying to keep on the cap. you want to get rid. You love having a guy that's got an expiring deal at the trade deadline that you can get.
Yeah, that's it becomes that weird thing. Yeah.
You love those guys, and then and then fans want you to sign all these guys for a ton of money, and then you do, and they get mad because you sign a guy for a ton of money. So it's kind of a no-win situation. We went through that.
It's not all fun and games in the other sports that have hard caps.
No.
Yeah.
The NHL does. The NHL does have a floor, which I like. Like they have a floor, and I think that, and everyone in the NHL kind of is right close to or right around the cap anyway. And
but the floor in those sports, is very close to the cap, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's not. There's not much of a difference. And like the NFL and the NBA, I can't speak to as much. I've been out of it for a while. I don't know if you know this. We don't have a team here anymore. It's been 20 years. Not that anybody's counting, but like the NBA's cap is just goofy. It's here's the cap, and then here's the luxury tax one. Here's the second level of luxury tax, etc.
It's hard to understand.
Yeah, it's
gotten
goofy.
harder over the last few years.
It really
I don't
has.
think it's necessarily served the game better.
I don't think it has either. Not when you have guys signing for $14 million that can't play. But it's goofy. You might tell me that I'm nuts. I got to ask you this before I let you go about Brian Wu. Maybe the splits and maybe the what we're seeing isn't enough. He's pitched 9 games away from home, 7 games at home. So obviously the 16 starts. Maybe the sample size is way too small. But what he does at home, and we saw it again last night on the road, Brian Wu is a different pitcher home and away. Is that just one of those weird statistical anomalies that happens and there's not much there that we can decipher, or is there really something to it?
Well, there is one thing is that, like, if you say he's an elite pitcher and you put him up against elite pitchers, his 24.6, 25% strikeout rate is not on the level of some of these 28, 29, 30%, aces like a Scooble or any of those guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even though his strikeout rate is a little bit better than average, among his peers, he allows a few more balls in play. And that's probably because of a fastball heavy approach that he's got. So if you allow a few more balls in play and you're in Seattle or you're in, Cincinnati, those are very big deals. So that could be part of the picture.
Okay.
Then if you go to his career number, so you up the sample a little bit, the difference is still there. He's got a 249 home and a 420 away for his career, and that's 230 innings home and 260 away. So there is a little bit of something to that. If I were his pitching coach, or if I were him and I was thinking about it, I just think it would motivate me to just become an even stronger pitcher overall, and maybe work on the change, which I know he's always working on change. I mean, last time I talked to him, he's like, I'm talking to Luis Castillo all the time about the changeup. But consider a curve, whatever it is. Just the trend around baseball is add pitches, and that takes the pressure off of your great pitches. So even if it's not the best pitch in the world, maybe one more pitch would help them sort of even that out.
Yeah, because you mentioned the strikeouts. His strikeout rate at home and away is significantly different for away games and home, and not in a good way. And then his BABIP's 322 on the road, 214 at home. So that does kind of, as you're saying, that does make sense along those ways. I mean, I feel bad for that.
Oh, look at that.
Right?
It's a 29% strikeout rate at home for his career and 21 away. And we know that Seattle augments strikeouts a little bit.
Yeah, there you go. Look at me too, by the way. I just talked about the BABIP stat just like that for you,
Proud
huh?
of you, Ian.
Batting average on balls in plays. I'm telling you, between Eno Saris on Thursdays and my guy Joe Sheehan on Tuesdays and my guy Chris Crawford, I'm going to get there. All right, I'm going to get there. I promise.
Yeah. You're in good hands.
I am in good hands. Listen, the Rate and Barrel's great podcast. You do it a lot of times. You got Jason Stark on every now and then. You got all kinds of fun stuff going on. Tell folks about the podcast for our baseball fans out here.
Yeah, we had Trevor May on today, and we just talked about we tried to fix the Arizona Diamondbacks pitching. They are having a hell of a time trying to fix pitching over there, and just talked about the stat. There's a stat called strand rate, which is how often you strand your runners. That generally tends towards 70% across the league, and we talked about that stat a little bit today and what it means for pitchers.
Go subscribe, Rates and Barrels podcast. Check Eno's workout as well at The Athletic as well. Go check it out. We'll talk to you next week, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
That is Eno Sarris, brought to you by Georgetown Brewing. All right, we'll come back. Daily Power Play, getting ready for the NHL Draft tomorrow. Also, if you missed it yesterday, a little snippet to play from you. The recruiting job that Jordan Eberle did for Bobby McMahon. He'll tell that story next.
This is the Daily Power Play.
Kraken hockey, baby. Montour off the bench. Score!
On your home for the Kraken. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, what do you say? The Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
All right, it is time for your Daily Power Play. Your home for the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM. Don't forget, tomorrow, NHL Draft Round 1, and we will be live at the 32 Bar and Grill out the Kraken Community Iceplex. Mike Benton anchoring our coverage. Join us out there. We'll be there from 3 until the first round ends. Bento, the captain, Network Central, making its home at the 32 Bar and Grill. Can't wait. Fitz, Big Al, I'll make an appearance. That's not a thing that you care about, but people will be there. Be fun. NHL Draft. All kinds of specials, too, out there. Wing specials, drink specials, all 32 Bar and Grill tomorrow. Join us for that. Before I get to the little fun thing from yesterday, Landon DuPont is considered the top prospect in the 2027 NHL Draft. That's a name that sounds familiar. It should. Probably the number 1 pick next year. Just finished playing with the Everett Silvertips this past season, led Everett to a WHL title. As a 16-year-old, insane numbers, 102 points in 85 regular season and postseason games combined. He had a little high ankle sprain in the Memorial Cup afterwards and was banged up, but he's an elite talent. We got to watch him play here for a couple of years up in Everett. He is committed to play at the University of Michigan, the Wolverines. So Landon DuPont off to Michigan. You're seeing that more and more with some of the high-end players that are committing to NCAA programs for a year, maybe their draft year or the year after they're drafted. Why? Little thing called NIL. They make money. You're going to hear stuff like, oh, they like to play against older players and stuff like that. Sure. I'll dance with you part way there, but not all the way. They're going there because they can make money. All right, there you go. That's the news. Okay. So yesterday we had Bobby McMahon on, Kraken forward, who was re-signed to a contract extension on Sunday. Really, Jess, you weren't here yesterday. I got a little bit criticism from folks. I get it, understand. I maybe came off as a little smug, know-it-all, what have you, with our listeners. I was getting a little upset after the last couple days with the whole audit video with Todd Lewicki.
Yeah. I was here for that.
One of those things that has been said the last couple days, people until the Kraken win. And what I mean by winning is have a really good regular season, show that they can do some things in the playoffs. There's just the criticism is going to come, and I understand that. One of the things I thought was funny is I saw people actually criticizing the Bobby McMahon signing and contract. Okay. Like, if they don't sign McMahon, it's a bad offseason. If they do sign McMahon, oh, you spent too much money on Bobby McMahon. Again, you don't know the cap like they do. And I'm not just talking the Kraken. I'm talking every NHL team. They understand their cap situation better than we do. Me, you, and everybody else. Bobby McMahon was a must-get in the offseason. They had to re-sign him to take steps forward, to continue to build this thing up. And if he hit free agency on July 1st, that would have been maybe a little more challenging. Some other teams would have come calling, but they didn't let it get that far. They signed him. We had a feeling he was going to re-sign when we talked to him April 22nd at the KCI after the season ended. I sat down with Bobby McMahon. We talked about the year, what he liked about Seattle. Then I found out, I got a little inside info, a little information. And we talked about that with Bobby McMahon yesterday.
A little birdie told me that the captain, Jordan Eberle, wrote a little message to you on a stick. How much did that mean?
Yeah, that was cool. I grew up watching him playing for the Oilers.
Oh, God, did you tell him that, too? Did you tell him that?
Yeah, I did, yeah. His head wasn't quite fitting through the door that day, but he was able to sign a stick for me and, wrote a little message about how he wanted me back and to be a part of the team, which means a ton. It's so cool to be playing with a guy that I grew up watching and then have him trying to get me to come back was pretty special.
There's two things there. One, Eberle's old. Two.
Yeah, you let that hang out there.
Number two, yeah, I don't know what the message said. I just heard that there's guys sign sticks for each other and do stuff that packing up at the end of the year. But I guess there was Eberle signed the stick for Bobby McMahon, and it says something along the lines of, "I hope you come back. We want you on the team next year. What have you? Hope you resign here." And that's pretty cool. Like that's and you wonder how much. What does it mean? How much difference does it make? You heard it right there from Bobby McMahon. I mean, that's all. Every little bit counts. Like every little bit counts. And I'll give the Kraken players a lot of credit. I think in the rear, McMahon and others, and we'll see how free agency goes. We'll see how the trade deadline, or not the trade, till the draft day goes tomorrow. If they maybe make some moves on draft day, hell, there's moves being made as we speak around the NHL. But I think, guys, I know Brandon Montour has been active in this role, Matty Beniers and others, like going out and saying, hey, we want guys here. Come on back, Bobby McMahon, or other players around the league. That makes a difference. The current players have to sell this organization, these facilities, this fan base, and so on and so forth until they get to that point where they're playing at an elite level. It's a chicken and egg thing. We talk about it all the time. But I think they've done a good job of that so far, and obviously Eberle helping out. Cale Fleury and what was he said? Like 12 guys went golfing. I think they went to Gamble Sands. That was huge for Bobby to get him back here. So the full court press recruiting, and then capped off by a signed stick by the captain saying, please come back to Seattle. Really cool story along the way. All right. We'll take a break, come back. A day early, but we didn't want to miss Danny O'Neill this week. Lots to talk about. Always enjoy that conversation. He's next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Let's start with the Mariners, shall we? They lose 11-1 yesterday to the Pittsburgh Pirates. They lose 5-1 today to the Pittsburgh Pirates. They go 1-2 in the 3-game series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Next up, the Cleveland the Cleveland Guardians tomorrow. 3-game series over the weekend. Bryce Miller was pretty good today. He made 2 mistakes, 2-run home run, 1 and a solo shot he gave up. M's 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Their downfall again today. That did not help them whatsoever. All right, let's see. MLB proposing, again, salary cap and salary floor for Major League Baseball. Already pushed back from MLB Players Association. All kinds of stuff going on there. Get ready for a work stoppage. Next year should be a ton of fun. World Cup, all kinds of games taking place right now, including one later on tonight, USA-Turkey. That is a 7 o'clock kickoff. It means nothing to either team. One's been eliminated. The other one is the USA, and they are moving on to the round of 32. And if they win that game next week, they will be here in Seattle for the round of 16 on July 1st. NHL draft begins tomorrow afternoon. Kraken slated to pick at number 7. Preview, we'll have the entire draft for you, the first round at least, on 93.3 KJR FM. Our guy, Mike Benton, the captain, Network Central, will be at the 32 Bar and Grill starting at 3 p.m. tomorrow, so join him out there for that. And WNBA, Alyssa Thomas has been suspended. She decided to put her fist in Caitlin Clark's throat. That's the Phoenix Mercury's Alyssa Thomas. She also got into it with Angel Reese last week, but nothing happened at the time in the game when that happened last night. Stephanie White, the Indiana Fever head coach, criticized the referees for not calling a foul, and the league, they agreed. You're not supposed to put a fist in the throat of a player on the floor. So Thomas has been suspended. WNBA just is never, ever, ever going to get it. They are never going to get it. The opposite of Jordan rules would be the Caitlin Clark non-rules. That's what it is. Anyway, Alyssa Thomas did get suspended for 1 game. Speaking of the WNBA, Storm play tonight. They're hosting Breanna Stewart and the New York Liberty. Storm have lost 10 straight games. Danny O'Neill standing by.
It's time now for Danny O'Neill of the Dang Apostrophe, the best Seattle sports writing you'll get out of New York City. Brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. From forklifts to pallet jacks, conveyors to loading dock equipment, we sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today at nwhs.com or call 425-255-0500. Now here's Ian with Danny O'Neill.
Big thanks to Eric Gordon and folks at Northwest Handling Systems. Danny O'Neill joins us most of the time on a Friday. Today it's a Thursday because we do not have a normal show tomorrow. Softy and Fan will be doing noon to 3, and then we've got NHL coverage. I'll be a part of that along with, of course, our anchor, our main guy, our captain, Mike Benton, out there at the 32 Bar and Grill for day 1 of the NHL draft. First round is coming up tomorrow at the 32 Bar and Grill. Hello, Danny. How are you?
I'm good, Ian. Would you say that you ever have a normal show?
Nope. It's funny you ask. It's funny you ask that today, of all days, here at KJR.
Never really normal. No, not a radio. Never really normal.
It's radio, and it's a lot of things. It's funny you ask that. Today's timing couldn't be better. I'll let Jess talk to you after here. Anyway, there's nothing normal about this business. You were in it. You understand it. There's nothing normal about this business.
There's nothing normal about the world right now. You got people stealing trash cans in New York City, losing their jobs because of it. We only had one shooting, only 4 stabbings in the aftermath. The World Cup is going on. The Mariners' pets or heads are falling off because nobody can stay healthy. It's a mess.
And they can't hit, they can't score, and they can't win. At least Brian Wu can on the road. We'll get to them in a second. You wrote about it today. Let's start on a fun note. You kind of insinuated about what happened here last week in Seattle with that U.S. men's team a week ago tomorrow, the game against Australia. I'm not sure if our city, if our sport. First of all, I'll take a step back. Before I get to that, I think, one man's opinion, I believe that we have very underrated passionate sports fans here in Seattle. I think because we're in the Northwest, we're kind of off the grid at times. People know that, yes, Lumen gets loud, and when the OLB was playing especially, it was crazy, and Key Arena in 96, Husky Stadium is loud, all those things. But, I think when people think about passionate sports fans, great sports cities, they normally just don't they just default to the Northeast for the most part? And yet what we saw last Friday, and we feel it every day on our text line here at KJR and everything else. We know, and you worked in this business for our competitors. There's passion in this town. What we saw last Friday, Danny, was a whole different beast, man. That was something else. And yes, it was an event and probably a one-time only event unless they come back here for the round of 16. But that was something else. When Fox's crew can't even be heard in the pregame show, that's pretty special.
It was extremely cool. And watching from a distance, there was a combination of pride and then not FOMO, but actual missing out, where, look, it looked and sounded extremely cool. And you mentioned Seattle. I do think Seattle gets underrated for two reasons. Not only does it have a really well-established history of Super Bowl winning NFL team, an NBA team that was top shelf when it was playing and hopefully will be coming back, a baseball team that has at a couple of different times put iconic players in the league, but you have college football and you have this huge soccer crowd. In terms of the diversity of sports enthusiasm, don't forget the Storm either. The Storm have been one of the more historically successful franchises. Just the breadth of there's a wide net of sports, of passionate sports fans in Seattle.
Yeah, that was what we saw last week was cool. The guys actually brought it up. Jackson and Anders are who are anchoring our great soccer coverage across, I think it's 100 plus stations across the iHeart network. They were saying it might be different next week, or in 2 weeks, I guess time it would be a week from Monday. If the U.S. does come back here, then it'll be a round of 16 game. You're getting, a chance to get to the quarterfinals. The pressure, the stress would be a little different. Maybe it wouldn't be as much of a celebration. And yet I kind of think to myself, when we've had big games here, NFC championship games, NBA finals in 96, it always still is a celebration. You kind of wrote about that today. Sports are the last areas of common ground in this country. Sports are something to celebrate, even if there's stress involved.
Yeah, I think that because there's stress involved, it even becomes more of a bonding experience. Sort of, there's a shared investment that everybody has. And I know we talk about, we don't even have facts that we agree upon anymore. And I don't think that's entirely true, because I know after writing and talking about sports for so long that people very rarely agree on the same facts. That's why we argue so much about who's to blame, who's overrated, who's underrated. The thing is, we have shared reference points, and sports has increasingly become one of the last places that we're all watching the same stuff. And this isn't just a political conversation. You think about TV, and when I was growing up, you knew what the highest rated programs were. Cheers, and it was the Cosby Show.
Yeah.
Little Beverly Hills 90210 was a little cutting edge when I was a teenager. But now everybody, the audiences are generally smaller for most of the programs, which are spread across not even network TV, but these streaming services. People don't go to the movies anymore. The albums, nobody buys albums really. They just stream stuff. We've lost a lot of the shared cultural reference points, and sports has become bigger. And the NFL is the biggest out of that group, but it's not the only one. And I do think that it is an important way that we relate to each other as communities. It's one of the few times that everybody feels good coming together is to celebrate sports.
Yeah, oftentimes when you do get that common ground with sports, in a very, you mentioned at the start, even our country, right? It's very divided. We all know that. Country's divided. The world's divided. But just if we just stay in our country, our city's divided, but sports can, like, you sit there, if you're at the USA match or you're part of the group that's at SoDo, Pioneer Square, Pier 50, 62, 58, whatever, all the different piers, the Bro Barge they got going on. I don't know if you know this. We got a Bro Barge. It's basically they modeled the Bro Barge after the Pen at T-Mobile, so you can bro out there. Yeah, the whole 9 yards. So, if you're doing that and you're rooting on the United States of America, or if you were part of, watching games with a group of friends or what have you during the Seahawks run last year, oftentimes those are the few settings I think we get in today's world, Danny, where people don't go, yeah, but what do you think about Trump? Are you a lefty? Are you a righty? Are you a liberal? Are you on the, where are you on the political? We don't talk about that. We talk about, why did Sam Darnold throw that ball? Or, God, can the U.S. make a run in the World Cup? It's an incredible experience that I think, honestly, that we need in today's world.
Yeah, I do think that having those abilities to relate to people and to not go through a check mark of here are the reasons why I don't like you, and
God,
be
no
able
doubt.
to hang out and to share an enthusiasm over something. I think it's an important part of being human, man, and living in communities. I felt this way when I stopped being a newspaper reporter full time and started working on the radio. One of the things that I really enjoyed was being able to relax into being a fan more.
Yeah.
And I'd never completely lost fandom. I've always been an idiot Husky fan. And that goes back to being in college. But really being able to kind of celebrate that part of it, because as a newspaper reporter, and I think this is appropriate, like you're supposed to be more objective, and there's an element of rah-rah that's just not supposed to be in there. And that changes a little bit on the radio. And I found that was one of the things that I really enjoyed about it, is that it is us and our neighbors. We do share enthusiasms for the same teams and the same sports. And that's a good thing, because it is something that brings us together. And sports are serious. People get hired, people get fired. Politics does inevitably work its way into there. But for the most part, it is a relatively harmless, guilt-free enthusiasm we can share.
Danny O'Neill joining us. You talked about the becoming a fan as a media member. I got to tell you this is funny, and you probably heard this or know this, but after that, I think it was the first game here, it would have been Egypt, Belgium, I guess, at Lumen Field, Seattle Soccer Stadium, whatever we're calling it, Seattle Soccer Field these days. Screw you, FIFA. But Greg Bell comes back, and he was there covering for the News Tribune. He's like, I didn't realize this, but boy, the media for the foreign teams, out of our country, they're literally cheering for their team in the press box. And I just thought, God, could you imagine the horror if that happened in an NFL press box or a Major League Baseball press box or an NHL press box? I mean, it would just be the end of the world. But they're literally cheering for their home country as they're covering a game.
One of the funniest things that's happened is that the Paraguay team, I think in their second match, so they played the U.S. in the first one, and the Paraguay in their second match, one of their players got red carded because he put his hand over his mouth, which you can't do. And then have you read what the Paraguay, one of the broadcasters said?
He got his credentials revoked, didn't he? I don't know what he said, but I know he got his credentials revoked.
He got his credentials revoked because he went on. He called Ivan Barton, the match referee. He used a very bad word that starts with the letter F, which I won't say. He called him a forgetful thieves, killing football. He called them sons of female dogs more than 20 times. Can you imagine doing that? And you were like, Ed Hockley.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Rabel goes on a rant, although it probably wouldn't be Rabel. It'd be the guy that sits next to him in the booth going on a rant, and then the NFL comes in. The meat shield, Roger Goodell, the red-hatted hammer, comes in and says, yeah, we're going to have to take your credential.
Who does sit next to Rabel? I used to know a guy that I thought did, but I don't know what he's doing these days. We're 92 back in the day. It is Danny O'Neill joining us right now. Yeah, I found that funny. The part about being the media guys not being fans, you're still human. Listen, I'm not buying it, and here's why. And you and I shared a press box for many years with the Seahawks, in a couple different roles, but for me, for the most part, with Fox. And there's no cheering in the press box, so I wasn't cheering. But A, I grew up a Seahawk fan, but B, here's the thing: this is the human element. Your job's a hell of a lot easier if they win. It just is. Mm-hmm. And if I'm being honest, I'm reading Adam Jude or Ryan Divish with the Mariners. They may not be fans, but I can tell who they want to win and whose side they're on. And you can say I don't root for a team. You define rooting for them. the human part of it comes into play. They win, job's easier. They lose, not as fun. You and I both know that. How much fun was it for us in like 2016, 2017 to go in that Seahawk locker room when things were starting to fall apart? Not fun, Danny, right? Not fun. Like,
Michael Bennett chasing various members of the media out, depending on what was asked of him.
Hey, Mike, what do you think about not having a sack? You guys let Aaron Rodgers throw for 350 in Green Bay and no one touched him all day. What are your thoughts on that, Mike?
Go back to it is. And here's the other thing is that as a journalist, you want people to read what you write.
Yeah.
Like that is, and you want them to listen to what you have to say. And the enthusiasm over the teams is kind of what keeps everything going. So it may not be rooting in the conventional sense, but there's a desire to see interesting and compelling things happen. That's why we're drawn to sports, even at its most level. And it is more exciting, certainly, when teams are winning. I dramatically prefer that to the after a particularly debilitating loss, when people demand that either player X or coach Y be held accountable, whatever the hell that means, which means they just want somebody to yell at this person, explain to me why you weren't able to win this game. Give me my pint of blood.
Oh, God. Who was Condota? Was he the Husky beat writer in that fun season of 2008?
Yes, he was. And Bob Condota had these. It's my favorite exchange between a coach and reporter ever. And I think I can't remember which game it was, but they had given up, I believe it was a school record number of rushing yards.
Mm-hmm.
And so Bob asked him, he's like, hey, this yardage total was yielded in the game.
This is Tyrone?
What do you It's to Tyrone. And Tyrone's answer was, well, what do you want me to do about it, Bob? Jump up and down? And Bob just says, I don't care what you do.
Oh, God. Oh.
And I was sitting there saying, I want you to do something, Tyrone. I would like you to do something about that fact.
Oh, God. That is so. I mean, I can't even fathom how miserable that would have been covering him, Tyrone, that is, and just B, like, oh, my God. That would have just been awful. Like, that would have just been absolutely awful, especially because it is Tyrone and just the smug attitude of him the whole time, right? Like, come on, buddy. No way.
He was brutal.
Oh.
Have you seen this app that the UW football program put out, the Dog Dynasty?
No.
It's absolutely glorious, Ian, although you probably would spend 0.3 seconds before closing it. But you can. It's an app called Dog Dynasty.
Okay.
And you use it and you can pick. It's kind of a scrolling. You pick a team of, I think it's 7 or 8 players from different.
Oh, I've seen posts on that. Okay, yeah, I've seen posts on that. Right.
It's great. I've probably played, I don't know, 3,600 times. Absurd. ZTF, for anyone is in the COVID shortened season when he had 7 sacks in 5 games. ZTF is basically the Bo Jackson Tecmo Bowl character in it, where he's just. If you get a chance to pick ZTF 2020, you have to do it. You might win the Heisman. But my favorite part of the game, and I will say this, that it's one of the things that I love most that the athletic department has done in the past 15 to 20 years, is that if Tyrone Willingham is your team's coach, it is really hard for that team to have a winning record. You could have the best players, but Tyrone Willingham is absolute poison to the team's success compared to Don James. If you get Don James, it's really hard for that team not to win at least 10 games. So the only thing that would be better is if the app completely crashed the moment that you pick Tyrone. So I just want to give a shout out to the UW athletic department. A, the game is awesome, but B, the poison that is Tyrone Willingham is phenomenal.
So help me out here. So if you would, for example, have a roster that would be some sort of combo of 91 and what was it? 2020. When was Kalen's year? 2023, right? Was that 20? Yeah, 2023.
2023.
Yeah. So
2000 in there. You got Tuiasa Sopo, Napoleon Kaufman.
Right.
You got 2020 ZTF because he's a cheat code, and you're going to go 6-6.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You put all those, you combine those teams. You got Entman, and hell, maybe you throw Warren Moon in as your quarterback. I'd be partial to the great Joe Steele from Blanchette High School myself, but anyway, as a running back. But you do that. and it's Tyrone, you're going to be maybe not even a Sun Bowl team. You might be headed to the Potato Bowl or something.
Yeah, the Cheez-It Bowl. What are the other ones? The Kraft Fight Hunger Bowl.
Yeah, perfect. God, Tyrone. Oh my goodness, what a treat he was. We've all had those. We had Ernie Kent. I don't know if remember Ernie Kent at all. He used to coach basketball for the Ducks of Oregon. He was a terrific hire by Bill Moose at Wazoo. Sat there in his house, drank wine, hung out, didn't recruit a soul. That was fun. Yeah, we all have guys like that. We all have our crosses.
So I think what bothered me most about Tyrone, and this would probably apply to Ernie Kent as well, is that you should at least have the decency to feel bad when you grind a program into dust.
Yes.
Like you should at least do us the common courtesy of appearing that it pained you.
Yeah.
And instead you get this resolute, I will show no emotional reaction to what I have done here, and it's just infuriating.
It was worse. I'll tell you right now, Ernie was worse than Tyrone for this reason. He didn't go 0-30. He didn't go 0-30. I'll give you that. He didn't go 0-30, but he took Ken Bone's mediocre team and took it into the side of the mountain, which was hard to do because they were already on the down. But then after Bill Moose kept rolling over his contract every year and giving his buddy from Oregon a contract after contract, and we're paying him for another 3 or 4 years for his extension, because who doesn't get an extension when you go, I don't know, 5-25 or whatever the hell it was? No, on top of that, then the last few years of the Pac-12 network, we got to watch him on the Pac-12 network collect a check from our conference while he's collecting money from us.
It's bad.
Let's not forget about his dancing escapades at Etsy Bravo after games that he lost to.
He just was a treat. I'm done with. Anyway, Does Bill still want to come on and sell his book with us? We'll have to ask him about that. Okay. Big thanks to Northwest Handling Systems. They have everything from forklifts to pallet racks, conveyors, loading dock equipment. We sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today. NWHS.com. Give them a call, 425-255-0500. Danny, tell us about the dang apostrophe.
It is a newsletter that originates out of New York City. Today I wrote about the common culture, the common language that sports is. You go to DannyO'Neill.com, enter your email, and I send you periodic emails. Usually once, at least once, often 2 to 3 times a week.
I like it better when it's twice. It was once this week, my friend. Let's go. Pick up the pace a little bit if you could. For those of us that subscribe, pick up that pace. But no, seriously, great stuff. You do a great job. We may do this again on Thursday next week if possible, because next Friday, the powers to be are giving us a day off for the 4th of July weekend. So I'll let Jess talk to you about that off the air. Hopefully we can do it next week. In the meantime, thank you, my friend. I'll think about downloading that app just so I can put Tyrone in there.
Take care, guys.
See ya. That's Danny O'Neill. We'll take a break. Check your text next.
This on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hello, show. That was an amazing goal by Ecuador against Germany. Very cool. But why can't we talk about Edgar? I know he's a sacred figure, but why can't we talk about Edgar? He's like the czar of hitting, which we're not czarring, or we're not hitting. We're not doing any of that. Why is he such a, like, he needs to retire and just be Edgar? I miss just rooting for him and not being angry.
All right, let me just throw this one little note out there. I get what you're saying, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I would add another name. Kevin Seitzer is actually the true hitting coach. Edgar oversees. His title is something different. He's like the organization's hitting strategist or something. Like, he's kind of more bigger picture. Director of hitting, senior director of hitting strategy is Edgar Martinez's title. The hitting coach is Kevin Seitzer. But I'll dance with you. Yeah. I mean, listen, feels like Edgar's been hired like 2 or 3 times over and over again over the years, right? To be the hitting coach. And it's just, but I mean, we're 11 games with 3 or less runs. So I see what you're saying. You know, and a pitcher like Bryce Miller can have a day in which he has 11 strikeouts and no walks, and, you know, gives up 2 home runs and loses the game. That does seem to be an issue, more with the offense than the pitching. Continue.
Hey, Dan Wilson here. Tough game today. I coached hard. The guys fought. I'm going to keep doing that to be the worst damn manager we've ever seen. I'm going to continue to fight hard and play Rob Refsnyder in big spots, and I'm going to get him in the Hall of Fame. I'm going to continue to fight hard and play pitchers in spots when we're only down by 1 run that wouldn't make the Renton Little League like Hoppy today. I'm going to continue to fight and play hard and blow as many games as I can as a manager and look more nervous than a 3rd grader that didn't clean his room. Thanks.
That's good.
He sounded a lot like him.
I want you to play the first 10 seconds again. Can you do that?
Hey, Dan Wilson here. Tough game today.
That's all right there. That's right there. Now, first of all, I appreciate when a coach comes out in a timely manner after every game, win or lose. But he always, after every loss, it's always a tough game today. You're there. You covered a lot of those games. Does he not always say that?
Yes.
Sits down and goes, all right, yeah, tough game today. Tough game today. Yeah, we got,
I always say, like, all coaches and managers have their, what's like a crutch.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a crutch, but just an opening mannerism.
I agree.
But you can pick them out if you listen enough.
Rob Refsnyder only had 1 at-bat today in Dan's defense. He was 0 for 1. Continue.
Hey, yeah, depressed Seattle sports fan. Mariners lost again, playing people like Patrick Bristol, Connor Joe, some guy named IHOP out of the bullpen. I don't know. I thought I was watching a Little League game. It's a local baseball team. I'm going to go ride a line bike, look for Sue and Megan. Maybe they'll get back together. Maybe I'll find a Christian Michael autograph at the Speedway. I don't know.
Whee! Jump on the line bike. Whee! Oh, yeah. All right. You got one more?
Yeah, we can end on this note.
Hey, Ian, Seattle sports guy with a quick update on your Seattle sports. In the spirit of the World Cup, the Seattle Mariners put up 1 run today. And in the tally in the last 3 games, that's 5 runs for the Mariners, 5 goals for the men's national team. Who's going to win that one? Big moment in the game as Dan Wilson's favorite love child, Rob Refsnyder, or Colton Wong to some, came in with a big moment and did nothing with the bases loaded. That's DePoto's left-handed masher. Thanks, Jerry.
By the way, we will have an update on Monday on the Refsnyder tracker, courtesy of Nathan Bishop on Mollywop Monday.
Oh, man. I love it when he digs into things.
As he is, the tracker is updated daily, the Refsnyder tracker, to see how he's doing. Trying to catch A.J. Pollock's Mariner career. We'll get to that Monday, so stand by. Let's get to some text, 49451. Boy, there's a lot of... Listen, the frustration for the Mariners right now is crazy. AI should manage the M, says the 425. Okay.
I mean, are we that far away from that?
Maybe not. I don't know. No, because you know what? The Mariners are guaranteed human. Oh my God, Ecuador just scored. Wow.
Okay.
Over Germany, they lead 2-1 over Germany with 13 minutes left. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That is awesome. Oh
That's
my
huge.
God, the elation is unreal. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. That is crazy.
That's a good distraction, though.
Go get him, Ecuador. I don't even know what this means, this game means. I have no idea. I think it means something because they're showing the other score in the group on the bottom half of the screen. Where's Jackson at? Hang on. Read a text. Do you have a text up?
Yeah, I do.
Read a text.
All right, here we go. Sports are great, and they do need to get the political stuff out. I can't believe Seattle making the World Cup a venue to have this game. What a joke. Some people don't like the World Cup being here in Seattle, but I don't really think that there has been a lot of politics in that, just really good soccer, which I've been enjoying so much. Hey, Ian from the 425, here's a crazy idea for your golf tournament. Why not auction off spots to play the tournament with KJR hosts and producers?
What's that? Read that again.
I bet this is a crazy idea for your golf tournament.
Okay. Yeah, what is it?
Yes, auctioning off spots to play in the tournament with KJR hosts and producers. I bet Softy would be the highest.
Yeah, he's out of town. And no.
Oh, yeah.
And the answer to the rest of the question is no. Okay. By the way, soccer guy Jackson tells me if Ecuador does hold on and win, they will move on. They'll move on out of the group stage, which would be huge. And a win over Germany is a massive upset if that happens.
That'd be huge.
I'm just watching this right now, the emotion in the stands. It's the best thing about the World Cup. Like just the raw emotion, whether it's positive or negative, whether it's elation or they're pressing. They may need another goal. Jackson may need to give me more information. He'll be on FIFA Felts or what do they call him? Waxon will be on later on with Softy, I'm sure. But I think they're really pressing Germany right now. And Germany, you know what? You wearing these goofy ass uniforms. They have their uniforms look like Sounders.
Oh, really?
They're like the teal and the dark blue. Like when did that become Germany?
It isn't.
That's not. Like where's the red, the kind of the black, and the kind of the burnt orange? Like where's that at? What's wrong with you, Germany? You know what? You should lose. You should get punished for trying. See, here's what happens. You try to become the Oregon Ducks.
Oh, there you go.
With your uniforms, you should lose. That should happen. I mean, the worst offender of all time was UCLA.
Oh, really?
I just think UCLA's got the
in a powder blue.
UCLA's got the classic uniforms.
Yeah.
Like, why are you doing that? But now, like, Germany thinks that they're Oregon, so they're changing their uniforms and they look like the Sounders, and frankly, the Sounders probably would beat them right now. All right. Are we good?
We're good.
Oh, because I don't have anything nice to say about the M's from the 206, who has better hair? Eno Saris, Brad Adam, or John Curley? Well, it's Eno. Brad's 2, and John Curley's hair is fake, according to the commercials. So he's not even on that list.
He's pretty unabashedly honest about that.
Yeah, he's not. So it's not even a question. Eno for sure, though. All right, Softy's here. His hair, not as good. Next.
righty then.
All righty then. Hey, get the Beth Mowens clip handy.
All right, where's it at?
Where's the other
it's right
mouse? Here, I'll
right there.
handle it.
You handle it. You handle it, sir. What do you got?
Don't touch my stuff.
Okay, what do you got? What do you got? What do you got?
It's somewhere on here.
40, is it 41?
Yeah, you know what the Mariner record is right now?
Oh, what is it?
41 yards.
And 41.
And
41 yards.
Happy 41 and 41 day, everybody.
Do you know how long?
For those who celebrate.
Hey, do you know how many days it's been since they scored more than 3 runs?
41 yards.
It has not been 41. I can tell you exactly how many days it's been. It's been 13.
June 12th,
June
right?
12th.
Yeah.
That's right. And I don't think they had a run. I did a quick scan, if you will.
Did you do a spreadsheet?
No, I just did
An
a quick
Excel
scan.
sheet? Did you do it in Excel?
No, I have not done. I swear to God, I have not created a spreadsheet in my life.
Neither have I.
I've used Excel.
Neither have I.
But I needed help from my wife.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So the odds of that, I mean, you want a spreadsheet, you know who to call. All right.
I call Hugh Millen.
That's exactly
I
it.
call
That's
Hugh
our
Millen.
quarterback. All right. He will help you out. I'll call Hugh, and it's like hey, what's up? You know, just chilling, just doing some spreadsheets. Like he does spreadsheets
For fun.
Like you and I watch movies.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Right. Yeah. Goof around. Blah blah blah. Have a couple of cocktails. Instead, he's at home doing, spreadsheet stuff, man.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah,
So
anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't think the Mariners had a run like that all year.
No.
Last season.
No.
Where they went, how many games is it? 11 games
11
now.
games with 3 or less.
And they have not scored 4 runs or more in any of those games. They're averaging 2.18 runs per game.
I think they had.
And they're 4-7
You know
in
why?
that run.
You know why they didn't? Because they had a guy hitting 61 bombs last year.
That's true.
That kind of
that's
helped.
right.
Like if you did have that slump somewhere along the way, he'd hit a 3-run jack and you'd be fine, right? That'd be what happened.
Was it 61 or 60, by the way?
Was it 60?
I thought it was 60.
It was 60.
You said 61.
Him and Maris.
Are we counting playoff bombs now?
Hey, him and Maris.
That's fine. You want to count
You
playoff
know why?
bombs?
Actually,
Go
you know
ahead.
why?
Why is that?
Because in the
Are you one of these Barry Bonds deniers, by the way?
I don't care about that stuff.
Okay, good.
You listen.
So stupid.
You know me a long time. Do you think I really care about that?
I don't know, man.
I
People
don't.
have weird thoughts in their heads.
Really? Are you sure?
I don't know. I got a lot of weird thoughts in my head.
I was going to say.
I can't tell you what
case
they
in
are.
point.
Are you really sure?
Yeah.
Are you really
Maybe
sure?
when this radio thing is over, I'll start a podcast.
What do you think that's going to happen?
Weird thoughts in my head.
Oh, you know what? A softy podcast.
Yeah.
Weird thoughts with Dave Muller.
That's right. That's right.
God,
Here's what's happening in my brain.
Yeah.
If you looked into my brain at a certain time of day,
How long would that podcast be?
7 seconds. If it lasted for 8, I'd call a doctor. This thing's not working, man. I think, like if you looked inside my head on the golf course, it'd be like a monkey banging cymbals together, right?
I'm glad you said
That's
symbols
what you
because
would
I thought
see.
you were going to say something else.
Yeah,
You had to finish.
Yeah.
That's a great example of how you have to finish your sentence.
That's right. Context.
Exactly.
So anyway, I don't know if the M's have had a run like that for the last couple of years. I'd be curious to know. Maybe somebody wants to do the research on that. Can we get to Alex Meyer-Wiener over at the Mariners?
He's
to,
on a
look
plane
that up?
right now heading to Cleveland.
Going to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Well, if he's on the road trip, which I assume he is,
probably.
he would be able to look that up. Do you think they would tweet out something like that from the Mariner PR account? We have not scored more than 3 runs in 11 games. Our first run like that since blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, since Bob Stinson was the catcher.
Ooh, wow. Since Dave Valley's days back in the day.
Was that
Bruce Bhakti?
What was the bar?
Phil Bradley.
What was the bar for Valley? Was it not rookies? It was.
I think it was his batting average.
Yeah, but what was the bar? Swannies? Was it Swannies?
Yeah, Swannies.
did it?
Swannies, for sure. Yeah.
Can you imagine having a $1.50 well drink right now?
God, we miss Swannies.
Why don't they do
man.
that for Ref Snyder?
They should. Somebody should. The beer hall should do it.
All right,
it's right
hang
up their
on.
alley.
Hang on.
Text
I'm
Juice.
texting him right now.
Are you kidding me?
I'm texting him right now.
What's Ref Snyder hitting off lefties right now? Is it over 100? Whatever his average is, that's the price you pay for a drink at the Queen Anne Beer Hall. Whatever Ref Snyder's hitting against lefties, because that's why Ref Snyder was brought here, right?
There was a place in
to hit left-handed pitching.
Fremont doing that a while ago, too.
Well drinks? Well drinks?
Yeah, whatever.
For Ref Snyder's average.
Come on, man.
I'll see if they'll say yes.
Georgetown Brewing. Georgetown. They serve Georgetown there? At the beer hall?
Oh, yeah, of course they do.
Well, then get on it, man.
All right, I just texted them.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see what
That's
they
a
say.
great
They'll probably say,
idea.
thanks again. We always love your opinions, Ian. Appreciate your business plans.
But no.
But that'd be a no.
I'm going to look up his batting average.
How much would that
against
cost?
lefties.
How much would that cost you?
So what? Bring in extra people.
Yeah.
And you get one drink, whatever Ref Snyder is hitting against lefties.
Yeah.
And then
what's he hitting right now?
Whatever you buy is full price.
Tell me the cost. I'm gonna send him the cost.
So
the
he
cost
is hitting blah blah blah. Drum roll, please.
Yeah.
Somebody da 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 da. This is great radio. Talk amongst yourselves.
That's fine. Cost for that well drink is.
I don't know. It's not loading.
Wait, what are you talking about? You can't get that figured out? What the hell?
It's not loading, man. Oh, my Wi-Fi's off.
Listen, it's one.
According to AI, it's around 139 to 140.
Yeah, what does AI know?
So 140. So
around 130.
I'll just say 140.
$1.50. How's that sound?
Great promotion.
You got the internet. Look it up right there.
I don't know how to use it.
Jeez, man.
Hang on a second.
You don't know how to use it.
Only for certain things. Okay.
Rob Ref Snyder. Let's see. He is hitting. Here it is. Versus lefties, he's hitting 146. He's hitting a $105 versus righties. Got a 146 average against lefties.
So basically a $150.
$150. We'll just call it a $146.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Here's what you do.
We need promotions like that.
Here's what you do.
Come on.
If you are headed to one of the halls, Moss Bay, Queen Anne, or the Occidental.
That's right.
Say, hey, we heard on KJR.
That's right. We heard on Ian Furness's show.
With Dave Softy Mahler said that I can get a well drink for whatever Rob
$1.50 for that vodka soda.
Because Rob Refsnyder can't hit.
Well, you remember when we did the Willows Run, Jeff Cirillo's batting average back in the day?
I wasn't here, but I do remember hearing about that.
He didn't like that too much, by the way. He wasn't a big fan.
Are you really worried about what Rob Refsnyder thinks?
No, not at all. I'm just saying. I'm just reminding you. I'm using this as a vehicle to remind you that we've done things like this before. Willows Run. Jeff Cirillo was hitting about 205, and that's what you paid for a round of golf. $2.
You're using this as a vehicle.
Yes, I'm using it as a tool to expand the conversation.
God, that is like corporate speak.
You know, if I needed this guff, I'd wait until 3 o'clock.
Or
Are you going to use the word synergy?
Or until you got home.
Good Lord, man. I get way more guff from him than I do from her.
Really?
Oh, not even close. I don't dare open my mouth at home. Are you kidding me?
Who's him? Jackson or Dick?
What do you think, man? Rhymes with ick.
All right, what are you doing?
What's today? Is today Thursday?
Today's Thursday.
Jerry Brewer on today. Brett Boone's on today. Great to have Booney on, by the way, because you got the Mariner game and this new proposal that will limit free agent contracts. I'm sure he'll be thrilled about that.
People are mad.
Oh, God, dude.
Yeah, people are mad.
Fun with audio, and we're going to hear from Rob Stone. You know who Rob Stone is, by the way?
He's on Fox.
He's on Fox. He's the studio host, and he's the one that lost his mind last Friday on the pregame show in Seattle. So he's going to join us from L.A. before tonight's game, which we are carrying, by the way, at 7 o'clock tonight.
Oh, okay. Perfect. And you will be on the air at noon tomorrow.
Yes, for you, because you are our NHL draft analyst. Every hard-to-pronounce Russian and Yugoslavian and Czechoslovakian will
Who's your favorite Russian hockey player?
Sergei Sugmiov. Big fan of him.
See you, bye.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, boys and girls, here we go. Headlines on a Thursday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Softy Dick Jackson with you until 6:30 tonight before Turkey or Turkey takes on the Americans at 7 o'clock from World Cup. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
He's going to bite their genitals off and spit them into the Willamette.
All right, where do we start? How about the Mariners, man? The Mariners' offense has gone into the toilet. They have not scored more than 3 runs in almost 2 weeks. Another loss, 5-1 today against Pittsburgh. Bryce Miller makes a couple of mistakes, and it costs them dearly. 5 2/3, 3 runs, all earned, no walks, 11 Ks, but gave up 2 bombs today to the Pirates. The M's will now travel to Cleveland to take on the Guardians for 3 games starting tomorrow.
We've got a trade. Is this officially the first trade of the trade deadline season? The Mets fire sale's begun, sending starting pitcher David Peterson to the Cubs for a single-A first baseman.
All right. What else we got? Speaking of baseball, a new proposal. This just in from the MLB owners. They want a max contract for free agents who switch teams, Dick, of 5 years. Teams would be able to sign their own players for up to 6 years, so the 10-year deals would go away. Minimum salary in baseball would go from $780,000 to $1 million for players with at least 2 years of service.
Ecuador advancing the round of 32. They are celebrating 2-1 win today over Germany.
They want to be known as Ecuador, by the way.
Ecuador, like Turkey A?
Yeah, just so you know, man. By the way, we do have the Turkey A match tonight against the Americans at 7 o'clock from L.A. The NFL Draft, we already know, is going to be in D.C. this coming season, 2027, next year's draft, April 29th to May the 1st. And the draft theater, will be on the National Mall in front of the Capitol.
And here we go.
And now, 2 goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All righty, here we go. Big thanks to our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. Rodney Carrington is there tonight, by the way. Get your tickets at emeraldqueen.com, or at this point, I would just buy him at the door, by the way. Very funny man, but my advice to you, do not bring the kids at all. Who was the gal that did the tall blonde that did the Tom Brady roast? What the hell was her name? The comedian. You know what I'm talking about, Jackson?
Yeah, I can see her face.
Yeah,
15 minutes of fame.
Yeah, no, she's a big deal. But we saw her at the Emerald Queen 6 months ago. God, what was her name? Help me out here, man. Come on.
Nikki Glazer.
Nikki Glazer.
That's
yes, correct. We saw her at the Emerald Queen Casino a few months back, and she went from 0 to 80 in about a half a second, by the way, on the offensive meter. I got to be honest with you. That's also another gal you don't want to take the family to. Rodney Carrington's a very funny guy, but I would say it's 18 plus and maybe even 21 plus tonight for Rodney Carrington. So he is a very funny guy. Get your ticket to the door at the Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. All right, we got a lot to get to, man, on the radio program. First of all, Jerry Brewer, Jetty, will join us on the air at 4 o'clock today. A lot to talk about with Jerry, obviously, on his weekly visit, courtesy of our friends at Northwest Handling Systems, right, Dick? And then Brett Boone will join us at 5 o'clock tonight, talk some baseball. Rob Stone, you guys know Rob. He is one quarter, I guess, if you will. I don't know if they have 4 people in studio, but they did when they were on remote in Seattle last week. It was Alexi Lawless, Clint Dempsey, Carly Lloyd, and then Rob Stone. And Rob's the one that told everybody on the set, hey, let's back off for a second and let this crowd do their thing. He said it was the greatest thing he's ever seen in American soccer. We're going to have him on the air today, right before kickoff tonight of the USA-Turkey A game coming up at 7 o'clock this evening from L.A. So a lot to get to. But before that, what do you say? Yeah. Let's get to the Seattle Mariners. And this is exactly my point, Dick, about what you and I were talking about a couple days ago. Riding this roller coaster, man, every single day, prisoner of the moment. I remember going on the air just 2 days ago with you. I was all Peter positive. I was all Harry happy, talking about how, you know what, another Red Sox series didn't go that well, but I got a feeling these guys are going to start turning things around. Maybe I should stop with the feelings, by the way. Maybe I should shelve my emotions and my happy thoughts and just start being a negative bastard, because it feels like every time I go on the air and talk about how I think the M's are starting to turn the corner, they just completely fall apart. I mean, man, the offense, and I looked it up today, guys, the offense has not had a stretch like this since I don't know when. Certainly not last year. Last year, they were, top 5 in runs scored, whatever it was in baseball. They have now gone 11 consecutive games. It's been 2 weeks tomorrow was the last time these guys scored 4 runs or more. 3 runs or less every single game for 11 consecutive games. They did not have a stretch like that all year long. They're averaging barely over 2 runs a game. The starting pitching is starting to get kind of wonky a little bit. I wonder how much that's due to the whole schedule being out of whack for these guys. Bryce Miller was actually pretty dominant today.
Yes, 11 strikeouts.
But he made a couple of mistakes.
Yep.
Gives up a home run in the 4th pitch of the game. Gives up a 2-run bomb in the 3rd. Comes back to K the side in the 4th inning. So outside of a couple of mistakes, Bryce Miller was actually pretty good today. Not bad. Probably just missed on some location, right, with those home runs. But the issue all of a sudden now, guys, is this offense can't score.
Yeah, I think every game's created differently. Today was created much differently offensively than yesterday. I mean, they got a lot of base runners, and they had bases loaded opportunities, and they were getting line outs and great defensive plays against them. So hopefully that is something that is going to turn the page a little, because I totally agree with you. Long run, last 2 weeks, they've been absolutely miserable.
Right.
I watched every pitch of today's game. I love the 9:40 games. I can actually watch the entire game.
Yeah.
And they had a lot of opportunities, and there was some bad luck in there. What I do not understand is, once again, hey, they actually left Luke Raley in to face a left-hander, and guess what he did in the 6th inning?
Right.
He got a base hit
Right.
in the 6th inning against the left-hander. And then guess what? In the 7th inning, with the bases loaded, he came back up again. Nope, we're going to put in Rob Refsnyder this time, even though Luke Raley got a base hit the last inning, and Rob Refsnyder with a weak fly ball to left field to leave everybody else on there. It's just another quizzical decision from our guy, Dan Wilson.
Well, if Raley got a hit today against a lefty, that would have only been his 3rd hit of the year against a lefty. They don't really let him face left-handers. He's only had 17 plate appearances all year long before today against lefties, and historically he's been miserable against lefties. But I think where I agree with you is that you've gotten to a point now with Refsnyder, and I still believe that some of this is coming from the top, by the way. We had this conversation off the air with Ian just after crosstalk. I don't think that Jerry Dipoto is calling the dugout. I don't think he's signaling down like in the movie Casino with like this little buzzer inside Wilson's pants. Like Morse code, 2 taps.
2 taps is
Refsnyder. 1 tap is leave the guy in the game, right? You disobey, 3 taps and you're getting buzzed. I don't think that's the case at all, but I am pretty damn certain that there are conversations that will come down with Dan and Justin and Jerry and anybody else, coaches, right, on that baseball team. And they'll have conversations before a series, before a game that, hey, we'd like to see Rob Refsnyder today if possible, right? There's some matchups that we like in the bullpen with the Pirates. If we can see Refsnyder, let's try and make that happen, right? Hint, hint, kind of things like that. Don't know exactly how those conversations go, but the idea that Jerry Dipoto is completely leaving Dan Wilson alone and not giving him any advice, not asking for any move to be made at any time ever, even insinuating about it. I don't buy that at all. And I don't think that's unique to the Mariners, by the way, Dick. I think that happens all around baseball. The problem is nobody complains about it when teams are winning ball games and players are hitting well. The thing with Refsnyder, though, is that you've got a shot now to maybe catch a little bit of lightning in a bottle, and this should be something that you should be looking at on a day-by-day basis. Not over the course of a week, not over the course of 2 weeks. I'm just saying you live for today. And if Luke Raley is feeling it today against a left-hander, give him a shot. Give him a second shot to see if there's more lightning left in that bottle. That's where I agree with you.
Dave, it's what you're saying there is exactly what we've all been talking about. Everything with this baseball team seems pre-programmed.
Right, like the pitching staff.
Yes.
Right.
There's no nuance to it at all.
Right.
Yeah, if Luke Raley was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, then go to the right-hander against the lefty.
Right.
But he had just gotten a base hit the inning before against a left-hander. I don't understand the lack of willingness to adapt and adjust on a game-by-game basis. It is all pre-programmed. Hell, anybody with a card that says hit a righty against a lefty could go manage this baseball team because that's all they do.
Right. Well, I just think, again, you've got to be able to be a little flexible. And that was my whole problem with the piggyback thing. I mean, I think you guys know where I stand on that. I think I've made myself pretty clear. If anybody's confused, by the way, just text in and we'll respond.
You have made it more clear than anybody.
Right?
I've been kind of wishy-washy on the whole thing. You have not.
And look, I may be wrong in the end. I mean, this may be proven to be the greatest thing in the world, right? But I just think that baseball players, more than any other sport out there, because of one reason, they play every day. That's it. This is not like the NBA or hockey or football. Baseball players, more than any other sport out there, are creatures of absolute habit. They are. And when you disrupt that habit, when you disrupt that flow, and you start doing things that nobody has ever dealt with before in their life, I guarantee you, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, Bryce Miller, Hancock, whatever, Castillo, minor leagues, college baseball, Major League Baseball, none of them likely dealt with a 6-man rotation, and none of them likely dealt with a piggyback situation. Right. So they're now doing it for the very first time, and they're kind of goofing around and experimenting with this stuff. Like, look, guys, experimentation should take place when you're 19 years old in college, not when you're 25 years old pitching in the major leagues. This is why I hate the J.P. Crawford thing as well at third base. Now, I get the fact that they're a little bit stuck there right now. There's not much they can do, so I give them kind of a pass on that. But what stinks for me, I guess, as a fan, is that I'm watching them kind of experiment and tinker a little bit in the middle of June when this is stuff that should have been done way back in March and in February in Peoria. And again, I understand that circumstances have created this a little bit kind of a mess here with the injuries and all that stuff. And their defense is a problem that we're going to have to talk about for sure today. But I just think, again, when you do things like this, you're really hanging your guts out there, man. If it doesn't work, it looks so ridiculous at the start. You know, Saris was on today talking with Ian about that. He's kind of a bigger fan of the piggyback than I am, and that's fine. But when you do things like this, man, if it doesn't work, people are going to barbecue you. And if it does work, you're going to be a pioneer. And the odds of being a pioneer, man, oh, my God. Like, how many general managers, how many presidents of baseball ops, how many managers out there can sit around baseball and say this whole new trend in baseball started with us?
Yeah.
And that's what you're kind of asking the M's to do, and that's a lot to ask.
Well, I think it'll go, if it does become a trend, I think it'll go the way of the opener. You remember the opener? God, that was hot for like 2 minutes.
Well, people still use it, but not as often, for sure.
I remember, what was it, 3-4 years ago when there'd be every night in baseball, we'd see at least one team go to the opener.
Right.
And now we're not seeing that much anymore.
Well, and here's the other thing. Look, it's June 25th. We're at the halfway point. More than one game, obviously. They've played 82 games, so we're halfway plus a game. They're 41 and 41. How
plus
about that?
4 run differential.
That's right. They got
Which is exactly
4.
what they should be, 41 and 41.
Well, the thing is that now that the Rays have gone a little nuts in the last couple games, they now have the second best run differential in baseball, and the M's have the third best run differential in the American League. There's only 3 teams in the AL with a positive run differential, and only 2 of them are plus 10 or more, and that's the Yankees and the Rays. But this division, man, I mean, they got to kind of step on the gas here at some point. I'm not saying today. There's no urgency this second.
Yeah.
But all these games do count, by the way, in case you didn't notice. You don't get to September and then you say, oh, those games in May that you lost, take out 2 of them, right? That's not how baseball works. You got 4 teams now, guys, 4. The Mariners, Astros, who are kind of hot right now, by the way, A's and Texas are all within 2 games of each other in the American League West. So this idea that, and you said it the other day, that you believe that there's a chance that maybe these guys feel like, hey, this division is ours. Like, we got it. And they're just showing up with this laissez-faire attitude that we're going to win this division. We're the best team. We have the best roster. Nobody can catch us. Okay, fine.
Well, they're being proven right. They're 5-9 in the last 14, and they're still up 2 games.
Right, but you're up 2 games, not 12.
But we were never up 12.
You got 4 teams separated, Dick, by 2 games. How is that proving them right? If the Mariners' offense continues to stink and the pitching staff takes a step back, or God forbid somebody of significance gets hurt again, this baseball team could slide. So I'm not saying it's going to happen. I would still bet them to win the West, obviously. But this idea, and I don't think you necessarily believe this, but this idea that some people have that this thing is a lock, that's ridiculous.
No, I don't think it's a lock, but I do think that no matter how badly this team plays, you still look at the standings and you see them in first place. I mean, 5-9 in 14 games, you can't hit yourself out of a wet paper bag, and you're still 2 games up on everybody. It's just amazing.
Which means if you can figure it out, you should
leave
be
them
okay.
behind.
But you got to figure it out. Again, I mean, you got 4 teams that are separated by 2 games in the West. And you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams in the wild card race that are within 2 games of each other, right? I mean, that's 11 teams right there just from the wild card and the AL West that are all within 2 games of a playoff spot right now. Now, that you would think that would sort itself out, right? As the summer goes on and as we get into maybe like late August and early September. But here's the good thing. The league is a mess. The league stinks. The bad thing is the league is a mess. That means a lot of bad teams are going to be fighting with each other for a shot to make the playoffs. There's a lot of bad teams in the AL, Dick. There's also a lot of parity. And not parity with good teams, by the way.
Well, these teams you're going to be playing, the Clevelands and Torontos of the world, you may be looking at them and saying, oh, yeah, we don't have anybody tough to play. But you know what? They're looking at you saying that.
Exactly.
They're looking at you saying,
Yes,
what is Seattle? They're nothing.
100%. 100%. Yeah. I mean, the Blue Jays and the Guardians and the Astros, I mean, all of us are made of the same, they're cut from the same cloth. All of us. We're all the same ilk. Mariners may have the potential, the high-end potential that those teams don't have, but they haven't shown it yet. I mean, guys, we're halfway home, and we're still waiting for the engine to start, man. So anyway, Brett Boone will join us at 5 o'clock. I cannot wait to talk to Booney about this proposal. I got a feeling that anything that limits how much money players can make in free agency is going to be laughed out the back door by the MLBPA. We'll talk with Brett about that at 5 o'clock tonight right here on 93.3 KJR FM. And tomorrow, by the way, a little switcherooski. Ian's going to be doing the NHL draft tomorrow with Mike Benton, Big Al, Everett, the whole gang, right from 32. Is that correct, Jackson? Tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So we're going to allow Ian to pop a squat in the afternoon show. We will take his noon to 3 slot from the 520 Bar and Grill tomorrow.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that,
Lunchtime at the 520?
I mean,
I'm
getting
in.
off a little bit earlier on a Friday, right? Start the weekend early. I'm totally for that, man. So Ian can now find out what it's like to do a 4-hour radio show, that lazy SOB. Tomorrow at noon, we'll be at the 520 Bar and Grill. Why don't you get your ass out there?
I cannot. Nope.
No chance?
No chance.
You got a game tomorrow?
Yeah, there's other people who do have games tomorrow that can't fill in for me.
All right, well, because I was just talking to Randy Brazen over there, by the way, today, and she was giving us a preview of the food items that we'll be sampling tomorrow.
Cool.
At
Really?
the 520 Bar and Grill. Brand new cocktails, too.
I'm coming hungry. I am not going to eat lunch before I get there.
Well, here's you're
cocktails
ha-hawing.
last week were awesome.
You're ha-hawing, but I'm actually, I mean, full disclosure, I'll just say. So my wife, who gets her Fridays mostly off, she's driving up. We're going to do a happy hour.
Oh, that's
We're going to go
right.
to the World Cup
You're
game.
going to the game.
We're going to go we're having a wonderful, wonderful night.
You're going to the
I'm
game.
excited.
Well, keep an eye on my wife because she'll be there too, by the way. All right,
I'm
she'll
not
be
gonna
at
do
the Egypt-Iran game tomorrow night, man. So anyway, we'll be at the 520 Bar and Grill tomorrow. Have you seen the latest coming out of Portland with the guy that bought the Blazers? Have you seen this story? So Tom Dundon, who is the new owner of the Blazers, obviously took over when they were sold by the Allen Foundation. He says it's not his job to fund what looks like a $600 million makeover of the Moda Center. Quote, it feels like we're making a pretty big investment by staying here and paying these tax rates, he said today. And he doesn't plan on giving them a nickel for that arena down there. And it obviously brings up memories of a certain guy from Oklahoma, a guy that Kevin Durant referred to as a fat ass on the streets of Manhattan before the NBA Board of Governors meeting. Of course, I'm talking about Clay Bennett, who said famously in a meeting with us, I think you were there, by the way, Dick, at the old 351 Elliott Avenue building with Lenny Wilkins downstairs, I'm not going to give a nick to this project. He says he'll take money out of parking if he has to, but he's not paying a nickel of that stadium. So this guy has already come out, and he has said, I am not paying a dime of the new stadium. So the question is, do the people of Portland have it in them to stomach a $600 million bill paid for by the public to renovate the Moda Center?
If the people of Seattle in 2008 didn't,
right,
the people in Portland in 2026 absolutely do not.
I would think you're probably right, although the difference is that's all they got, right? I mean, for us, at least we can say in Seattle in 2008, hey, man, we just did the Seahawks. We just did the Mariners. Now it's 2008. Because all that actually started in like 2006, right? It all kind of started before the stock market went to hell, before all that stuff happened. So I think them being third in line, Dick, I don't know about you, but them being third in line behind the Mariners and Seahawks back in the day was a problem for a lot of people. I just wonder if it's going to be different down there because they're a one-trick pony town. And if they lose the Portland Trailblazers, they've got literally nothing. They got the Timbers, but come on. Right? I mean, no disrespect to the MLS, but we're talking NBA, NFL, baseball, NHL, different animal. So if they lose them, they're in a world of you-know-what, man. How much money does that team bring to that city? How much pride do they have in that franchise? Tons, right? They love their Blazers down there in Portland. The reason why I bring it up is because if this guy's going to take this approach and we're going to have a fight on our hands, I'm not sitting here suggesting the Blazers could move to Seattle, which I think they could potentially, but that's not even what I'm talking about. What I'm focused on is this going to potentially delay a vote on expansion while they figure this out? Because all of us have said the Boston thing, the CBA, whatever, if this is going to linger a little bit and nobody knows what their future is down there in Portland, and you start hearing rumors and smoke about different cities and different destinations, is there any shot that this could impact and delay an expansion approval or vote for us?
I would say no, and here's why. Because those other delays, Adam Silver had never come out prior to those other delays and given us a date. He never did.
Right.
So all those delays just pushed back a date that he never gave us.
Yeah.
He has given us a date.
Right.
He has given us a date by the end of 2026. We will have a decision. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that we will have. That might change their decision.
Right.
And say,
Right.
okay,
Absolutely.
Seattle's getting a team, but it ain't going to be an expansion team.
Right.
But I do think we will have a decision by the end of 2026.
Yeah, if I had to wager, I think I would wager on your opinion, but I would feel very nervous about it. Very nervous, because I think the one thing that the NBA has shown, they're kind of unlike the Mariners. They're willing to pivot a little bit when they have to, right? And I think things happen, right? Circumstances change. And if this Blazer thing becomes a bit of a mess and becomes contentious down there in Oregon, and there's a big fight, right, with the city and the local government and this Dundon guy, I'm not giving you a penny, and they're talking about moving and they're threatening, and all of a sudden you see different teams or different cities opening up their arms to welcome them to their town. I'm not saying it's likely, but I wouldn't say it's 0%, Jackson, at all.
That's the thing, is we have to look at right now a situation that's very fluid. And even though Adam Silver's already given us a date, if there's developments and other cities come in and Kansas City says, hey, listen, if their mayor comes out and does a press conference and says, we're aware of what's going on in Portland, we're going to, put the full force behind getting the Blazers to Kansas City or whatever, I don't know. That muddies the waters and makes the situation more fluid. We just need everything to stay status quo.
Right.
Everything needs to stay as it is.
Yes.
Portland can have as many problems as it wants right now, but nobody else can jump into the fire pit. Everybody just needs to let it burn and just sit back and watch.
Well, there's three possibilities, right? I mean, I hate to be the obvious guy here, but there's three possibilities. Either A, the Portland thing has no impact on us whatsoever. B, it's a detriment. Or C, it's a positive. I think we can throw C out. Right? This is not going to be a positive. While they're figuring, this is not going to help our cause. Either A, it makes no impact on it whatsoever, or it hurts it. And if it does hurt it, the question is how much? Maybe slightly, maybe a slight delay, maybe it pushes things back by a year, maybe it pushes the vote back by a year, but they still start playing in 2028. Maybe they vote next spring and not this fall, right, when they have their Board of Governors meeting. I kind of agree with Jackson, Dick, that I think the sooner they get their act figured out down there, the better it is for us. It may not be a major constraint and restriction, right? And hurdle, if I guess, for us. But if it's a little one, I'd like that to be removed. That's the point.
I'm just wondering what the emotions of Sonic fans are with this whole thing. And text us at 49451, because obviously Sonic fans hated Clayton Bennett, but basically Dundon's doing the same thing that Bennett did.
Right.
And I have a feeling that a lot of Sonic fans here in Seattle, because they have no emotional attachment to that situation down there, are like, I don't blame Tom Dundon for what he's doing.
Sure.
He came in just wanting to own the franchise. He didn't come in wanting to own the franchise in Portland, just like Bennett didn't come in wanting to own the franchise in Seattle.
Well,
so I don't blame him for driving a hard bargain.
When you
with
say
Portland.
how Sonic fans are feeling, what do you mean? Would we take the Blazers if they became available?
How they feel with Dundon's stance right now of screw you, I'm not putting a dime in this.
Well, has Dundon come out and does he have an allegiance to another city?
No, not that we know of.
That's the thing, right? It was very well okay.
Correct.
That's true. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma City.
The guy hosted the Jazz, for God's sakes, during the hurricane.
Yeah.
Right? Come on.
The Jazz, the Hornets.
Or the Hornets, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think Dundon has come out
what
and
happened
made
to Utah?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Tom hasn't made it really clear that. Listen, he's part of, what NHL team is he part
Carolina.
of? Carolina, right.
Right,
But they already have the Charlotte, right? So there's no city that he represents that he would want to take them to.
Yes.
So I guess the obvious question
he's
is,
a free agent.
So Tom, what the hell are you doing then?
Well,
he's a free agent.
He could use it as a hammer to get Louisville or Kansas City or anybody to build him an arena.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, obviously, if there's somebody out there willing to dance and somebody out there willing to give him the money he's looking for, he absolutely could move the basketball team. Now, look, I mean, I just think, again, how does this impact us, right? That's what all this comes down to. We're very selfish around here. All we care about is us and our situation and our cause. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'd rather have an expansion team, but it's not 99-1. I mean, if the Blazers are available and they move to Seattle, okay, great. Whatever. Like, do I feel bad for Blazer fans? Kind of, but not enough to say no. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
It's a business, guys. Get out of here. We're going to break. A little fun with audio next on, the WNBA's in hot water. Coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
It's time now for Fun with Audio, sponsored by Bluma Tree Experts. Trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or at blumatree.com. Now, Fun with Audio. Here's Softy and Dick.
All right, here we go on a busy Thursday. Jerry Brewer will join us. Coming up next segment, Brett Boone at 5 o'clock tonight. Rob Stone from Fox, studio host for their soccer coverage. He'll join us from L.A. before tonight's game with Turkey. Can I just call it Turkey?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Because I think it kind of pisses off Jackson for some reason.
I don't just know why you wouldn't do what the country is named. I guess I
the country was named. They want to change it. They're asking people to call it something else.
It's not they want to. They did.
What'd I tell you?
Like
if you wanted to be called Bob, it would be up to us to decide whether we're going to call you Bob or not.
I guess I just don't understand if the country is called Turkey. Why don't you just say Turkey?
I don't want to.
Well, then that's dumb.
Why?
But go ahead.
Do what I want.
I thought it was Turkey. I'm 52 years old. I've been calling it Turkey for 52 years.
What if I wasn't aware? I want to be called Daryl from now on.
I'll call you Daryl.
All right, just so you know.
Then I'll call you
The rest of the
Daryl.
show, I'm Daryl. Okay,
Daryl.
You
Go
better
ahead.
call me by my
Let's do the
given
segment,
name.
Daryl.
Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Daryl?
There you go.
What's that, Dick?
There you go. Diana Rossini, our friend Boom Boom. Back in the news. Man, just when you thought it was over, they pulled her back in. After yesterday's New York Times special report, the article referenced a visit by Diana on the Stugatz and Company podcast earlier this year where she told a story about getting let off without a ticket after being pulled over by a police officer.
I got pulled over again 2 weeks ago.
Really?
I was texting and driving because this coaching cycle is ridiculous and relentless and exhausting, and you can't drive 2 feet to get a cup of coffee without something happening.
Right.
And so the officer pulled me over. I've gotten pulled over twice in a month, actually. The first time Joey was screaming in the back, he opens the window and he goes, "You got enough problems, go." And he let me go because he felt so bad for the ridiculousness.
He saw your kid.
Okay, so the second time, I don't want to say too much of this, but I'm not going to say the team or the coach.
Okay.
But the police officer pulls up and I said, "Listen, Sean McDermott just got fired. I am in the middle of this right now. I know you don't care as a police officer, but I feel like I need to let you know this." And he said, "Well, I'm not a Bills fan." I'm like, "Oh, you're Jets, so this is good news for you, right?" Like, he said, "No." And so he names the team. I go, "Oh, I love that team." I go, "Do you want to talk to the coach? You should talk to the coach." I FaceTime the head coach. Head coach is in his office. He's like, "What's up?"
Oh my.
I go, "I just got pulled over and I just wanted to meet my friend, Officer Joe." And the head coach played all into it. And he's like, "How you doing?" He's like,
God.
"You should let her go.
Yes.
She's a good citizen." You know, officer's just like, "What is happening right now?"
Of all the ways to get out of a ticket.
Coach to get out of a ticket.
Okay, so
That's a pretty funny story.
I think it's amazing, first of all, and if there's any criticism in that story, the criticism should go to the officer who let her off the hook, not her. She's doing. I mean, who does not do everything they can to wiggle out of a ticket when they get pulled over? Everybody does. So don't blame her. Blame the freaking cop who fell for it. Come on, that's the guy that should be busted.
Absolutely. I think it's a pretty good effort on her part.
Yes.
And
yes.
It paid off.
Jackson, can you imagine getting pulled over by an officer who's a big Sounders fan?
Yeah.
And you FaceTime Brian Schmetzer. And he gets on the, which he would do, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
And he gets on the phone and says, "Hey, this guy's a good dude. Let him off the hook." And you're off the hook. You're telling me you would not take that shot?
I think that we all need to just understand that in that kind of a situation, you use what you got.
Yeah.
Only time I've ever been pulled over for speeding is when I was in high school, senior year of high school.
Right.
And I'm like, all right, I have a baby face. I can play this off like I'm young. So I just fake cried. And it worked.
Good for you.
You use what you got. I had a baby face and I
love
cried.
it. Yeah.
See,
good
we
for
need
you.
we need the Schmetzer drop on Jackson right there because
Oh,
that's what would happen
yeah.
if Jackson were to call Brian
Oh,
and the
God.
officer pulled him over.
You know, you got to give me more of a heads up.
I was trying
man.
to
You
flag
need
you
to have
down.
access to this thing. You know what? You're always directing me.
I was trying to flag you
play
down.
Play this, play that, play this, play that. I don't know. It's not this one.
Hey, Jackson.
No.
You're not helping
Nope.
me.
That's
the Schmetzer.
Florio. That's Florio. All right. Well, next time. Next time.
We'll find it.
When do you learn how to use this thing?
Come on, Daryl,
Then
learn your
you-
own system.
Yes, exactly. Then you can do whatever you want.
I
All
don't
right.
have it over
hey,
here.
Dick. Are you still Dick, by the way?
No.
Who are you? Bob. Hey, Bob. Did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Daryl?
What's that, Dick?
The Mets committed 6 infield errors during a 10-5 loss to the Cubs yesterday. Here was the 6th error in the 9th inning as called by Gary Cohen on Pix 11 in New York.
And he hits it sharply at Vientos, and he boots it for yet another error. Unbelievable. The 6th infield error for the Mets tonight. I mean, what do you say at this point? I mean, this team is in the depths of despair.
All right. Well, the Mets are horrible. Everyone's getting fired. There's going to be a fire sale. It started already, as you said. My question is, can the Mariners maybe take advantage of it? We'll see. Because there's going to be guys of it. Can you find somebody, for as bad as the Mets are, Dick, can you find somebody on the Mets that can hit lefties better than Rob Refsnyder? I guarantee you can. There's gotta be
Daryl can hit
somebody on that
lefties
team.
better than Rob
I don't know who
Refsnyder
Daryl
can.
is, but if he can hit lefties better than Rob Refsnyder, go for
Well,
it.
would you ever hear a Mariner broadcast member say that we're in the depths of despair?
Probably not. Okay. The White Sox broadcast from last year, yes, but the
Ozzie
Mariners,
Guillen?
no. Yeah, exactly. All right. Hey, is it Bob? Is that right? Yeah. Hey, Bob, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Daryl?
What's that, Dick?
Which one do you want there, Jackson?
3-3-3.
3. All right, fine. The Mets touchdown of errors and loss last night spurred another rant from Barstool's resident Mets fan, Frank the Tank Fleming, who posted this to Twitter yesterday.
I mean, seriously? What the 6 hours! 6 hours! 6 hours! 6! And there could have been 9! A butt going over a Bo Bichette's head. Simeon Kennedy in the field of fly ball. Those could have been errors too! They could have had 9! And there's nothing going to be changed! Nothing! The manager doesn't say, no, these things happen. These things happen. This is the most infuriating change! Nobody's getting fired! Does anybody care?
Didn't we say that we were going to do a Frank the Tank from a Mariner's perspective?
Anders is in charge because he does the post-game shows.
Isn't this the time to do it now with the offense and Rob Refsnyder? Rob Refsnyder, you can't let that freaking Don't you guys feel a little bad, though, that we're laughing at Frank? I mean, he's got some kind of problem, right?
Does he?
No, but he
I
does
think
things
he
online
does.
for people to laugh at.
Right, but doesn't he? You guys get what I'm saying here. He's got a disability, does he not?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I'm pretty certain he does, and we're mocking the hell out of him. Now he's entertaining. He's enjoying
extremely
himself.
entertaining.
We're laughing with him, not at him. Right, all that stuff. There's no small part of you feels bad about it at all. No part of you at all. Okay.
He
All
puts
right.
himself out there and does these things to get reactions.
By the way, I just texted Brian Schmetzer and asked him what he thinks of Jackson forcing us to pronounce Turkey. Here's what he said. Here's what he said.
Jeez, Daryl. Come on, Daryl.
You
Learn
like
your
that?
own system.
There it is.
Do you know
right there.
You know
There
the
it is.
Mariners are only 6 games ahead of the Mets?
Is that true?
Yes.
Wow.
That's how bad we are.
Jackson doesn't know Dick.
I love that.
I know Bob. I don't know Dick.
We're going to break. Jerry Brewer will join. Well, that's Jerry if he's pronouncing it Turkey A. Next on 93.3 KJR FM. Jerry, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. Hey, I'm a clown just like you guys.
Yeah, but you're a much more professional clown than us. We're just amateur
He's a
clowns
classy
here.
clown.
Hey, since you work for The Athletic and you're technically, I guess, an employee of the New York Times, were you involved in the Diana Rossini investigation at all?
No, I have not been asked a single thing about her, but you should see my text message thread.
I bet.
I mean, is that weird that the New York Times that owns The Athletic is doing a story on Diana while there's an investigation at that newspaper into Diana's activity?
Yeah, absolutely. It's weird, but we probably should be reporting on ourselves, even though that's not really ourselves. It's just kind of the parent company.
Right.
Jerry, what'd you think of the scenes? What you saw on Sunday or Friday in Seattle? You were probably out of the city, but just what you thought of that and the Athletic ranking Lumen #1 World Cup venue.
Well, I mean, I had to contribute to that a little bit. Like I was there, and it was amazing, right? Like I'm back in L.A. Flew from Seattle to L.A. this morning for this. What do they call it? That it's a dead rubber match. That's one of these phrases that I had never probably knew, but had never really heard used before, especially when it comes to U.S. soccer. But the vibes are incredible, right? Like, and then I wasn't there yesterday for Bosnia, but like the Bosnian fans really brought it. And it seemed like the vibes for that match, which was probably the weakest of our collection of 6 that we have, were pretty darn good too. I mean, Seattle's just killing it as a host. And then tomorrow we'll have the controversy of Iran and Egypt and Pride celebration and all of that. So like that'll be the first time when it's not like the full storyline is, oh my God, Seattle's amazing. But that's also very appropriate for what our city is. So I'm excited to get back on a plane at 7 in the morning and cover that one as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to ask you about that. I mean, as long as we've known you, there is no topic which you were afraid to touch as a writer. You share your opinions on sports, politics intersecting with sports, and sometimes you get criticized and sometimes you get praised for it. But that's what makes you great, Jerry, in my opinion. So let me ask you about that, right? I mean, tomorrow night is the Pride Night game. I think the Iranian Federation, right, has asked that no pride flags be displayed in the stadium at all. I think FIFA is allowing that to happen. They are allowing those flags to be brought into the stadium tomorrow. I'm more concerned about activity in the stands between the fans and people getting in each other's faces with the Egyptians and the Iranian fans tomorrow night in the crowd. What's your thought on the way you think tomorrow night's going to go?
You know, I don't know. I mean, I tend to think that the backdrop will be more interesting than what actually happens.
Right.
But I'm real eager. I think there's a way to have some conflict about it, but it still feel inclusive, and that's what I'm hoping. Like, inclusivity is messy, guys, and sports is supposed to be for everyone who wants to come and root, and we'll see if it passes the test tomorrow.
Jerry, what's the goal for this World Cup in this country? And I mean that in 2 ways. What's the goal for the team itself? What would you see as a success? And then also how the country comes out of this World Cup as far as the growth of the game here.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, I mean, I don't know that we're going to see any rapid, tangible growth unless they make a deep run, like threaten to win the thing, like semifinals or something. I tend to think that the ceiling for this group is probably the quarterfinals. And that would be nice, but like we never pump our chest about finishing 7th or 8th, right? So I tend to think that this is going to be more of a fleeting feeling. But I think what we've seen already, especially with the quick reaction, the fervor that built up just over 2 matches for the U.S. is just we've got the support, right? And now we got to get the men's national team fully up to par. And that could take the bulk of like this generation. You know, the ones who are in their mid-20s right now. Like there's still a gap, and like when I paid more attention than I ever have. You know, like really engage watching these games, and I mean, there's just to the eye, it's pretty clear there's a gap. And like we're going to experience that at some point.
Yep.
But I think I'd be disappointed if this team isn't in the quarterfinal at least, and isn't a threat to win the quarterfinal.
No doubt. Well, Jerry Brewer's with us on the air, with us every week, courtesy of our friends at Northwest Handling Systems. And Jerry, the real controversy about the World Cup is happening in this studio right now, by the way, because Jackson's mad at me and Dick because he believes that if Turkey now wants to be known as Turkey, that we should respect that and refer to them as Turkey. Dick and I say phooey. We call it Turkey. We want to call it Turkey. We'll call it Turkey. Where do you stand?
Yeah, I am in that boat of like, mama named Clay, I'm going to call him Clay.
That's right, baby. That's right. Look,
Like,
Coming to America reference there, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Bang.
Yes, it is Turkey forever for me. Like but being a writer, like when the Associated Press, when AP Style changes it to Turkey, that's when I'll change it.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
I gotcha. Jerry, I got to ask you about the big trade in the NBA this week. Giannis Antetokounmpo going to Miami. I know you're following that close. Did they make themselves a title contender there? Do you see a Eastern Conference championship starting lineup when you see Miami now?
Not immediately, no, because they had to gut what wasn't a very impressive roster in order to get him. But it does give them two bookend guys who are defensive-minded, athletic, who will play well together in Giannis and Bam. And they'll be fun in years to come, which is a little bit weird to say, like, wait until next year, because Giannis is 31, going to be 32 by the end of the year.
Right.
So he doesn't have that much greatness left in him. It doesn't close the gap between Miami and the Knicks, or we'll see what happens with the Celtics if they trade Jaylen Brown or not, but they shouldn't even be close to them as well. Indiana will be coming back. It maybe solidifies them as like a 5 or a 6 seed. It's going to be underwhelming for year one, but if they do the right things, they can build something around them, and they could be a championship team about a year from now.
Yeah. Well, Jerry Brewer's with us, and Jerry, locally the story with the NBA is going on down south in Portland right now. You may have heard Tom Dundon.
Oh, God.
Yeah, who bought the Blazers, came out the other day and said, I'm not giving you a penny for a new arena or for upgrades. $600 million they need for renovations to Moda, and Dundon has said, I'm not giving you a cent. He says, we're already paying buttloads of taxes being here in Oregon. That's on you guys. I don't know, man. I mean, I guess you kind of maybe tie it back to Seattle. Could that potentially delay an expansion vote if they don't get their act figured out down there? Give me your thoughts on what's going on in Portland and maybe how it could affect us.
Well, my first thought is, who the hell vetted this guy from the NBA, right? And just because he had some success, continues to have success with the Carolina franchise, in the NHL, like the NBA is a totally different league. And the way that he's approaching things, the NBA had to have some kind of understanding that he was going to enter the league this way. Every single thing he does is more and more evil. And this is a standstill, right? Like, Oregon and Washington have a similar sentiment politically, even though they're not the same. And Portland's going to be like, well, the hell with that. We're not giving this guy who's not even investing like in the franchise anything. So, yeah, it causes me to be concerned where if you're the NBA and you're like, hey, are we thinking and you're trying to convince these other owners to expand, and they're like, well, what about we're going to expand by 2 teams, and then what? Portland could be a potential relocation candidate. Like, yeah, it's another thing to have to think about. I mean, I don't think that the NBA wants to move any markets that are already established. So I don't think that he would have any real ground to stand on with the league there. But they allowed him in the show, and they had to know what was on his mind in terms of how he wanted to activate this thing in the first 3 years or so. So I'm assuming that they are already on board with his tactics here, and that scares the hell out of me.
Yeah. Well, what should the level of culpability be when a rich guy comes and buys a sports franchise? And what should his level of culpability be to actually keep it in that market? Because we knew exactly what Clayton Bennett was doing when he came here. And it looks like we know what Tom Dundon's doing, even though he doesn't have a particular city like Clayton Bennett did to send to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope that everybody who buys a franchise would be, trying to make it work in the market that they're in. And there was no, there's been no indication from the NBA that they have any desire to leave Portland, right? Like, it's a little bit different from David Stern allowing the Sonics to be sold to Oklahoma businessmen when he was already upset with Seattle. Like, this could be one where Adam Silver might feign naivete about like what Donovan's intentions were, but I seriously doubt it. I just think one of the things, if you're thinking about expansion, is you're thinking about making the Northwest as powerful as it used to be.
Right.
The Blazers and the Sonics were a significant part of the Western Conference, and generally two franchises that always kind of had something going. They were fairly consistent compared to the rest of the league. And so this idea that you would invite one back and then the other one would go, unless like your grand plan is to try to make Seattle the king of the region, kind of like the Mariners are the king of the region in the MLB. But I don't sense that that's what they want to do. I also have sensed, even though there's no realistic pathway back in, and the franchise in the past really was terrible in the Vancouver Grizzlies, the NBA still misses that market, and they've been trying to get those fans interested in their product again, and having two franchises in the Northwest is better than having one.
Right.
So. Yeah, I don't know what the master plan is here, but I'm a very big proponent of Seattle and Portland and that rivalry coming back, and how powerful that could be for the league.
No doubt. Well, Jerry Brewer with us on the radio show. And Jerry, I'm wondering about this latest controversy. Maybe it's a little bit contrived, but maybe it only lives on social media and it's not really anything in reality. But did you see the WNBA came out with this 30th anniversary poster? Was it today, Dick, or yesterday when that thing came out? And they had a player from every current team and then every defunct team. Is that right? In the WNBA. And Caitlin Clark is not on it. And people got pissed off. Like, what is it with this league? They don't like Caitlin Clark. They don't want to promote her. They don't want to market her. Boomer Esiason, in the clip that we got here, came out and said the league doesn't like Caitlin Clark because she's straight and she's white. And that's going on a lot right now. So there seems to be a lot of folks out there that believe that the WNBA and its players dislike Caitlin Clark enough to a point where they just don't want to market her. Do you buy that?
No. I mean, that's idiotic, right? I do think there is this competitive tension. But I think you see that to a certain extent with Wemby in the NBA, and you're always going to try to test somebody to see if they're tough enough for the league, especially if they're getting all the hype. It's to an extraordinary level, I think, in the WNBA, partially because they didn't nip that in the bud in year one. I was more concerned with the Alyssa Thomas hard foul on Caitlin and all of that. I feel like for most people who are engaging in that debate, it's not even about I like the sport. They just want to stir something up, like Boomer Esiason.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many WNBA games at length do we think that Boomer Esiason has watched in his entire life in the past 30 seasons? How many, right? And for him to give that kind of take, like that felt like a take to me where Boomer's essentially saying, in my mind, from my point of view, I don't like black women dominating the sport, and I don't like gay women dominating the sport. That's what it sounded like. It seemed like a bias against those two particular entities, as opposed to like a commentary trying to defend Caitlin. Because I think there's a lot of things you could say to defend Caitlin and to try to stem some of the hard fouls and the testing and all of that. That to me is separate from this identity debate that we're having, whether it's about sexuality or about race.
Right. Well, I mean, as far as Boomer, though, I mean, if we're going to say that he hasn't watched any WNBA, then his opinion would be irrelevant whether he's complimentary or critical. Either way, right? I mean, if he's not watching WNBA, then just dismiss it altogether, right?
But that's how we live in the sports world right now, where we're aggregating everything. It's just like the most insane thing anybody can say is what we're going to talk about, and we'll talk about it for 3 days, and then we'll move on to the next insane thing that people say.
Right.
And, you know, the funny thing about it is, Softy, is like I have made a living over the last 20-plus years giving opinions. And I really don't give a damn about opinions, which is kind of funny, right? I would say that, right? But like, I care about like informed perspectives where you're actually trying to reach and trying to get at something.
Right.
But like people just popping alpha about anything. Like I have no desire to engage in any of that. And most of it is all just about Boomer or Stephen A. or anyone who's in the hot take industry knows that they can say something today and come back and say something else tomorrow. And it doesn't matter if it's inconsistent of what they said the day before. It's just about riling people up and trying to benefit from an attention economy. And that's just not how I experience sports. And the funny thing is, just like you guys, like we consume more sports than anybody. But I have a different way of being able to compartmentalize and turn certain things off. And that's just one of those things where it's like, you know what? That's idiotic. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And I'm moving on to something that I enjoy talking about.
Yeah, like people forcing us to say Turkey A and not Turkey. I'm with you, 1,000%. Ridiculous. All right, Jerry, you're the man. Great stuff. And we will talk in a week, my friend.
Man.
All right, anytime, guys.
All right, Jerry Brewer with us on the radio show. There's a lot to follow up there and a lot of different conversations. We'll do it next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, so we don't talk a lot of WNBA on this show. WNBA.
Does
What
Jackson
movie?
know that reference?
Probably not. What movie
No,
am
I
I
don't.
referring to? WNBA.
I actually don't.
WNBC.
Private Parts.
Have not
You ever
seen
see
it.
Private
Stern.
Parts?
Nope.
God, who told me a story the other day about that? God, a buddy of mine. I don't think it was you, and I don't think it was you.
No, it was Chuck.
Yeah, Chuck. Chuck.
We were at the Rainiers game.
Was that on the air that he told that story?
No, it was not.
Okay, so I can't tell that story on the
No,
air?
you cannot.
Okay. Well, you gave it away already. I was going to just say some random person and not associate a name with, you know what?
Well, he didn't say anything vulgar. He was just
Okay,
telling a
right.
story that we
So,
can't
all right.
repeat on the air.
There is so how about this? I won't say who it was.
Yeah, he was
All
telling
right?
a story about other
somebody
person. Yes.
Who
yes.
went to a mall to watch a movie.
Okay.
And the movie was Private Parts. And this person went to the movie, walked out halfway through because the movie was not what this person thought it was.
That's good.
All right. You get me? You feel me now on that? We won't tell you who it was, but yeah, that was the story he told. Maybe one day he'll tell that story on the air and fill in the details. But here's the thing about this poster controversy, which, first of all, look, I'm all for the controversy stuff. I'm all for the conspiracy theories. This kind of feels like just a ridiculous waste of time on a Thursday afternoon. People are really sitting around social media bitching and moaning about who's on a poster, right? I mean, that's what we're doing here.
Well, we would do it in any sport. It would have
Right.
it. If you had an NFL,
Yes.
100, if people would absolutely just skewer it if they had the wrong people.
But they
on
would
there.
do it for other reasons than what we're doing this. I mean, like Boomer Esiason came out today. You heard Jerry Brewer's take on this, and he said the WNBA came out with a 30-year anniversary poster. Is that right, Dick? And there's 30 players. Is that correct on
There's
this thing?
only 20 players.
20 players, okay.
Yes.
But it is the league's 30th anniversary.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
So Caitlin Clark was not on the poster. And so naturally, people just start losing their mind. What the hell? The league doesn't like a straight white girl. That's what Boomer Esiason said on his show.
Well, there's lots of white girls on the poster,
Right. Okay, I'm just telling you. Just hang on a second. That's what he said. You know, they're jealous of her success. They can handle the straight white chick, but not a straight white chick who's dominating the WNBA. You know, whatever. Well, it comes to pass, and Darren Rovell, did you see this, by the way? Darren Rovell sent this out like 2 hours ago, that Caitlin Clark herself, other than Nike, allows licensees like Windcraft, who made the poster apparently, to only use her name and number and not her face. So that's why she's not on the poster. And I guess I always thought that because this was a league thing, whatever, that maybe they would have access to
rights,
it.
right?
But apparently they farmed out this poster to a different company, and they don't have the rights to use her face.
There you go.
That's why she's not on it.
There you go.
So we can all go to bed.
We can all
Our
go to
long
bed.
national nightmare is over.
That's some
It's done.
excellent intel that you got from Darren Ravell there.
But there is this sense that some people have that the league doesn't like her. I mean, what was the gal last night that
Alyssa Thomas
choked her out, right?
Well, she landed. She kind of like Caitlin was on her back after contact, and Alyssa Thomas went down with. I'm not going to say she punched her in the throat, but her fist was closed on her throat, and there was some pressure put on. I don't know how much pressure. And then she stepped over her. Instead of, avoiding her, she stepped over, and she has been suspended for the next game for
it. But it definitely at the time looked like something that should have gotten her maybe either ejected from the game or a flagrant or whatever they do in the WNBA, and it wasn't happening. So the minute that took place, like wildfire, well, here we go again.
Yep, here we
they
go
don't
again.
like her. They don't like a straight white
Well, this
gal.
on the heels of her getting the technical for clapping the other day.
Yes.
So 3 things have happened to Caitlin this week.
I guess the question is, for the people out there that believe that there are certain members of the WNBA, players included, that don't like her, that's still, is this 3 years or 4 years now?
Third.
That's still in the third year, have some jealousy towards her and want her to go away, don't like the attention she's getting despite clearly what she's done for the league, which is incredible.
Absolutely.
Right? Do you believe that jealousy still exists?
I don't know. Because I mean, I would imagine there's a lot of people in the league, I would imagine it would exist from some people. I just can't imagine it's league-wide. I mean, I just can't.
Yeah.
Why would it? I mean, rising tide lifts all boats,
You
right?
would think. Just like Tiger and the
you
PGA
would think
Tour.
that part of the reason the CBA was so friendly to the WNBA was because of Caitlin Clark.
A huge reason why. Maybe the biggest reason why. Like massively a big reason why. But these things keep happening. And maybe it's like Jerry said, like the new kid has to prove her worth, right? You know, Victor Wembanyama, guys like that come into the NBA.
Yep.
They get beat up. They're the new kid. Welcome to the league. It feels like all of this stuff would have made sense in year 1, but now it's year 3. Like, how long is this going to last? I mean, if she's in her 10th year and she's still getting beat up by everybody.
Fist in the throat.
I mean, honestly, it does feel like there's a little bit of jealousy and maybe a little bit of animosity towards her that gets played out on the court. And then when things like that happen, like the player with the throat and the fist, and then the poster thing, it's just more fuel for people's crazy opinions.
And that's why I'm kind of wondering, Dick, is like if this is happening to Caitlin now for the first few years, once she does win a championship, win all these MVP awards like we think she's going to go on to do, right? At what point will you see this stuff not happening? Because at a certain point, it has to stop, right? If she is 5, 6, 7 years into her career and everybody continues to treat her like this, then the questions will have to be asked. Is this a her? I mean, we're already asking these questions. Is it a her problem or is it the rest problem, right?
Yeah.
But
I'm glad you brought that up, by the way, because maybe she's a pain in the ass.
Well,
I got no idea.
We just don't know. And that's the sort of thing where, like, right now everybody assumes that this is jealousy on the rest of the league. But if it just continues to happen, then it becomes kind of a Draymond Green thing.
Yes.
Where it's like, well, maybe that player is the problem here.
I think that there is a little bit of Draymond Green in her, not the cheap shot Draymond Green part, but the
intensity,
the feistiness.
Yeah.
She can rub people the wrong way on the court, and if you're not an Indiana Fever fan, even though she's a superstar, she can rub you the wrong way by watching her, and so she probably rubs a lot of the players the wrong way. So I think some of that would contribute to how she's being treated on the floor.
Let's do this. 49451 testimonials on the Tacoma Dodge text line, brought to you by our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. We'll do that, and then Brett Boone will join us, talk some Mariners. Oh boy, at 5 o'clock tonight, right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Time now for Textimonials, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, boys and girls, a big thanks to our friends at the Emerald Queen Casino. Rodney Carrington is there tonight. Don't forget to watch all the World Cup games at the Pitchside Pub in the EQC Sportsbook at the Emerald Queen Casino. Make your Father's Day brunch reservations now at Slahal Steakhouse for Sunday. A lot going on, man. Lots going on at the Emerald Queen Casino. All right, here's what we got. 49451 Tacoma Dodge. Did I just read an old liner, by the way? Father's Day was like
That was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. I'm
right.
telling you, man, senior moment.
We can still go there, right?
Senior moment.
They didn't close it after
Celebrate Father's Day now if you missed it at the Slahal Steakhouse at the EQC.
There you go.
All right, Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. What do you got?
Piggyback my ass.
Ooh.
This baseball team never, ever ceases to amaze me. And by amaze, I mean frustrate.
Well, like I said, man, things like this piggyback deal, it doesn't work, man. You're going to get slaughtered for it. You know, nobody else is doing the piggyback that I know of in baseball. And the only time I ever knew a team doing it was in the minor leagues, right? So, look, the Logan Gilbert thing to me is interesting on Saturday. Right? That's when the next piggyback is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Saturday in Cleveland with Emerson Hancock. Hancock has been struggling. And actually, Eno Saris was on with Ian today. I want to play a clip at 5:30, by the way, talking about how they might be able to get out of this piggyback six-man rotation conundrum. And Emerson Hancock might be the key to that. But let's see him have a little flexibility on Saturday. If Logan Gilbert is shoving it the way he's been shoving it for the last month and a half, leave him alone.
That's all I'm
How's that
asking.
sound?
That's all I'm
All right,
asking
leave him
for with
alone.
the piggyback. I like the piggyback if you could actually have a little bit of that flexibility, malleability, instead of, nope, going 4 innings, then you're out. Don't care if you've only given up one hit.
Stupid, man. I don't like it. Never have, never will. All right, what's next?
Screw the piggyback.
Ooh.
Just don't take Brian Wu on the road.
Wow.
Just leave him home. And he pitches every homecoming series after a road trip.
Well, Brian Wu's got a 9.5 ERA in his last 4 road starts.
He's got to stop doing that right now.
It is nasty, man. I mean, he is getting beat to death. But hey, the good news is Kirby figured it out the other day. So maybe that's it. Maybe not all of the... You can't have all 5 be good at the same time.
That's right.
Somebody has to stink, and right now, Brian Wu's wearing it. It's his turn.
It's percentages, right? Let's say each starter is good 75% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Odds say that you're never going to have all 5 of them good at the same time.
Right.
If it's 75, because 25% you're going to be bad. Each one of them is.
Well, I'm looking at Brian Wu's numbers from last year, by the way, in 2025. His home road splits, and they are much better than they are right now. I mean, he was last year at a 3.5 ERA. And right now his ERA is over 5, I believe, on the road. Including
it's over 6 now.
Over 6,
Yeah, because it was 5.9 before yesterday.
9.5 the last 4. All right, what's next?
Shoot, I would take the Trailblazers up here. I do not care about that city or those Oregonians. That team would look good in green.
Yeah, I mean, I would take him too. I don't have that. Look at that guy. He looks concerned. I would take him too. I don't have this unbelievable amount of guilt or dedication to Portland as a brother in arms in the NBA. I mean, what do we owe them? Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Portland becomes available. They don't want to pay for a new arena, and they're going to move anyway. Right? I'd rather have him move here than go to Kansas City. What the hell?
Absolutely. Here's your up to the second Brian Wu numbers. 1-6.
Yeah.
6.38.
On the road.
On the road.
Yeah. Is that good, by the way?
No.
What's next?
We are already going through one ownership change that I am worried about. So I would not want someone we already know is a bad owner here.
Well, here's the thing. I agree with that. If it comes down to the Blazers or nothing, that's the conversation. I'm taking the Blazers, right? But here's the point about what Jerry Brewer said. When Jerry Brewer was with us about 20 minutes ago and said, what the hell was the NBA thinking with this guy? I thought he was going to say, what the hell was the Allen Foundation thinking with this guy? Because they were the ones that sold the team, that approved him as the buyer for the Blazers. So is this a sign again that when it comes to the sale of the Seahawks, they don't give a damn who buys the team? It's worth the biggest check. That's my concern.
I'm going to rest on all the things that we have heard about Jody Allen and how much she loves the Seahawks compared to the Blazers, and that she will have more due diligence in who buys the Seahawks versus who buys the Blazers.
Yeah, but I don't know if she can. That's the thing. Like, nobody knows what the agreement says. They may have to sell it to the highest bidder. I have no idea. I mean, I hope that you're right, that maybe she's got more of a love affair with the Seahawks than with the Blazers. I mean, her and her brother, of course, had more success with them, way more success with them. But I don't know what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. Are they allowed to turn down, I don't know, $100 million from somebody just to not sell to the wrong guy? I don't know if they are or not. What's next?
Jackson, you got pulled over? You should have said, hey, look, I am Patrick Reed. I am just trying to get to the golf course for a tournament.
Yeah, but then the cop says, Patrick Reed is an a-hole. Here's 2 tickets.
That's right.
Okay?
Get
That's
double.
what he would have said,
Tow your
man.
car.
The shocking part of that story that you told earlier, how many times have you been pulled over, by the way, in your life?
Twice total.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Once for speeding.
How do you do that? I could probably count on 17 hands how many times I've been pulled over in my life. Twice?
I drive very aware of where cops are. I have a little thing on my dash that says when police is.
Oh, like a radar?
No,
radar guns?
No, Google Maps alerts when police are nearby.
I have that
ahead.
too. I have the same thing.
So you don't just slow down?
So, well, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. But sometimes it also doesn't work, by the way. So, yeah, if you've been, I mean, I tend to forget you're also 32, is that right?
Yeah,
I'm 53.
I haven't been pulled over in the last 15 years.
Okay, let me ask you a question, and maybe this is more for the text line, 49451. What is the average amount of times a 53-year-old would have been pulled over in their lifetime? Over under what? Average amount of times?
10.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. And I'm over that, by the way.
Because that's 40. That's almost 40 years of driving.
Yes, 10 times.
It's twice. I mean,
that means in the next 17 years you'll be pulled over 8 times. By the way,
what I'm more interested, Softy, is what you get pulled over for. Is it going in the carpool lane? Is it speeding?
Oh, it's mostly speeding. Yeah, mostly. I like to drive fast.
Yeah, I don't like the car. I think carpool cheaters are.
Yeah,
those
hate them.
Yeah, that's not. That's. I think that's worse than speeding. Not necessarily more dangerous than speeding, but I think a worse violation than speeding.
Like the gal that dumped the garbage can out in the sidewalk.
Yeah,
nothing really dangerous, but just makes you look like a clown.
What makes you more important than the 50 people in this lane that are obeying the law?
Yeah, well,
exactly.
Nothing. What if you got to get somewhere fast?
Too bad.
What if you're having a baby?
Leave earlier.
So, yeah. Emergency.
All right.
I'll use the baby, the emergency, the same connotations that I use for my pregnancy leave, my paternity leave.
That's fine.
We'll put on that.
Oh God, here we go. By the way, you hear the latest Mariner? By the way, going on paternity leave.
Please, Rob Refsnyder.
Hey, that's a hell of an idea. Can your wife be pregnant, by the way, and about to have a baby? That'll save us all a lot of headache. I think he may have.
I think he was on it
Polanco
earlier.
did it a year ago. I know you got pissed off about that. All right, are we concerned about the Mariner offense? No. Really? Brett Boone will join next on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke Seafood, letting you know that this hour of Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies and Kraken is proudly brought to you by Duke Seafood. Why not make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, Duke, thank you very much. It's time for the Daily USA 250 cash contest for a shot at $2,500 now through July 3rd. Listen every day at 5 o'clock. For the nationwide keyword to enter on the website at 93.3KJR.com. Today's word is travel. Travel at 93.3KJR.com for a crack at 2,500 Smackerinos. Get the headlines right now.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, here we go. Headlines on a Thursday night right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Softy Dick Jackson with you until 6:30 tonight because we got USA and Turkey coming up at 7 o'clock from L.A. Headlines are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
The Seattle Mariners
Lost today in Pittsburgh, 5-1. Bryce Miller, 5 2/3, 3 earned, couple of bombs, 11 Ks, though, for him. How about that? And the Mariners are now 41-41 on the year. We call that the Beth Mowens.
41 yards.
2 games up on the A's, the Astros, the Rangers. As of right now, they got a 3-game series with the Guardians starting tomorrow in Cleveland.
Can we all just agree they're going to be 54-54? I mean,
no, but I think they'll be 54%.
Oh, well, that'd be a heck of a 2 weeks then, right? Absolutely. Hornets trading LaMelo Ball and Josh Green to the Wolves for Naz Reid, a 2033 first rounder, and pick swaps. And the Pistons trading our old friend Husky Isaiah Stewart to Memphis for 3 second-rounders.
World Cup scoreboard, Japan and Sweden. No score halftime from Arlington. Tunisia, Netherlands, 2-0 Netherlands at halftime from Kansas City. Paraguay, Australia coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. Turkey, a.k.a. Turkey, against the U.S. at 7 o'clock tonight. Hear that game on KJR. Ivory Coast against Curacao, although Curacao now wants to be known as Curacao. 2-0 win for Ivory Coast. Ecuador is punching their ticket to the knockout rounds with a 2-1 win over Germany. Let's get to Brett Boone right now.
Coming to you live from our Elliott Avenue studios of Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's time for our weekly conversation with former Mariners All-Star Brett Boone. Brought to you by Venue Kings. Visit VenueKings.com for all your ticket needs. Now with Booney, here's Softy and Dick.
All right, big thanks to our friends at VenueKings.com. We need tickets for the World Cup, that 16 game coming up on the July 6th, which could include the Americans. $90,000 to get in the door right now at VenueKings.com.
Only Brett Boone can afford that.
That's right, man. I'm not even sure if Booney can afford that. Use code Softy at checkout for a discount. Mariners, Seahawks, World Cup, anything, whatever you want. VenueKings.com will have you covered. Here he is, courtesy of VenueKings.com, our friend Brett Boone. Booney, how you doing, man?
Gentlemen, I'm doing all right.
Mariners have not scored more than 3 runs in 2 weeks. 24 runs the last 11. They did not have a run like that all last season. Now, some of that, a big part of that was Cal Raleigh not being here and Randy Arozarena being banged up. They're now both back, but how concerned should we be about this offense, by the way, Booney?
Well, I think we're at the same place we were a week ago, which is where we were a month ago. I'm starting to just to refresh. I just want to have a fresh message. So I was thinking about what could a fresh message be? I picked out, as wacky as this season's been and as ridiculous as the American League has been, as far as barely anybody over 500 or at 500. Who are the biggest disappointments for me? Biggest underachievers? Mariners, number one. Number one, the most underachieving team. If you want to call it disappointing, I don't want to call it disappointing. That has a negative connotation to it. But I continue to do it. Now everybody's healthy. Everybody's healthy. We got Canzone and Rayleigh giving you more than you expected going into the season. I think that's fair. Got a Arozarena, Julio, Naylor, Raleigh back healthy. You've got a young duo up the middle. Young's really becoming a good player. He's 22 years old. Colt's learning the game. He's got 6 home runs as a 20-year-old. He's moved Crawford to third. This is a really good team, and we haven't got to the pitching staff. We know that. I think the bullpen's going to need some help getting to the trading deadline with the missing Brash, Criswell, and Vargas. But these guys, you don't need any offense. I mean, what do you do? Who are you going to go get? Who are you going to replace? What would you like to put in that? I don't think there is. It's the most underachieving team, for me, the most disappointing team to start. But this roster remaining healthy, I've never seen this quality of roster struggle for an entire season. So that's good news for Mariners and Mariners fans out there.
Well, you mentioned they don't need any offense, but I mean, they continue to be the worst team in the league against left-handed pitching. So, I mean, don't you have to bring in an everyday right-handed bat at the deadline?
Yeah, I mean, you tried, Robles has been that guy that comes in for the right. Yeah, I mean, they are left-handed. Their stars are left-handed, with the exception of, you got Naylor and Raleigh left-handed, Rayleigh left-handed. So yes, you're heavy left-handed, Crawford. But yes, it makes sense. If you're at the trade deadline now, and we're thinking, what do we need? Obviously, a right-handed bat would be nice. A right-handed bat that would make a difference, and I think bullpen help. And that's where you're at. You're 500 as of today. A's won today. They're a game and a half out. Texas is winning right now. They're going to be a game and a half out. The thing that surprises me is Houston's right back in the middle of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
This American League has been so mediocre.
Right.
You got Brown back for Houston, the big guy at the top of that rotation. The fact that you let Houston back into it, and it's like a team like that has had so much success, a franchise over the last 10 years. I think a month and a half ago, probably the veteran guys in that room were looking around going, this is not going to be our year. Well, this division's given them an opportunity where they start to believe, we can win this division again, which they've dominated for the last decade.
Well, Brett Boone's with us. Brett, if you got your phone handy, grab your phone real quick. I don't know if you saw this from yesterday's game. I just sent you a text with a little video of Randy Arozarena letting a fly ball just drop right between him and the left field line. Kind of pulled up on it.
He gave you my number.
It's in the phone book, by the way. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's public knowledge.
Yellow pages.
Yeah, you might want to take that down. But grab your phone and watch that, because it looks like he thought the ball was going to be foul. It bounces 3 or 4 feet fair, obviously. And there's a lot of people wondering what the hell he's doing out there. Was he loafing? Dick used that word yesterday. I thought he just misplayed it. But, man, it just seems like there's some sloppiness on the field. At third base with JP yesterday, first base with Josh Naylor at times, Arozarena a lot in left field. And the question is, how much of this is on the manager for just not getting these guys focused? And how much of it, honestly, is that they just stink defensively? They don't have the skills to play those positions.
Well, I don't think you could say a guy that's been a defensive has been the plus in his career. JP Crawford moving to third, that he stinks on defense. He's learning a new position. He's never really played third. I saw the throw yesterday. I mean, can of corn, easy ground ball for him.
Right.
But he hasn't played that angle. I think a shortstop of his caliber that's played for so long, third's an adjustment, but it's an adjustment that he's not going to have trouble making if that's what they're going to do for the rest of the season. Arozarena, I just watched the video you sent me. Yeah, it appears that you can call it loafing by the body language I saw on that play. He definitely thought it was going to be foul. He was almost pulling up like, I don't want to run into the wall. And then you got egg on your face because it's 2 feet fair. Now, I think of Randy Arozarena, and he's been a good player, and he's had a ton of postseason success before he came to the Seattle Mariners with Tampa Bay. He came to Seattle. He's doing good. He's the only guy in the lineup, I think, hitting over 280. But you knew what kind of player Arozarena, the body language, and nowadays there's a lot of that goes on, and it doesn't necessarily tell the whole story. Being in the dugout a year ago, I love these guys, and a lot of them from afar. I watch these body language. Oh, how can you do this? You get down in the trenches with them, and they're not what they appear to be. But Arozarena, he's always giving you that kind of, that kind of Jazz Chisholm feeling of, hey, it's more about the brand and how I am, and he's got some, he's got some charisma to him, but he's also got some look at me to him. So that is kind of to be expected. I think in the long run, I mean, when you're struggling, when you're not living up to expectations, what this team hasn't, you tend to find things, and now everything turns into a big thing. And I think that's what we're going through right now. Crawford, 2 days in a row, he made an error. Okay, if they were winning games all the time, that would be a real small footnote. But the fact that they're not, and they lose today 5-1 again, those things are going to start to get bigger. A miscue by a Rosarina, and the more I look at it, I don't think he was loafing. He didn't give up on it. He just misread the play. But to the fans, they see, oh, he's loafing. And if they think you're loafing, that's going to be the narrative. And that's the way it goes when you're falling below expectations.
Brett, Rob Refsnyder didn't hit for the Yankees. He didn't hit for Toronto. He didn't hit for Tampa Bay. Didn't hit for Texas. Didn't hit for Minnesota. Then he hit for Boston because he's a right-handed hitter, and the monster's like 3 feet away from his face. And then he's not hitting for Seattle. I mean, how long does this experiment need to last? We are over 100 ABs in, and he's got 14 hits.
He's hitting, I think, 136. I think until,
137,
you know, like, Dick, like you were talking about getting to the trade deadline and getting that right-handed bat, that's definitely on their radar, and they're going to be looking at that. And I think when that happens, somebody's got to go. And there's the obvious right now, unless something between now and a month from now rapidly changes, you know, he's going to be the one that kind of is on the cutting block when you get a right-hander that they're going to plug in. And I truly believe, I still think they're going to be leading the division a month from now. I think they're going to be active at the trading deadline to try to put this, you know, give this team a little spark in that dugout. We've talked about it a lot, and I've been on teams that at the trading deadline, as players, we sit there and we wait. We go, oh, come on, just give us one little piece. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. When you get it, it's an adrenaline pump through that clubhouse, and when you don't, you don't. So I think they're in win mode now with this roster and especially with this pitching staff. So I think you're going to see them be active, especially if they just hold serve and enter at the top of this division when we get there. And I think Refsnyder, he's going to be unless things rapidly turn for him, he's going to be the guy that is replaced by another right-handed hitter.
Yeah, well, Brett Boone's with us, and Booney, Logan Gilbert just won the American League Player of the Week. He's been shoving it, dominating for the last month and a half, and his prize, he gets to share a start on Saturday with Emerson Hancock. It's his turn for the piggyback.
Oh, my goodness.
How's that land with you?
I'm not really a good guy to talk about. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I love Danny Wilson to death. I don't like the piggyback. It's just, I don't know what is the goal. You know, we saw Miller a start ago, not this last start, but get piggyback by Castillo coming out of the game in control of the game with, I think 60 pitches. And just because it was programmed today, it was like, okay, now it's your turn, Castillo. And they end up losing the game. Let the starters start. And when we get to a point in the game where we would normally take them out of the game, they get to their pitch limit, they get to 94 pitches, turn it over to whoever else, you know, whoever was on the docket that day. If you want to piggyback means, yeah, unless he's got no hitter stuff today, we throw the piggyback out. And if this guy goes 8 today, well, we'll do the piggyback the next time. I think you got to win games, and to have these going in, well, you're going to throw 50 pitches, and then you're going to throw 50 pitches. And I'm not in the clubhouse. I don't know if that's what goes on. But the look with the Miller Castillo last time piggyback, it just wasn't a good look for me on the outside looking at.
How much of it is Dan's call and how much of it is Jerry's call?
I think I don't know. You know, I just don't have that. I've got so little experience. I got last year's experience, and I think each organization is much different. I know how much input the front office had with the Texas Rangers, and it was minimal, and we talked about it. You know, we'd have our president come down, see why, and we'd almost have a discussion in the locker room about how we want to go about things. Obviously, when things are going good, it's more like, hey, Boach, making a lineup, roll it out there. And when things get tough and you lose 4 or 5 in a row, everybody seems they're going to every analytical stat they can find and asking anybody, what do you think about the lineup tomorrow? So it's like anything else in life. When things are going good, hell no, I make great decisions in this lineup. Everybody I write in, we win every night. When you lose, it's like, okay, what should we do? So I think it's different club to club. I think as an organization, I think all the organizations have an approach going into every game, have a game plan, but I think it matters the organization and how much front office analytics play into the actual game plan on a daily basis.
Yeah. Well,
and the only way you know that is if you're in that organization,
right,
in that clubhouse.
But you were the hitting coach of the Rangers last year. So in that time that you were down there, Brett, and Brett Boone's with us, courtesy of Venue Kings, was there ever any conversation with the front office about, hey, we'd like to see this guy play a little more? Not telling you, start this guy, play him here, hit him here. Not that detailed, not that kind of directive. But was there any conversation with the front office, GM, baseball operations people, hey, we'd like to see this guy potentially in this series or get an AB here or play here? Was there ever any conversations like that? Or did they literally leave you and the manager completely alone to let you do whatever you wanted to do with your roster?
At the end of the day, they left us alone for the most part. I never remember ever one time saying, play this guy.
Right.
Now, there were a few times where, hey, we might not want to play a certain player. You know, that happens time to time, but it wasn't something that was directed or I'm demanding you do this. Never anything like that. It was more of, what do you think about this? That's matter of fact how the conversation would go, which I think is great. I think it's great to have dialogue like that between the front office and manager and coaching staff. Is not, don't play him. It was more of a, what do you think about this? You know, and usually you have these conversations when things aren't going great. Like I said, when you've lost 4 or 5 in a row, sometimes you're sitting there in the clubhouse going, anybody have a better idea? Because what we're doing right now isn't working. And sometimes that would come from upstairs and be like, no, how about this? What do you think about doing this? And sometimes, hey, I don't think it could hurt. That might be a good idea. That was what would go through my mind. So yes, definitely never demanded, never say, I want to see this guy play more.
Right.
But definitely there was some, hey, what do you think about this? And we'd kick it around, and sometimes we went with it. So it was a very relaxed professional clubhouse in Texas. A lot of respect mutually between manager, coach, and Chris Young. There was definitely a mutual respect. There was a back and forth and just guys kicking around ideas, but it was always on a professional level. It never got to a point where we felt that we had a gun to our head saying, you're going to do this or else. Never one time did I feel
Got it. All right.
Brett, when you look up the term shoving it in the dictionary, Kate Anderson's picture comes up. In Double-A, he has given up 32 hits in 61 innings. He has got 90 strikeouts, 8 walks, and a whip of .64. What do you do with this guy?
You let him continue to develop, because right now you're piggybacking at the big league level. Where are you going to put him?
Mm-hmm.
You know, where are you going to put him? You had Wu 2 starts ago, had shutout stuff. And then yesterday gives it up again. Gilbert's been great. Kirby's last outing was really good. Gave up 1 run. Actually, the pitching all week's been pretty good, with the exception of the piggyback at the beginning of the week. But everybody's pitched good. Wu had that tough start. Miller today was okay, but we're used to Miller. He's got a sub-2 ERA. We're expecting lights out every time. So the pitching's been okay. I just think when you're positioned like that, and you've got a talent like that in Double-A, it'd be one thing if you're fighting for your life and you've got guys hurt all over and your staff's all over the place, but you've got 6 healthy guys and 6, top guys. Let him develop a little bit more. Let him keep doing that. If push comes to shove and you get to the postseason and he does it all year, he's going to find himself in the big leagues in some capacity. But I think they're going to be very careful right now with the prospects.
All right, Booney, before you go, you mentioned the name Jazz Chisholm a few minutes ago. I remember David Sampson came on this show about a year ago and said, you want nothing to do with Jazz Chisholm. Remember that at the deadline? He's a clubhouse killer. And now we see him playing second base with a lollipop in his mouth, playing for your brother, right? You ever play second base with a lollipop in your mouth? And what'd you make of that situation, pal?
I mean, that's ridiculous, and somebody made the assumption of, well, it's like putting gum in your mouth. It's not like putting gum in your mouth.
not.
You put a lollipop in your mouth and it's, look at me, I've got a lollipop. Well, that's not a serious person in the game. That being said, Jazz Chisholm, really good player. I think his relationship with my brother, and to be honest, and I always tell you this, I don't talk too much to my brother about the intricacies of his organization and the relationship he has. I just don't go there with him. We talk about surface stuff, things I think could help. But as far as a player manager, I don't. I think Aaron has found a way with Jazz Chisholm. He's got a different personality. He's very eccentric. That being said, I think he's a pretty good player. And for the Yankees to get where they need, I think they need a Jazz Chisholm to play well. I think Aaron's got a great rapport with him. I think he's got Jazz's full respect. And I saw Aaron came out and said, that pisses me off. You don't see Aaron throw out a controversial sentence too often when it comes to his players. He's usually very protective. So it caught me off guard a little bit, but I think Jazz, because of the respect Aaron showed him and lets him be himself, I think that's a point where Jazz says, wow, if Aaron's talking about me, maybe I did go over the line. So I think it was probably taken care of behind closed doors, and it's business as usual. Certain players have that reputation. You don't want him. He's this and that, but it depends how he's managed.
Yeah.
I think Aaron does a great job. I think the guys on that team, the judges of the world in that clubhouse, do a great job managing the clubhouse. And I don't think Jazz Chisholm is one iota of a problem in that Yankee dugout. I really don't. I've never heard anything.
Right.
Now, if he's just out on another team, he may be. But whatever they've got going in New York, I think Jazz is just a guy that expects to play second base and tries to help him win. I don't think he's a problem at all.
All right, Booty, you're the man. And you are not a problem at all. Well, maybe sometimes, but not today. Today, you're pretty good. We'll check in next week, man. Appreciate it, pal.
Thanks, man.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right, Brett Boone with us. By the way, tomorrow we're filling in for Ian. We're going to switch Reno a little bit. He'll do 3 to 7. We got the NHL draft from the 32 Bar and Grill Kraken on the clock at number 7, and we'll be at the 520 Bar and Grill tomorrow at noon. There actually might be a way for the M's to kind of wiggle out of this piggyback 6-man thing they got going on. We'll explain next on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, Duke, thank you very much. Today's show, as always, brought to you by our friends at Duke's Seafood Restaurant. Let's make tonight a Duke's Seafood night. Get your table, dukeseafood.com. And also by the Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. All right, here we are. We're going to have our World Cup with Waxen update coming up next. People asking why people are celebrating Ecuador's win today over Germany when Germany threw out like their fourth team. Well, we'll explain why that is coming up at 5:45 tonight. We got to get a preview. Got to get a preview of USA and Turkey tonight from L.A. Will he or won't he? Talking about Christian Pulisic play in the game tonight. Is the round of 32 game locked in as far as the opponent? And if not, why not? So lots of reasons to tune in. You always ask yourself, what's the point of tuning in to hear Waxen at 5:45? Well, those are three reasons why you should tune in next segment to hear Waxen Welts on the World Cup. Now, you know the name Eno Saris? He's on with Ian Furness every Thursday on his radio show. We've been kind of wondering, what's with this six-man rotation piggyback thing? Are they doing it because they owe Castillo money? Are they doing it because they just want to be nice to everybody? Is this kind of a conundrum where they like to find a way to kind of wiggle out of it? People say it's a good problem to have, but as Larry Stone said yesterday, it is still a problem. Eno Saris brought something up today that I thought was interesting that may end up being maybe the reason why the Mariners go back to a traditional five-man rotation and ditch the piggyback and the six-man altogether. Check it out.
I am watching Emerson Hancock, though, because his arm slot keeps dropping. His vert on his four seam keeps dropping. He becomes more and more of a side armor. The more and more you are a side armor, the more you are prone to platoon splits. So, if that four seam keeps losing vert, then he'll become more and more susceptible to lefties. So, if that's something we see, it could be enough to say, hey, let's option you, not because you've been terrible, but because we see these things in your mechanics and we see these things in your numbers. And if we think that, if we can put you in the minors right now where, it's not about the competition, it's more about let's see if we can get that arm angle up or let's see what we can do about this. Maybe you could stop something before it becomes a big deal.
All right, so he is suggesting that Emerson Hancock may have something technically wrong with him. Was that your computer, by the way? To work on, and that if it continues, that maybe he would be in line to go back down to Tacoma and work on it. Now, it's easy to bring it up now because Emerson Hancock has been smacked in his last two starts, right? Nationals and the Boston Red Sox. I would just offer up another reason why maybe this could happen. Do you know what Hancock's innings max is that he's pitched in the major leagues in a season?
Oh, yeah, I just looked it up.
It's 90.
Yeah,
you know where he's at right now?
Almost 90.
It's 85.
Yep.
He's going to blow right past that by a lot. And so I do wonder, with a guy that's got options and was supposed to be the sixth man, Dick, in this rotation, if this continues and if those technical issues continue that Eno Saris spotted, would it make sense to maybe just say to him, let's get you down in Tacoma, and at the same time, maybe they work on a trade for somebody up here, and when they make the deal, he comes back up.
I think you give him to the All-Star break.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another, 3 starts probably until the All-Star break?
Right.
And if you have 4 out of 5 bad starts before the All-Star break, then absolutely I think that's the right thing. The only reason they didn't do it before, he was pitching too well to take him out of the rotation.
Right.
So if he no longer pitches too well to take him out of the rotation, then he just becomes the same pitcher that he was 3 months ago.
Sure. I mean, this is a guy that was, probably trending towards the All-Star game. He's not trending there now. Correct. At all, right? So I think with the innings, I mean, this is a baseball team that, let's face it, one of the reasons why they're doing this piggyback thing is because they want to cut down on innings. They want guys to be fresh in September. Well, Emerson Hancock is on pace to throw like 60 more innings than he's ever thrown in the major leagues. This is pretty significant for him.
Well, we're going to need Emerson Hancock out of the bullpen in the playoffs.
Right.
And so we can't have him gassed, but I would imagine that he's going to be able to throw 150 innings this year, you would think. I mean, that's not a lot of innings.
It's not a lot of innings, but it's a lot more than he's ever thrown.
Right.
In the major league level. I'm looking at his college and minor league numbers, and the most innings he ever threw in any one season was in 2022 when he threw 98 at Arkansas. So he's approaching it. It's going to be done within 2 weeks.
Right.
And he's going to be way over it, man. So, yeah, I mean, 150 innings to you and I sounds reasonable for a guy that's been in the major leagues and has done it before. But they are asking him to take a major jump from where he's been.
I'm looking at Kirby and Gilbert and what they did when they took their jump. Kirby went from 130 to 180 the next year, so a 50 innings jump. Logan went from 119 to 185. So Logan had almost a 70 innings jump in 1 year. 70 innings for Emerson Hancock would be over 150 innings.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, some guys are built differently, right? I mean, maybe those guys can handle it. Maybe he can't. I got no idea. I just think it all makes sense. It's logical what, Saris is talking about, with that arm slot dropping a little bit. And again, if that's something the Mariners notice and if it leads to him getting banged around a little bit, that is definitely something that he could work out in the minor leagues. This is a guy in Hancock as well who has had a history of shoulder and lat problems as well. So the innings, I'm just curious what they projected for him this year. Like, were they ready, Dick, to just let him run and just say, unleash the beast, let him go? Right? 150, 170 innings, whatever. Because remember, when the year began, he was obviously a spot starter because, was it Bryce Miller who was banged up? Yeah, Bryce Miller was hurt. So he was supposed to start the year in the minor leagues. I wonder what their projections were for him over the offseason, but that is something to keep an eye on. For sure.
Absolutely.
That might give them kind of an out if they want it.
That seems like the most logical scenario if Luis Castillo doesn't want to go to the bullpen, which it doesn't seem like he wants to go to the bullpen.
Well, I've been wondering why we listen to the Saris segment every week, and now we find out.
That's good.
He actually brought something to the table. Wax and Welts on the World Cup. Jackson's got to take a pee break. Waxon will come in and break down today's USA game, which you'll hear at 7 o'clock tonight. More on the World Cup. A lot going on right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
You know, I just got a text from Duke Moskrit, by the way, who says two things. Number one, grab a table tonight at dukeseafood.com and check out the best decks in Puget Sound multiple times over, including the Ruston location, which I love, by the way. You've been there to the Duke's Ruston location. And he said, when's Waxon coming by? I'm sick of this Jackson guy. Get this clown off the air. When's his pee break? I need some World Cup breakdown from Waxon. So here he is. Put your hands together, Nick.
Let's go.
For a resident World Cup insider.
Bring it.
Waxon Welts here on the radio program. Waxon, how you doing, man?
This is the dumbest thing we do. Go ahead.
Oh, trust me. We do things that are much dumber than this. 206 on the text line wants to know, why do you guys make a big deal about the Ecuador win over Germany today? Germany had already won the group. That game meant nothing to them. They were playing their water boys today. He's referencing Ecuador, who won today over Germany, a 2-1 win to enter the World Cup knockout stage.
The guy gets one thing right. Germany had already won the group. Everything else is wrong. Ecuador, with the win, gets into the knockout round. They needed to win. They needed a massive upset victory to get into the knockout round, and they freaking did it, which is amazing. The second thing he gets just horrifyingly wrong is that he says Germany was playing nobody. Kai Havertz, their starting striker, started. Listen, I'm not going to go position by position. Their entire starting team, their normal number one team, started today. That is their star team that they put on the field. Now, you can question the effort. I didn't see that much of a drop-off, but they started their entire number one unit. So, no, Germany didn't just take it easy.
So, speaking of number one units.
Yeah.
How many number one unit players do the Americans have playing tonight? See what that's
a transition there, boys.
Segue.
That's a pro.
Bills.
That is a pro.
So we thought it could be, a mixed group, 4 or 5. I think I agree with what Brian Schmetzer said earlier in the week. You mix it half and half.
Right.
Mauricio Pochettino has decided to change pretty much the entire group except for one player, that being Weston McKennie. Every single other player on the field, including their goalkeeper, is a backup starting tonight.
Right.
That Turkey,
Gotcha.
Money on Turkey,
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, that's the thing. I mean, you got plus 300 on the draw, plus 250 on a Turkey win.
Draw might not be a bad bet.
Draw's the play, you think, tonight?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens. The question is, does Pulisic play in the game? We're going to talk to Rob Stone, by the way, about that from Fox next segment on the air. Will we see Christian Pulisic out there on the pitch at LA Stadium tonight?
I wouldn't. I would absolutely hold him back. He is on the bench. He is available, which tells me that it is in the mind of Mauricio Pochettino to get him 10, 15, whatever minutes. But I just wouldn't risk it, guys. I hate risking injuries when there's absolutely nothing at stake. Story, last year, the Sounders are playing in the final game of the regular season. There is nothing on the line. Absolutely nothing. They throw out Pedro de la Vega on the field, and Pedro de la Vega breaks his kneecap. He is still out to this day. I mean, you just never know. So if there is a meaningless game, you can do scrimmages on the practice field against your own unit where you can take it easy and get them to 100%. Don't risk it against a Turkey team that also has nothing to play for.
Yeah.
I see the brackets slowly being filled out for the knockout stages. Kind of fun to watch as it progresses. Do we know exactly what part of the bracket that we are in?
Yes.
Okay, and then and how much do we know about the teams around us in that part of the bracket?
A fair amount right now. And there's a 99% chance, maybe 99.9% chance that it will be Bosnia going to Santa Clara for the game on July 1st. Senegal has like a 1% chance with points and goal differential. I won't get into it. So we know the U.S. and likely Bosnia. On the other side of where they will be facing for Seattle, likely Egypt, but that really comes down to tomorrow night's game where Egypt faces Iran at Seattle Stadium.
Right.
So we'll see from that. They would face likely South Korea. So we think about that a matchup in the round of 16 in Seattle, United States, Egypt, South Korea, the likely opponents. If you then get to the quarterfinals in Los Angeles on July 10th, you're likely facing one of Colombia, Portugal, Croatia, Ghana, Spain. There's a large group that could come out from the other corner, the bottom left corner of this bracket.
I'm looking at the Netherlands is leading Tunisia 3-1, by the way, in the 92nd minute. And if you're a Star Wars fan, you know why Tunisia is important, by the way. It is the location for the planet of Tatooine in Episode 4. Every time I say Tunisia, I think of Luke Skywalker and Star Wars. But is the Netherlands any good? Are they a team that we should think of as a contender in this thing?
Yeah, absolutely. I've had them as a dark horse this whole time. I think they have one of the better defenses in this entire tournament. What's crazy about it is they're going to win. They're going to win their group, and they're going to have to go up against the Group C runner-up Morocco in the first round. That is an impossibly difficult game for both of those teams. It's a matchup of, I believe, the 7th and 8th ranked teams in this entire tournament, and it's in the round of 32. You almost never see that. It will be the best game in the round of 32 by far, Netherlands-Morocco.
Jackson, let me ask you a question from a soccer newbie, from a soccer ignoramus, all right? Because Dick, I got to think there's a few of us out there listening right now.
Well, like 90% of us.
How do these games work in the knockout stage, extra time, penalty shootouts, kicks, the whole thing? Can you explain how this works? Because these matches you're talking about, a lot of them seem to be very tight. 0-0 draws, 1-1 draws by the end of extra time, whatever. How does this all work?
Yep. So if it's tied after 90 minutes, right now, if it's tied after 90 minutes in the group stage, it's a draw, chalks up to 1 point here in the group round. For the knockout round, if it's tied after 90 minutes, we do 2 15-minute halves, so a total of 30-minute period. If they are still tied after that 30-minute period and there's no golden goal, if you score, you still have to play the full 30 minutes, the 2 15-minute halves.
Wow.
If it's still tied after 120 minutes, then you go to penalty kicks.
Holy crap.
And that happened, the 2014 final, Argentina-Germany. It went all the way 120 minutes. Germany scored in the, I want to say it was like 114th minute, and a great goal. It wins them the World Cup 6 minutes before the final whistle blows at 120.
Do you get extra subs when it goes that long?
One extra, yes.
Got it.
Per overtime?
Just one for the extra 30.
And then you start to see guys cramping up and all that. So eat your bananas and drink your Gatorade, by the way, and be ready. By the way, that round of 16 game, if it does happen with the Americans and they get through, how about this? On the Monday night, July 6th, I told you guys a couple of days ago, tickets were $3,200 to get in the door.
Yeah.
They've dropped to $2,300.
Oh, people.
At VenueKings.com.
Really? Oh, my gosh.
I mean, you have got to jump on that. I know it's a lot of money. I know most people can't afford something like that. But if the Americans play in that game, you're literally, it's $900 cheap. Why is that, by the way? Why did they drop?
I have no idea.
The market just wasn't bearing the fruit that these ticket people thought they could get?
Let me make it very, very clear. If you're on the fence thinking about this, there's, I think, a greater than 80% chance that they beat Bosnia and Santa Clara on July 1st. $2,300, that might double once the USA wins. VenueKings.com, because $2,300 right now is pennies compared to what it will be on the morning of July 2nd.
Well, I'm telling you right now, tickets in the lower bowl or the club section, the cheapest seat is $4,300.
Okay,
so you're talking about the upper deck of Lumen Field to get into that game.
Still worth it.
Do we care about the winner of the Egypt-Iran game?
Yeah.